As the sun stretched over the Duke's estate, the maids were secretly discussing the huge pile of bride applications for the owner of the house. One asked who would want to marry such trash, and the other replied that no one cared, and it was enough to just look at his face. The blonde asked if it was true that he had made a scene at the party last night, and the blue-haired maid asked her to be quiet. It was said that the Duke forced the drunk Baron to kneel when he doubted his pedigree, and even ordered a servant to throw dirty water on him. The girl whispered that, in that case, he had a very unpleasant character, but her friend put a finger to her lips and hissed, asking for silence. They fell silent when a young aide, who was his lordship's assistant, passed by them with huge piles of papers in his hands. The gentleman had a very bad reputation, and that's why no one wanted such gossip and rumors to reach him. Opening the heavy doors and trying to hold in his hands all the papers the Duke needed, the aide apologized for the intrusion. Leaning his hips against the table, the blonde man asked if that was all, and the assistant replied that it was the definitive list, since many people wanted to sell their daughters. The young man sighed deeply and loudly threw the heavy piles of papers, with the noble lady's questionnaires onto the table, the last of which was the pink-haired lady. While selecting a series of questionnaires, the aide asked if his lordship really had to do it in that particular way. He handed the forms to the Duke and explained that it was a bit unusual to look for a bride through an interview, and that the nobles would not remain silent about it. Afterwards, the young man's blue eyes shone with excitement, and he wondered if the gentleman was sure it was necessary to send invitations. Looking at the image of the beautiful lady, the man replied that everything was exactly like that, and that they should really start working on it. Hardly reading the information about the biographies of the noble ladies, the Duke added that even this crazy emperor should be pleased. A little later, the carriage was moving in the right direction through the leafy forest, and its large wheels resonated very loudly over the stones and gravel. The young pink-haired woman couldn't understand why she was sitting in a carriage and heading to an engagement party because her whole body was already numb from the long trip. She grabbed the skirt of her fluffy dress with her slender fingers and murmured that such a vile bastard could become her fiancé, without paying attention to the maid. Before all this, she was ready to start her new career after years of unemployment. But it couldn't be due to the disaster. When the girl opened her eyes, in front of her was Aurora, a character from the book, very similar to her, but with bright pink hair. It seemed that her supposed parents were worried about her and were happy that she had woken up, which meant that at least they were a little kind. Then her mother begged her to marry the Duke, stating that even though they called him scum, she was sure that all those were just unfounded rumors. Jeffrey Edick was the protagonist of the last novel the girl read in her life, and was considered a notorious bastard. Closing her eyes and sighing, the lady thought that she hadn't yet had time to get used to moving into that body and place, but she was already preparing to get married. She was distracted from her thoughts and opened her eyes, lifting her head only when the blue-haired maid called her. The maid suddenly declared that her mistress's sighs were distracting her and asked her to stop, to which she, with irritation and surprise, responded with consent. Her name was Angela, and she was the mistress's personal maid. She did sewing and knitting, but she was still very strange. There were some not-so-good rumors circulating around the estate that said the girl was simply a terrible maid, and that she was also distinguished by her rude and gloomy disposition. In short, all the other maids unanimously insisted that something was wrong with Angela, and now she was looking out the carriage window with surprise. She informed the young lady that they had already arrived and hurried to get up from her seat to see if it was true, asking if they were really close. Aurora grabbed the window frame with her fingers, kept her hat in place, and contemplated with admiration the views of the duchy that opened before her. The girl said that this garden was simply stunning, and added that she felt like she was traveling through the Europe of her dreams. Shortly after, the carriage stopped and the man greeted the young lady, telling her that the Baron's daughter, Aurora Audrey, had finally arrived at the palace. Soon he was escorting them along the covered hallway. The lady followed them, and the maid behind carrying the suitcase. Angela said she thought it would be cold in the north, but it wasn't so bad, and Aurora expressed her joy at not having to acclimatize. She added that, furthermore, from a geographical point of view, the area was more central, since the country was divided in two due to the war. As she walked forward, the pink-haired girl thought about the fact that the Duke hadn't even come out to greet his bride, and that didn't bode well for the future. The girl looked at her feet and followed her escort, thinking that that scoundrel had been looking down on her family from the beginning. Aurora raised her head and opened her eyes in surprise when someone ran past her, screaming and sobbing, brushing against her shoulder. The lady was followed by a servant who tried to call her, but the stranger yelled that she hadn't come there of her own free will, and ordered him to go to hell. The brunette was drowning in tears and running stubbornly forward, clutching the hem of her dress, while the maid tried to call her to calm down. The protagonist nervously followed the not very pleasant sight with her gaze, and then turned to see if something followed. The escort seemed completely indifferent to the fact that a sobbing girl had just run past them, and Aurora had called him. The man stopped and turned around, waiting confusedly for the girl's words, and the young lady stopped and asked who that woman was. The broad-shouldered man seemed not to really understand why the newcomers were so interested in the event that had occurred, since it was not unusual. The girl frowned when she heard from him that that stranger was one of the Duke's bride candidates. Like Miss Audrey, as if she had forgotten the purpose of her visit, Aurora raised her index finger to herself and asked if she had been named a bride candidate. The escort noted with surprise that that was the case, since the young lady had come to the palace specifically for an interview, and she replied that it was the first time she heard that. Unfolding in front of the girl, a parchment in which the names of the ladies appeared, the man explained that Miss Audrey was candidate number 12. He led the Baron's daughter and her personal maid to the waiting room, a pleasant room with high ceilings and light wood furniture. Covering her face with her hands, Aurora noted that only a madman would conduct such an interview, and they didn't tell her that she wasn't the Duke's fiancée yet. Angela, who was very absorbed in the snacks on the table, asked if the young lady was really that surprised. Seeing her hesitation and nervousness, the maid said that at least she should prepare, and Audrey asked what exactly. After piercing another cake with her fork, the blue-haired girl explained that she was going to an interview, receiving as an answer a question about whether she was serious. Aurora looked at her confusedly and immediately asked her if she really wanted her mistress to go through that interview. The maid replied that this was an ideal opportunity to rise in status while looking at the dishes, and the young lady called the future husband trash. Without shame or remorse, Angela pointed with her fork at her mistress, asking her if they were really birds of the same feather. Looking at her and raising an eyebrow, Audrey asked the maid if she had realized how rude what she had just said was, and she replied that she had good intentions. Looking at her maid, the pink-haired girl noted without much enthusiasm, and with open disgust that she liked to talk. Aurora snorted and said that at least she should try for the sake of her mother, and her interlocutor pointed out that she would be shocked by her imminent return, reminding her mother that they had to skip several meals in order to buy that dress for the visit. The girl sighed deeply. She had had many interviews in her past life, but she had never had a meeting to audition for a bride. And that was strange. Rubbing her cheek with her finger, she thought about the fact that she didn't remember this book having a high rating, which meant that, logically, everything should be fine. A young man entered the room and invited Miss Aurora, and Angela jumped from her seat, throwing the fork as if she hadn't eaten. The green-haired young man placed his hand over his chest, thanked the lady for waiting, and introduced himself as the Duke's aide-de-camp, Wendell Hamilton. Audrey stood up and pressed her pink hat against her chest, while he said he would show the lady his lordship's study, and asked her to follow him. After walking a short distance down the hallway, the young man stopped in front of the tall doors. He opened one of them and asked the girl to enter. Gathering her strength, Aurora grabbed her little thing between her slender fingers, took a deep breath, and walked forward, clicking with the heels of her elegant shoes. The blonde Duke was standing by the window and didn't even think about turning around until Wendell informed the gentleman that the Baron's daughter, Audrey, had arrived. The man asked in a low voice if she was Miss Aurora, and the girl pressed her palm against her chest, saying she was very happy to meet him. Turning around, the famous hero looked at her, keeping his hands clasped behind him, and introduced himself as Geoffrey Etika. Staring at him and even blushing a little from her first encounter with this character, the girl heard the news that she was welcome at the castle. Covering her face with her hand so as not to show all her emotions at once, the pink-haired girl thought that this engagement wasn't such a bad idea. Settling into his chair, the Duke called the girl to sit in front of him, and Aurora, obediently, took a seat at the long table. Geoffrey waited until the young lady felt comfortable, and then announced that he had read her letter. And Audrey repeated with surprise what she had read. The blonde man clarified that he was talking about a message that the girl's parents had recently sent him. And she intervened, saying she remembered it. Actually, the Baroness had no idea of the meaning of this letter, but she assured that she knew it, and expressed her joy that the Duke had received it. Etika slowly drank his tea, without taking his evaluating gaze off his guest, and did not seem friendly or pleasant at all with her. Aurora mentally insulted the man when he said he would be honest, and then added that he had considered rejecting her immediately after reading it. The Duke suddenly added that he changed his mind about doing so when he heard the girl scolding him in the hallway, and she froze in fear, asking him if he had heard everything. The blonde man explained calmly that, due to the proximity of enemies from the outside, he had special recording devices installed throughout the castle. Not quite understanding why they hadn't punished her for her insults yet, Audrey asked nervously how that had made him change his mind and change his decision. She thought with fear that, in addition to everything else, the Duke might turn out to be a pervert who actually enjoyed humiliation. And she cleared her throat, as if answering all the questions the Baroness had been asking herself mentally. Geoffrey nodded several times and replied that everything was true. However, the man decided to explain his rather illogical behavior and said he was looking for a wife with character. The pink-haired girl raised an eyebrow, looking at her interlocutor's face, and thinking that he was not a pervert, but simply an idiot. The aide jumped behind the gentleman and said that with such a statement, the lady might misunderstand these words. But the Duke realized it was true. Wendell explained that his lordship wasn't looking for an older bride, but simply one who was brave and intelligent, and the girl asked when a relationship meant something like that. Interrupting their conversation after a moment, Geoffrey said that was enough, and then asked Lady Aurora to allow him to make a request. Etika looked at the girl in front of him, and when he waited for her to become fully involved in the conversation, he asked her if she could hit him right at that moment. Aurora asked him again what he wanted and thought the man was a pervert after all, and put the cup on the table saying she hadn't signed up for that. She got up from her seat and declared it was better to leave, after having taken a few steps towards the exit. But the Duke's assistant asked her for permission to explain everything to her. When the pink-haired girl asked how such a request could be explained, the young man said the gentleman simply wanted to know if she could do it. Audrey still didn't understand what that meant and asked why he should ask that of his potential future wife. Hearing someone else's breathing in her ear, Aurora pulled away from the man and hesitantly asked him what was happening. Geoffrey rubbed his chin with his hand and said thoughtfully that she never looked away when they talked, and that she wasn't even afraid of him. The man apologized for any offense his words might have caused the lady, and said that, if she didn't mind, he wanted the opportunity to clarify the situation. Realizing she didn't have many options to choose from, the girl grabbed her hat again and nodded in agreement, declaring that she was listening. When the Duke said that his ideals in a wife were unusual, the pink-haired woman asked him if he needed someone who wouldn't shy away from the looks of others. She nervously asked him to explain what that meant, after having heard from Geoffrey that his future wife shouldn't shy away from his gaze. Etika said that there have been rumors about his character for a long time. He may seem cold, and the nobles see him as a ticking time bomb. Even the emperor was eager to curb him, and everyone around him was chasing him and demanding he get engaged as soon as possible, but he had a slightly different way of thinking. The Duke added calmly and measuredly that anyway, he wasn't going to tolerate more bullying, and that he had worked out a plan. The man asked about the contract, and then explained that there would be no marriage and that he planned to release the girl in 2 years. Aurora immediately looked at Geoffrey with surprise and asked him a clarifying question about whether he wanted her to become his bride. Rubbing his chin with his fingers, Etika nodded and affirmed that, as he saw, the Baroness understood everything instantly. Despite the letter, the blonde man explained to her that she would have to play the role of his beloved bride, and he would play a piece of trash who had changed for love. The girl covered her mouth with the palms of her hands and tried to repress all the discomfort and the fear upon realizing that he knew what her name was. Laughing openly at this reaction, the Duke asked his future wife not to say she was surprised by the fact that he knew everything. The pink-haired woman asked why the man had asked her to hit him, and he explained to her that he wanted to judge for himself her reaction and her bravery. Recalling a previous candidate for the role of his own wife, Geoffrey said that most people can't even look him in the eye. Sometimes he couldn't even say a word, because some people would run away crying at a single question he asked, and it was a waste of time. Aurora also remembered the look of that stranger, and thought it was true when the blonde man added that they were not fit for such a role. The Duke looked at the girl from head to toe and noted that, to his great surprise, she didn't show any reaction similar to his communication. Responding to him calmly, and with the same attentive and meticulous gaze, the Baroness murmured thoughtfully that he was simply testing her. Audrey frowned and thought that the whole situation wasn't so bad, but she wanted to know what the reward for all this was. She asked what the compensation for those 2 years was, and Wendell, who was waiting for his moment, happily jumped behind the Duke. As he walked around his lordship, the young man waved some papers in front of him and asked for permission to tell Miss Aurora about the reward. The Duke's assistant handed her the documents, papers covered from top to bottom, and then asked her to look at what had been prepared in advance. While she leafed through one document after another, and barely holding them in the palms of her hands, the girl murmured in a low voice about the inheritance of the mines and the transfer of property rights. The aide said quickly that the mines produced diamonds, that the estate was a huge townhouse, and that the real estate was profitable. The Baroness could barely believe her happiness when she heard the young man and his words about how, according to the terms of the agreement, all this would become her property. Looking up, the girl was clearly full of joy and willing to act, and asked where she should sign. She was delighted, but the blonde man said there was one thing she should keep in mind before signing the contract. Aurora chuckled when the Duke said that if she had the slightest hope of love between them, she should give it up right now. As if to convince her of his own irresistibility, the man added that the girl didn't have a chance with him, and asked her if she understood that condition. Smiling at such selfishness on the part of the Duke, the Baroness asked what would happen if he suddenly decided to fall in love with her. Seeing his face become increasingly dissatisfied, the girl thought that he was the one who had started behaving aggressively first. Geoffrey looked at his future wife with a smile, rested his hips on the table, and then said in a bored tone that that would definitely not happen. Squinting her eyes with a malicious expression, Aurora asked if they could then raise the stakes of this agreement to get a higher interest. Suddenly, Etika grabbed her by her slender wrist and pulled her towards him, wondering what he would do if he fell in love with her. Taking the girl's fragile hand, the blonde man suddenly put his tie in it, and declared that, in that case, he would become her faithful puppy. Forcing Audrey to tighten the tie with her fingers right at his neck, the Duke added that he would become a pet that runs at the first call. Silently, but with a smile and interest, observing the man's behavior, Aurora replied calmly that she accepted his proposal. Geoffrey said that if the girl broke the rules first, then he should also receive some benefit, and she thought in silence. The Duke rubbed his chin with his fingers and asked if it would be interesting enough to deprive her of all the compensation promised by the contract, slapping with the palm of his hand the documents that listed the terms of the agreement. Audrey nodded, with no intention of taking a single step back. The pink-haired girl stood between his legs and picked up a fountain pen, tickling the man's nose and saying that she would never fall in love with him anyway. Signing the contract and clarifying all the details took much longer than the girl expected. And then she called Angela. Barely able to stand on her feet from exhaustion, the Baroness announced that she had returned, but she clearly didn't look her best. The maid, who had been chewing on something the whole time, got up and said she thought everything would go faster, but the mistress had been there for more than an hour. When Aurora collapsed on the sofa, and the maid clarified that she was leaving her body, the girl asked her not to worry, saying she would be back soon. The girl's spirit vividly described everything that happened behind the closed doors of the Duke's office. Known for his character, and Angela listened in silence, the maid said, knowingly, that she had heard that it was the quiet people who caused trouble, and the Baroness clicked her tongue, touching her mistress's shoulder. The maid asked with a deep sigh if she was really one of those people who liked to make big mistakes. Aurora made a gesture with her hand and said that man was not her type, so she definitely wouldn't lose that contract that promised her a lot. Angela asked if the lady was really that sure of this, even after seeing his face, and the Baroness even blushed a little. The pink-haired girl thought she had raised the stakes in vain, because he might have a disgusting character, but he was the embodiment of her type, raising her index finger so that her words sounded more confident than they really were. The girl declared that she would succeed. Hugging the maid, she said she would fulfill the contract and receive a reward, and that by then she could definitely find a richer and more handsome husband. Aurora observed her maid's reaction and noted without enthusiasm that she didn't seem to believe those words. And Angela said that she had been found out. Meanwhile, Wendell congratulated the gentleman on completing his search and asked if he liked the girl at least a little. Swirling a glass of red wine in his hand, the blonde man denied it, adding that he had already said there was nothing he liked. The aide commented that it was a good answer and expressed his joy that they had finally found an ideal man for the position. The young man added that half of the candidates were enchanted by his face, while the others were sold by their parents, and the Duke noted that the same thing happened to Aurora. The blonde man murmured that Audrey really didn't seem to know anything about the letter that the girl's parents had sent him. Getting up from his chair, the Duke placed his half-empty glass on the table and declared that it didn't matter. It was simply time to end all this. Jeffrey stepped forward and ordered his aide to find someone to take the latest news to the Imperial Palace and inform everyone. Relaxedly stretching his stiff shoulders as he walked, the man said with a deep sigh that now they would definitely stop bothering him about marriage. 3 days later, the maids in the mistress's chambers were whispering softly to each other about the cleaning progress. Cleaning the dust with special brushes, the pink-haired girl was lying on a spacious and soft bed that was against the wall in the middle of the room, richly decorated, and she was thinking about everything. Now, surrounded by the servants of her supposed fiancé and endless aristocratic luxury, she knew she had hit the jackpot. Compared to this incredible place, the room where she was forced to live before moving was a real dump. Even the ceiling leaked. In the spacious bathroom, decorated no less than the bedroom, the girl relaxed in the hot water and felt alive. The maid looked around in surprise when her mistress sat up abruptly in bed, because she thought that Jeffrey had never shown himself to her since then. Noticing the two maids, who were clearly interested in the new inhabitant of the castle, but they remained silent, the girl called them. Aurora waited until they noticed her and told them that if they had any questions, not to hesitate to ask. When the girls stuttered to clarify the questions they were asking, the pink-haired girl promised that everything would be fine, and that she was often bored. The maids looked at each other tensely, because aristocrats hardly allowed themselves such words, and asked her if she was sure. Having received consent from his lordship's bride, the girls waited with interest for the others' consent, and they smiled, anticipating the conversation. Audrey froze in surprise when she heard if it was true that his lordship had fallen in love with his new wife at first sight. As the rumors passed, the maid said that he had organized this whole selection in order to meet the lady, and after that, they finally promised each other eternal love. Another girl said she heard him acting very affectionately, and her friend commented that that was the only thing everyone was talking about. Aurora froze in undisguised surprise when she heard that such rumors were circulating not only throughout the palace, but throughout the country. She heard this whole story for the first time, but because of the agreement she had made with the Duke, she was forced to maintain the legend of their love. After a while in the spacious castle hallway, the girl met a gray-haired man, Alphonse, the butler of this place. He bowed and greeted Lady Audrey, telling her that she was very welcome there, to which the young lady also wished him a good day. Feeling an unpleasant nervousness, the pink-haired girl awkwardly asked if the butler could inform the Duke of her presence. Alphonse nodded, took a few steps toward the door and knocked, informing his lordship that Madame Aurora had come to see him. They stood there in silence, which no one dared to break for several more endless moments while Jeffrey remained silent. Biting the inside of her cheek with excitement, Audrey couldn't understand why the hell he was acting like that, and waiting, as if he were deliberately putting her in an uncomfortable position. The door suddenly opened forcefully, and Etika, who was buttoning up his gray satin shirt while walking, asked her if she needed anything. The pink-haired girl thought he had scared her so abruptly, and asked in a low voice why they weren't talking in the garden. Having already completely put his things in order, the blonde man nodded and replied to what she asked, and then he extended his wide palm towards the girl. Unable to contain her bright blush, Aurora nodded and lowered her small, fragile hand, allowing the man's fingers to squeeze it like a vice. When they were already walking together in the garden, the girl embraced her supposed fiancé by the elbow and broke the hesitant silence. Hearing her call him his lordship, the blonde man said that before the girl said anything, they should change the way they addressed each other. Etika explained that the bride shouldn't address him so formally, and Audrey agreed, specifying how to call him in that case. Turning around, the Duke first looked closely at the girl, and then said it would be much more logical to call the groom by his name. When the man added that he would also simply call her Aurora, The pink-haired girl nodded with a hesitant smile, saying it sounded good. Now, addressing Jeffrey by his name, she asked if he knew about the rumors that were circulating, and he clarified if the bride was referring to the rumors of an affair. The girl immediately rolled her eyes and murmured that she knew, as if the maids hadn't pulled them out of thin air, but that it was his doing, and the man nodded in agreement. Audrey said he should have warned her, and the blonde man asked her with a smile if he should inform her of every action he took. Etika simply suggested that they imagine this as a play in which he is the director, the author, and at the same time plays the lead role. Aurora, not very happy with these words, asked the man if she was just a secondary character. Contrary to the girl's expectations, Jeffrey seemed to have deliberately decided to confirm the rumors about his character, and said this was not true at all and that she was wrong. The pink-haired girl's mouth opened in insult when she heard that she was just an extra to him, and that her name wasn't even in the program. The Duke reminded them that they would be playing the roles of lovers, which meant that awkward situations with physical contact would be inevitable. But they had already agreed. Taking the girl's hand between his own and bringing it to his lips, he asked her why. In that case, she had to inform him of every step she took. Apparently determined to practice his acting skills, the man suddenly called Aurora darling and pulled her hand closer, leaving a kiss on it. The Baroness frowned slightly and knit her brows, because not even inside could she decide what she really felt for him. She refrained from showing him the full extent of her character, and from ripping his fingers off her palm right at that moment. The girl clarified, if she had understood correctly, that the only thing the Duke needed was a submissive doll who simply played the role of his bride. Unable to cope with the rising emotions and general discontent, Aurora shook her hand abruptly and let go of his, declaring that there was a problem. The Duke froze, clearly trying to hide his surprise, and listened, since a lady with her character clearly wouldn't allow that. Jeffrey noted that Audrey was nothing like the described letter, which was quite interesting, and the girl wondered what they had written there. Deciding they didn't need any more secrecy or omissions, she stated that she hadn't even seen the letter her parents had sent him. The blonde man crossed his arms over his chest, wondering where this girl's courage could take her when she said she was asking for permission to read it. A little later, Aurora was already reading a message that said her daughter radiated beauty and would be obedient to her husband even at night. The pink-haired girl continued reading and noted indignantly that it was all nonsense, and asked him to forget that she had read it. Jeffrey sat at the table and asked the girl if she meant to tell him that she wasn't like that at all, and she crumpled the letter, answering that she wasn't even close to being like that. She called him his lordship, and then corrected the man's name and expressed the hope that he would show her at least a little courtesy. Aurora said that if something worries him, the girl wants a civilized discussion, and the blonde man asked her why. The pink-haired girl looked down and explained that if it was reasonable, she would take it into account, but if not, she would refuse to participate. Setting down on the table the cup from which he had been vigorously drinking tea, the Duke said that, in general, he had no reason to laugh at that request. The man pondered these words for less than a minute, and then declared that he was willing to accept that condition only if she proved her worth. A few days after this conversation, the Etika family carriage stopped near a large establishment that seemed to be in the desert. Dressed in a new dress, Aurora called her maid after getting out of the carriage and, silently but solemnly, she announced that they had finally arrived. Jeffrey tasked her with converting a money-losing restaurant called Human Taste into a profitable one, and which from the outside looked a bit sinister. Luna, who was a member of the guild, claimed that this was the newest restaurant, and Audrey asked if they really couldn't think of a better name. The woman explained that this reflected their desire to introduce other races to human cuisine, and led the lady inside the establishment. Looking around, Aurora thought everything was decorated a bit simply, but the customers didn't seem to care until the waiters started whispering. Luna immediately showed the young men the Etika Guild coat of arms, explaining that the lady to her right was the bride of His Grace the Duke. All the workers who heard this started to rush and complain, and one waiter ordered another to quickly call the hostess. The hostess and human resources manager Oscar, a mature woman with glasses, apologized to the gentleman for being a little late for the meeting. Aurora introduced herself and added that she was very happy to meet her, to which the dark-haired woman replied that she would take my lady to the best seats. Sitting at an ordinary wooden table near the windows, Audrey heard that the restaurant offered more than 2,000 dishes to choose from. The woman asked his lordship to look at the menu, and the girl frowned in surprise when a huge book and thick fell onto the table in front of her. Desperate, thinking they had more than 1,000 sets, the pink-haired girl said she would take the first set, and Luna and Angela ordered the second. While the woman headed to the kitchen, Aurora hummed thoughtfully and said that her first priority would be to reduce the menu. Luna said that the good thing about this restaurant was the variety, and Audrey murmured that quantity was more important than quality. They couldn't continue the conversation because the front door was kicked open, and a man's voice called Miss Oscar, informing them that they had again been given strange plants. The red-headed boy complained about this attitude and shouted that they had to change suppliers, and the waiter tried to explain to him that they had important guests. Aurora frowned a little when she saw that people here called common green onions and ordinary, strange plants and didn't accept them. After a while, they were told that lunch was served, and the table slowly began to fill with appetizers and hot dishes from various cuisines. After cutting a piece under the excited gaze of the waiter, the Duke's bride thought it looked good, and it also smelled quite interesting. The three guests were silent to taste what kind of food they were serving the local diners, and their spoons and forks began to clatter. The pink-haired girl covered her face with her hands, choking and trying not to spit it out, and Angela didn't even try to hide her reaction. As if he still had hope, the young man asked if it was really that bad, and the blue-faced maid asked him if he was serious. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and a loud explosion of the door hitting the wall as a crowd of creatures from another race burst into the restaurant. They all looked the same. Their hard skin was an earthy gray color, their ears stuck out comically, and their fangs were very natural. Turning to Luna, Aurora, with the emotion that was understandable at the first encounter with such creatures. Questions, she asked why the orcs were there. Unable to hide her excitement and apparently embarrassment, Luna hurriedly replied that, in fact, they were the most frequent customers of the establishment. Meanwhile, the big ones headed to their tables and began to tap wood, declaring that they were hungry and were already waiting for everything to be brought to them. Without sparing efforts for the waiters and cooks, the orcs demanded even more food, and they pounded on the tables when they didn't immediately receive the bill or a new dish. Seeing this whole scene and hearing the uproar, the pink-haired girl couldn't understand why the restaurant was in the red zone if it was full of customers. The woman swallowed nervously and nodded when Lady Audrey asked her thoughtfully if she could show her the ledger. Returning a while later, the manager handed the future Duchess an impressive-sized book with a black cover. Doing the calculations mentally, the girl realized that those records and documents didn't add up at all, and it wasn't even clear how they had calculated them. Audrey began to slowly turn the pages of the report notebook, murmuring that the numbers were a complete disaster and that she couldn't understand anything. Oscar apologized to the lady, explaining that they were all inexperienced in that area and hadn't been trained by anyone, so it was difficult for them to deal with everything. Looking at the woman, the Baroness thought she was clearly lying because she was smart and simply couldn't fail to cope with such a relatively easy task. Aurora looked at the guild member, thinking that, judging by Luna's silence and lack of surprise, she was also involved in this lie. Deciding she needed to see everything with her own eyes, the pink-haired girl stood up and asked to be taken to the kitchen, walking confidently ahead of the manager. The woman said it was dangerous and dirty there, and that a lady like that shouldn't go. But the future Duchess said there would be no problem. Upon entering the kitchen, the girl introduced herself to all the employees, saying she had simply decided to visit them, but that they could continue with their business. Walking through the spacious room, the Baroness still didn't understand what was happening, thinking that for now everything was quite hygienic. She looked at the empty shelves and said that that day she had just received a food delivery, asking why there was so little of everything there. One of the waiters mumbled and let out something unintelligible, trying to justify himself, while Aurora said that even with such an influx of customers, that was impossible. Turning to the young man and pointing to the empty boxes, the lady asked where everything had gone. While the boy was left speechless, Oscar approached the lady a little more and became grim, like a real storm cloud, and said as if she thought enough was enough. The woman suddenly declared rudely that even if the young lady continued to finish, she wouldn't find anything, and Audrey looked at her confused but in silence. The manager seemed clearly quite nervous and agitated when the future Duchess asked if they really had something to hide. When she replied that that was not at all the case, the Baroness crossed her arms over her chest and hugged the report book, reflecting on what was happening. She narrowed her eyes, examining everyone present, but it seemed like no one was going to tell her even a fraction of the truth. Oscar stubbornly maintained her silence, even when the guest slowly asked if they would finally tell her where the food was going. Suddenly, there was a noise behind him, and a waiter ran to the back door that led to the street, hurrying to apologize, but clearly it wasn't him who made the noise. Aurora turned and asked if there was anyone outside, and the young man waved his hands, replying that there couldn't be anyone there. The girl intervened and declared that the more they tried to hide it, the worse it would be, and pushed the heavy doors. She froze in surprise when she saw many people in the establishment's courtyard. They were clearly not the richest, just common peasants. Little by little, Audrey gathered all the facts in her head and asked if they were losing profits because they were feeding poor people. And she agreed. The Baroness exhaled loudly and rubbed her face with her hands, mentally cursing Jeffrey, who probably knew everything for a long time and sent her there on purpose. Now looking at the poor and hungry people, now at the restaurant staff who were silent. And ashamed of their actions, she didn't know what to do. Remembering her fiancé's satisfied face, the pink-haired girl thought she would like to see how he was getting involved here, because he wasn't going to listen to her. Although she was surprised that the Duke allowed his people to do such good deeds and pretend ignorance, now she wasn't clear on what to do. Oscar apologized for having kept her in the dark, but asked her to pretend nothing had happened so they could continue helping people. Ignoring these words, the Baroness turned to the guild member and asked if she knew everything. And Luna also apologized to her. The girl explained that before they opened this place in such an area, the orcs attacked people and constantly stole their food. Luna added that they had no other choice, but Aurora asked why they had to do it secretly and cover up the charity. The girl murmured that the Emperor didn't approve of charity projects, and that people in higher positions always turned a blind eye to their suffering. She immediately remembered who she was talking to and corrected it, telling him they didn't want that. But Aurora declared that he was absolutely right. The pink-haired girl exhaled and said that now that everything was clear, they could finally start solving the problem properly. Oscar nodded when the lady asked if these people had been starving on the street since she and her companions arrived. Taking the plate with the serving, the girl walked out the door, while the poor people started whispering that they had never seen her. When a girl approached her, the Baroness sat next to her and asked if it was true that they had come there for lunch. And she agreed. The girl, whose face was a little dirty and whose clothes were old and worn out, smiled to hear that that was her portion. The people looked in surprise at the unknown lady, who asked them all to come too and take their share of food for lunch. Upon returning, the girl took a black apron from a chair and said she didn't know who they took her for, but that she wasn't one to turn away hungry people. Oscar listened in surprise when the Baroness asked them to remember that she had come there with a specific purpose, and she simply wanted cooperation. Silently responding to the workers' questions, Aurora stated that they needed to increase profits, and she tied her apron behind her back. Raising her index finger, the girl said she would repeat it again and added that she had no plans to stop this charitable work. She turned to the red-headed boy and called him, and he took a hesitant step forward, but he approached the lady and responded to her call. Audrey asked them to bring her the vegetables she had brought earlier, explaining that she had complained about them, but that they were common, ordinary green onions. The red-headed boy brought a bowl of fresh green onions and asked if she was serious, since none of them knew what they were for. The girl said that you can mix them with some additional ingredients and then fry them in a pan. Backing up her words with a visual accompaniment, the Baroness added that this makes for incredible seafood pancakes. The boy repeated the lady's words in surprise and asked if that common herb and ordinary herb could really be eaten. As the food preparation in the kitchen was in full swing, the orcs began to look up from their food and smell the new scent, which was even better. Pounding on tables and other furniture, they began to shout and grunt that the smell was very delicious, and they urgently wanted to eat what they had prepared. Holding plates with those same pancakes in his hands, the waiter announced with a smile that this dish would be a completely new item on their menu. Upon handing the plates to the orcs, the young man said they could try a sample before ordering, and the monster asked confusedly, how? Everyone was grateful for the treats brought to them, for although they were not very picky, they knew how to distinguish the flavors of the food brought to them. The monsters shouted in unison that they wanted to order that delicacy, and the room was once again plunged into chaos by the noise they were making. The waiters looked at each other with bright smiles and rushed to the kitchen to inform Milady Aurora and the other cooks about this. The man's taste seemed to shine with new colors, and all its inhabitants already had a premonition that the establishment's profits would increase. After a while, the Duke ordered Wendell to call a tailor to prepare a completely new wardrobe for his fiancée. Explaining his actions, he said thoughtfully that when he first saw the Baron's daughter, he noticed that she had almost nothing with her. The aide suggested that he could call him tomorrow. The blonde man shook his head and said it was necessary to do it now. Geoffrey stopped writing on the papers when he heard that the assistant would be happy to do so, but that the lady would not be able to attend the fitting. Etika, lifting his fountain pen from the paper, took his reading glasses off his face and asked why all this had happened suddenly. The young man reminded him that Miss Audrey was simply not in the palace, as his lordship himself had given her instructions to deal with the low profits at the Guild restaurant. The blonde man said that was a few days ago, suggesting that it might be possible that the girl was hurt and couldn't return. Wendell shook his head and with a calm smile showed his disagreement, stating that, in fact, my lady was feeling quite well. Aurora, meanwhile, was cooking and saying that there were probably other ingredients they didn't know about, and that they should all take them. She taught that, if you tell a supplier that you will take goods from them that they cannot sell, you can get the products at a discount or for free. Oscar added that green onions grow wild in the nearby plain, nobody cares about them, and the land belongs to the Duke. The pink-haired girl nodded and suggested sending people there to pick onions, and thus they would turn that land into a real field. The woman agreed, and a waitress ran into the kitchen, saying that there were more and more orders, and that they needed workers to serve the customers. Leaving the saucepan on the table, Aurora turned around and announced that she would go to the dining room, since the cooks had already been trained in her interesting new recipes. The girl hurried into the dining room and took a couple of steps toward one of the orcs, apologizing for the wait and asking him what he would like to order. Smiling at how cute the girl who approached him was, the monster seemed a little foolish when asking what about the human lady. The pink-haired girl smiled nervously and said there was no human lady on the menu. Then she asked him to choose something else while the waiter admired her. He only managed to say with a smile that the new manager was terribly good, when suddenly he saw a familiar, stern, and grim face in front of him. The man stepped back and greeted his lordship, who looked around the room. He frowned and asked what was going on there. He explained that it was all thanks to their new manager, who had come up with a new dish that had already become a real hit at the restaurant. Geoffrey, who clearly didn't like the male admiration toward his lady, interrupted the waiter mid-sentence and declared that that was enough. The man asked clearly, with severity and disgust, why his fiancée was working with them in that ridiculous place and taking orders from an orc, without looking away from the representative of another race, who seemed enchanted by the young woman. The Duke ordered him to answer. The waiter awkwardly drummed his fingers and explained that they were short-staffed, and that Milady had offered to help in the dining room. Meanwhile, Aurora was trying to get rid of the idiot, declaring that she didn't like orc men, and therefore asked him to stop. Hearing a familiar voice, the pink-haired girl added that, besides, she had a fiancé. And then she turned around, and her assumption was easily confirmed. She looked at the disgusted face of her fake fiancé, and then murmured that, when one remembers the devil, he appears. Afterwards, the girl said that at that rate, they would reach the break-even point, and that, to prevent the orcs from getting tired of that food, they would launch a new menu every month. The Baroness said that they had received good reviews for the tasty pancakes, and that everyone also loved the noodle soup and the pork. Geoffrey said that she shouldn't have delved so deeply because, as his fiancée, she shouldn't take things so seriously. Putting down her cup, Aurora said that she was making efforts to make a profit, just as he had requested, and asked if there was any problem with that. The blonde man hid his smile behind his cup, watching the girl's tirade when she said that if he wasn't happy with something, he could say so. Audrey remained silent, listening to him say that the results surprised him, and even made him wonder who he had chosen for himself, a fiancé or an employee. When the pink-haired girl asked him if that was a compliment, Etika replied that, partly, it probably was, but that was not what he wanted from her at all. The cafe workers listened, in silence to the Duke's words about how he wanted, and hoped that his fiancée would be a little less proactive in her actions. Cursing in silence, Aurora asked if she had passed this test, asking if that gave her the right to express her opinion. Jeffrey agreed and shook his head several times, saying that that was exactly the case, but that the girl had most likely just been lucky. Rising from his seat and pushing his chair back, the blonde man said that if she was done there, then they could go to the palace together. When the girl asked if they would go together, the man asked her why not, since after all, they were engaged and had the right to do so. Aurora, following her fiancé with a disgusted expression, hissed that she had simply asked, and the Duke shrugged his shoulders, indifferently pointing out that he had simply answered. Luna and Oscar said in unison that Lady Aurora had taken excellent care of the place, and bright smiles bloomed on their faces because it was true. Not understanding why they were radiating such happiness, the girl mentally asked them not to spread rumors. But out loud, she only said she was going home. Luna gave a thumbs up and wished the lady to have fun with his lordship, while the waitresses said how romantic it all was. Smiling nervously, the girl said she would definitely return tomorrow. But Jeffrey suddenly, calmly and categorically, declared that she would not return. The pink-haired girl asked him why he said that, and the Duke explained to her that it was enough to prove her skills. When Audrey said that there were still things to be done, Luna said that they would send reports, and that it was not necessary for her to come. The women advised the lady to simply come visit them whenever she wanted, and assured her that everything was fine. Smiling, Aurora said that in that case they would see each other next time, and Oscar asked the lady to take better care of herself. Already on the street, near the Duke's vehicle, the girl shook her head and asked where the carriage she had arrived in was. Extending his hand toward his fiancé, the blonde man explained in a measured tone that he had sent it back along with the girl's maid. The Baroness remembered that she hadn't seen Angela for a long time and wondered if she had simply left without saying anything to her. A little distracted by this, the pink-haired girl gently lowered her slender fingers toward the hand of the man who wanted to help her into the carriage. Already on the way, she said that she didn't expect charity from him, and Jeffrey asked her if she had really heard a compliment. When Aurora added that she was impressed by how much he cared about people, the Duke stated that none of this happened because of the goodness of his heart. The blonde man explained that if racial hatred increased, a new war would begin, so he was simply managing the potential threat. Etika said that he really didn't care about the restaurant's losses, and the girl asked him why he had come today. The man said he was curious about her and added that he thought she would be useless, but that she didn't give up so easily. Angry, Aurora asked if she could hit him once, and the blonde man said the interview offer was still open. Jeffrey rubbed his fingers under his chin and then smiled, looking at his fiancé and asking why they didn't try it. Unable to contain her bright blush, the girl looked at him with irritation and thought that that smile was deadly. And damn him! She immediately cleared her throat and turned away, crossing her arms over her chest, and then stated that it was simply a rhetorical question that didn't require an answer. Looking at her supposed fiancé, who had turned away and was looking out the window, the girl wondered if all this could really excite him. Jeffrey said he needed to tell the girl something, and she looked at him with interest and asked him what exactly she needed to know. The blonde man said he would leave the castle for a short time, and that during his absence, she didn't need to leave the property, but just stay there. When he added that they could talk about it upon his return, Aurora frowned and asked him if he was holding her hostage. Etika waved his hand indifferently and stated that if it were much more convenient for her to consider her pastime that way, then he would agree. The girl, who didn't want to be easily placated, asked with interest if his affairs were related to the recent rise in racial tensions. After nodding several times, the blonde man stated that all these matters concerned the guild, and that he would leave it all for later. Looking at the girl's worried face, the Duke met her gaze and told her that she didn't need to worry, because he wouldn't be gone for long. 3 weeks later, Aurora was ready to climb the walls out of boredom, listening without initiative to the orc's delight for the pancakes with sweet filling. Angela added that they had been lining up since early in the morning, chanting the name of the pancakes, and the future Duchess turned around. Thinking about how much the orcs loved sweets, the pink-haired girl wondered if she should come up with more desserts with honeycomb, or something else. Her personal maid couldn't stop chewing cookies, and between her endless bites said she had heard something on the way here. Aurora slammed the thick stacks of restaurant reports onto the table, and winced upon hearing that the Duke had returned a while ago. The girl flew out of the room so fast that the paper flew after her. She said what she should have said earlier, and Angela waved at her. Audrey thought angrily that she had spent all that time locked up out of ignorance, and the Duke was forced to say that he returned immediately after his arrival. While running quickly down the hallway, Wendell appeared in front of her, carrying some papers in his hands, and greeting her with a smile. The young man said he was about to visit the girl and asked her where she was going, and the Baroness grunted that she was going to see her boss. Startling his lordship's aide, the pink-haired girl pounded on the heavy wooden door with both fists, yelling for the Duke. Having blocked his superior's rooms, the young man turned desperately toward Lady Aurora and, stuttering, he told her that she shouldn't do that. The blonde man was sitting in the dim light, covering his face with his hands, and listening to a conversation behind the door about how he was in his room. But now was not the best time. With her arms crossed over her chest, Aurora asked why he couldn't let her in to see her fiancé, and asked him if they were hiding something. Jeffrey threw the door open and found himself right in front of the fragile girl, declaring loudly and irritably that he had asked not to be disturbed. Audrey got a little scared seeing him in front of her in that state, and her eyes, like a star map, widened. Already surprised, the pink-haired girl saw her fiancé in front of her, whose eyes suddenly changed their usual color to a bright red. As soon as he blinked, the color changed back to a dull gray, and Aurora looked at him in surprise when she heard him ask what happened. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and said that she had come to remind him of his promise to listen to her as soon as he returned from his trip. Behind the gentleman stood an aide, who watched enthusiastically how such bold behavior from the lady would turn out. Once in the office, Audrey asked him if he felt unwell, but the man rubbed his face with his hand and said that she shouldn't bother him. Pushing his glasses up his nose, he said that the girl had chosen the worst possible day to visit him, but that he would still keep his promise. Once again, unable to hide the bright blush on her cheeks, Aurora cursed in silence and thought that the glasses suited him terribly well. The blonde man turned and addressed Wendell in a tired tone, asking him not to stand there like a pillar, and the boy seemed to wake up from his trance. The aide reached the future Duchess in a few steps and handed her a large folder, which caused her to ask in surprise what it was. The boy explained that starting next week, the lady would receive lessons in culture and etiquette to prepare her for life in high society. Pointing to one of the points, Aurora asked why the engagement party was being held so soon, asking if 1 month was enough. When the blonde man agreed, the girl looked up and asked if, in that case, it would really just be a small gathering. Straightening his broad shoulders, Jeffrey immediately opposed his fiancée and declared with a smile that this event would be extravagant beyond belief. While turning page after page, he said that all the details seemed great, and the man noted that it was a rather slow reaction. Aurora looked up and blew to move a lock of hair from her forehead, wondering what exactly he expected of her after this news. Etika said he had heard that most women dreamed of a luxurious engagement, but now he assumed that she was not one of them. Looking at the man, the Baroness said with a smile that this is what happens when one marries for money, and not for love, and the Duke thought about it. Audrey said she didn't care, but the more colorful they made it, the better, and noted that she couldn't act as if she were in love. She suggested he could translate all his love into monetary equivalents and gifts, which would please everyone around him. Pointing a finger at him, the girl declared that this would be a much more effective performance, and the blonde man agreed with her. Aurora asked if this party would be her debut in high society, and the Duke agreed. Then he helped her turn the page and point to some place. The pink-haired girl's mouth opened when she heard that, since the rumors about them had spread quite a bit. He needed to complete this page. The aide explained to the lady that they had invented a story about the Duke's crazy love during a business trip to the East. According to the script, Etika couldn't get that girl out of his head, and that was why he organized that same interview to bring them back together. Then, according to the plot, there was a fateful reunion with the woman of his dreams, which would clearly be considered very romantic among the aristocrats. Rubbing his nose with his fingers, the young man commented that whoever had had that idea was a genius, and the girl asked with little enthusiasm if they would really believe it. She listened with a grim and incredulous face, saying that this was very plausible, and that some would even add their own details to this story. Stopping reading the heartbreaking love story, Aurora looked up and asked if Jeffrey had confidence, and he asked her exactly about what. The girl was referring to the love game, and the blonde man asked if money could buy happiness, why it couldn't buy love. The man asked her if she was convinced of that, and Audrey murmured that, to be honest, she still couldn't understand it. Changing a bad guy like the Duke, just for love seemed like a common popular cliché in books and movies. Aurora immediately remembered buying that same book in her past life, talking with a young man about whether the genre was important. She no longer remembered if there was any romance in that book, and so she asked if those were all the things the Duke wanted to discuss with her. Shaking his head thoughtfully, the blonde man stated that, in fact, there was one more part of this conversation that didn't need to be postponed. Audrey listened in silence, while the man knew that his fiancée was still working at the restaurant that belonged to the Etika Guild. When the Duke stated that the reports were a good thing, but that it wasn't necessary to go there, the girl asked in surprise why exactly. After carefully examining the girl, Jeffrey calmly said that that was not the place where she should be, and that it was in fact dangerous. He added that the situation on the border was somewhat unstable, and that although everything had been fine lately, the restaurant was not in a safe place. The man said he didn't want to seem like a careless fiancé, and that his fiancée could go somewhere else, but that he would assign her a security guard. Mustering all the patience she had, the pink-haired girl listened to him carefully and accepted without seeing anything special in it. Etika took off his glasses and dropped them on the table, declaring that that was all, and that she could now quietly return to her room. Without turning back to look at his interlocutors, the Duke looked toward his table and murmured that he was simply very tired, and that she had had enough arguments for today. A little later, Angela noticed that the girl was not enthusiastic about the lessons, and replied that she wasn't sure she could handle such a schedule. She rose from her seat and looked at her personal maid, moving away from her unimpressive schedule. Aurora murmured that she really didn't want to be punished, and the blue-eyed maid clarified what she meant by punishment. The pink-haired girl said that when she had classes, if she so much as clinked a cup, the etiquette teacher would pinch her. The maid asked if that wasn't how she was punished, and Audrey confirmed that it was every time she made a mistake. Smiling nervously, the girl asked if not everyone there studied like that, and her maid shook her head. Suddenly, Angela asked if the lady's words about the memory loss were true, and she replied affirmatively, looking at her. The future Duchess was paralyzed, and was even a little scared when she heard her ask if she was sure that it hadn't happened because of the family. The dark-haired woman said it was very strange to send her daughter, who wasn't in her right mind, to marry a duke instead of to a hospice after the memory loss. When Angela added that she felt she was being mistreated and that that was suspicious, Aurora tried to laugh and added that it was fine. The maid sighed and walked away. She clearly seemed dissatisfied and even thoughtful, although she was usually only worried about food. The girl murmured that it was the first time she had heard of a punishment during classes, and crossed her arms over her chest, murmuring that she should have been there. The pink-haired woman asked her what she should do, and Angela said she would leave the matter to her lady's imagination. The Baroness thought she wasn't sure if she could speak of harsh treatment, but there was definitely favoritism toward her daughters. She started talking about her sister, but then fell silent and buried her face in her elbow, trying to remember if her name was Julia, or if she had remembered it wrong. Such knowledge of her new relative was explained by the lack of communication between them. Aurora hadn't even seen her face. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and then the Duke's aide apologized to Madame Aurora, and the girls turned to look at him. She sighed and asked if Wendell wanted something, and he replied that her teacher, Countess Rosamond, had already arrived at his lordship's castle. The young man said he thought it would be good to meet her beforehand, and the girl began to get out of bed, thanking him. The Countess, a woman with an imposing posture and dark hair pulled back in a strict hairstyle, was already waiting in one of the rooms of the palace. Upon entering, the girl apologized for the intrusion and introduced herself with her full name, asking if the woman was a teacher. She quickly turned around and looked at her new student, but the frowning expression on her wrinkled face didn't seem friendly. A little later, the pink-haired girl fell onto the bed and hit it frantically with her fists, declaring that she was screwed, and Angela disciplined her. Her entire day was scheduled. The dance class lasted 3 hours, and at noon the culture class began, which also lasted 3 hours. That night, during an equally long history class, the teacher explained the history of tea leaves to her, and she only thought about how much she wanted to sleep. Upon hearing another chewing sound coming from her maid, the Baroness got out of bed and murmured that she could use something to eat. She felt as if she were in a women's training camp and gratefully accepted the sweets from her maid. Angela asked if these teachers were punishing her, and Aurora replied that they were very kind and were impressed with her quick adaptation. Both the history teacher and the lady who taught dance expressed their admiration for the success of the Duke's fiancé. The girl even enjoyed the constant praise, but when they asked her to increase the pace, she realized that she had dug her own grave. The maid shrugged and said that, just like in her work at the restaurant, the lady was sometimes surprisingly skilled at her various tasks. A little puzzled by the way she said the words, Aurora asked if it was a compliment, and the blue-haired girl replied that of course it was. When the maid reminded her of the next culture lesson, the pink-haired girl got up from the bed, and feeling the weight of her head, she murmured that she didn't want to. Angela asked why exactly, if something was wrong, and the future Duchess murmured incoherently that everything wasn't as she would have liked. There seemed to be something strange about Countess Rosamond, although at first she even seemed a little sweet, and quite reserved with the girl. The woman radiated nobility, poise, and elegance as she introduced herself as Chelsea Rosamond, delighted to meet Aurora. Then the girl put her hand to her chest and bowed to her, expressing respect, and declaring that she too was happy about this meeting between them. When Audrey said that it was an honor for her to be a student, the woman suddenly asked if it was about painting, and the Baroness didn't immediately understand what was being talked about. The girl hesitated and murmured that her hair color was natural, when the teacher said that such an appearance didn't look natural. Countess Rosamond asked dryly, in disbelief, if she was hearing the truth, and slammed her red lace fan shut, looking at the new student. Then Aurora received several quite personal questions that she didn't want to answer, and couldn't due to her position. For 2 days, the woman had been tirelessly criticizing the student in every aspect. And today, she declared that her way of speaking was simply terrible. She asked rudely why she constantly had to tell the girl to stop slouching. And if it was that difficult, the future Duchess would have gladly abandoned her lessons, complaining of a lack of professionalism, although she could hardly do so. Wendell spoke so much and so colorfully about her service, record that it became clear that recruiting such a lady was not easy, and that she had to be tolerated. Sitting on the beige sofa, the pink-haired woman grimaced, thinking about why the incredibly illogical woman was going to scold her this time. The dark-haired woman entered the office and asked if the girl wouldn't even greet the guest, complaining that she was disappointing her more and more. Aurora immediately jumped from her seat, apologized to the Countess, and stuttering, murmured that she didn't know that the woman had already entered. Rosamond, surprisingly, didn't launch into a long tirade, sighing that it was a waste of time, and ordering her to sit down. The future Duchess tried to contain all her furious irritation and just sighed, thinking that at least the woman hadn't launched into a long monologue. The doors opened suddenly, and a serious-looking Angela appeared in the doorway, carrying a tray with a teapot, cups, and snacks. The Countess sat down and murmured that today they would study etiquette, and that the setting for the lesson would be her first tea party. Looking at the maid placing the cups on the table, Aurora thought she wouldn't be able to concentrate with her presence, but she accepted, looking back at the maid, who had already finished her work but was still standing. The Countess asked her why she was still there. Nodding politely, Angela said that his lordship had asked her to stay in case Lady Rosamond didn't like the food. Looking at her calm expression, the pink-haired girl thought she doubted that Etika had given her such an order, and that she had something in mind. The woman turned around and suggested that they begin, adding that they would first practice how to deal with unpleasant questions and uncomfortable ones. Uncomfortable ones. Getting straight to the point, the Countess said, in a mocking tone, that she could see that the notorious Duke was not indifferent to his fiancée. Rosamond said that after all, he had gone through a lot to bring his fiancée here, despite her low status, and asked if that was true. Thinking that that could hardly be considered an uncomfortable question, the pink-haired girl smiled, and said that it was indeed true. The woman warned her with a smile that she should be on guard, because the more love burns, the faster and more tragically it fades. Angela remained silent, and the dark-haired woman chuckled when the young Baroness asked if they were implying that the engagement could be broken. The dark-haired woman said there was no need to worry so much about a simple question, and that it was nothing compared to what would happen in the future. When she added that the Baron's daughter didn't seem to have been in high society, Aurora replied that she had lost her memory due to an accident. Laughing after these words, the Countess declared that it was very convenient to justify herself with amnesia, since it allowed her to evade any responsibility. The girl lowered her head and looked at her without smiling, reacting to the question of whether the Duke knew about this with an ordinary silence. When she confessed to her that they hadn't discussed it, Rosamond declared that it was very wrong to keep secrets from her fiancé. At the same time, the very same Duke was reviewing papers in his office, asking if the full report had been delivered to him. Wendell nervously checked the papers and said that everything should really be there. And the blonde man said he was waiting for news about the fiancé. The man adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose and looked at his assistant, asking how the lessons assigned to Aurora were going. The young man, who hadn't thought that his grace could be interested in such a thing, hastily nodded and assured him that in fact everything was very good. He added with a smile that the lady was considered a genius and that the teachers were very impressed with her. And the Duke murmured that this was not at all surprising. Geoffrey looked up with an expression of disgust in his dull gray eyes when he heard that his fiancée was not admired by all the teachers. Wendell said that Lady Rosamond, in charge of culture, had nothing positive to say about her student. Etika reclined in his chair, asked again if that was true, and then suggested that he should find out everything through the woman. At the precise moment he rose from his seat, a servant immediately informed his lordship that the Countess wished to visit the Duke, and he ordered them to call her. When the woman entered the office with a bow, the Duke appeared before her with a thoughtful look, and said that now they had met in person. The dark-haired woman greeted his grace, expressing her gratitude for deciding to accept such an unexpected visit. Expected, Etika interrupted, saying he didn't have much time, and therefore it would be better to decide everything quickly. Looking at the Countess and asking her what she wanted, Rosamond said with a sigh that it pained her to speak of it, but that she had come to tell the full truth about Lady Aurora to her fiancé. Without a bright smile, the blonde man said he doubted he could be surprised by any fact about his beloved. Trying to overcome her trembling, the woman mentally convinced herself that she shouldn't be afraid, because the Duke himself would be in her debt. Clutching her hand against her chest, the woman declared confidently that this girl, his lordship's fiancée, did not come from a noble family at all. Through her channels, the woman learned that the Duke's fiancée was not a high society aristocrat, but the daughter of a baron. The Countess, who preferred to take the bull by the horns immediately, concluded that that information would clearly play in her favor in her dealings with the Duke. At first, the woman was happy to accept that position, but she couldn't imagine that her student would be the daughter of that cursed Camilla. They had been rivals since their youth, and the Countess knew that her affairs were going poorly, but she had no idea that she would send her daughter to the Duke. Clutching the paper in her hands, the dark-haired woman murmured aloud what it was that Geoffrey could have liked about this lady, and she had to see for herself. That was why she accepted the role of etiquette and palace culture teacher. But what was written on the paper didn't match reality. Looking at the girl, who evidently had never been in high society, the Countess was convinced that Audrey couldn't have a daughter like that girl. Rosamond said that the daughter of this baron was actually just a commoner, because her family only had one heir named Julia. Believing in the success of her next words, the dark-haired woman added that they had simply decided to make the great Duke Edik a laughingstock. The two young men listened in silence, as she said that she felt she didn't have the right to hide such information. And that was why she had come. Closing his dull gray eyes hidden behind his glasses, the blonde man murmured that it would be even better that way. But he didn't seem surprised. When he asked her if the Countess had forgotten her origins, the woman was paralyzed, and in a low voice, she asked him what he was talking about. Geoffrey reminded her that he had risen in the hierarchy through battle, and that thanks to it, he had become a duke. Although he had started as a commoner, crossing his arms over his chest, the man shrugged and then added that if the Countess had already forgotten about it, then it wasn't that important to her. The dark-haired woman stuttered and replied that, of course, she remembered everything, but she insisted that the girl had tried to lie to him about her origin. The Duke asked wearily if she was deaf, and then added that he wasn't interested in the fiancé's origin, and that he didn't want to repeat it. He added that, among other things, he wasn't marrying for the political situation. His engagement was born of love, and asked if that was clear. Rosamond, desperate, thought that she couldn't allow everything to end that way, and she again tried to stubbornly object. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, and the woman turned around when his lordship was informed that the maid, Angela, wished to see the Duke. When the man ordered them to let the girl in, the Countess turned around, and thought that it was the height of bad manners to receive a servant during a guest's visit. She saw the now familiar blue-haired maid, who no longer seemed as polite as she had been during tea. Suddenly, gesturing toward the teacher, Angela asked for the woman to be thrown out, and she, stuttering, asked what she had just said. The blonde man said indifferently that he didn't know what Countess Rosamund expected, and added that it seemed they didn't need her there anymore. Holding the book on how to mock people with a smile, Aurora thought about what the Countess would get when she learned everything for the next lesson, immediately pressing her palm against her lips and reading the text with more attention. The girl wondered if she would be able to apply what was written in practice. The book taught how to code a negative message into seemingly innocent comments that are commonly exchanged in high society. Pressing her nose with the palm of her hand, the future Duchess murmured wearily, wondering if she would really have to distort her words so much. She rested her head on the sofa and declared that beating around the bush was very useless. And the blonde man loomed over her, asking her what was wrong. The pink-haired girl's eyes widened in surprise when she heard a man's voice and saw her long-suffering boyfriend standing in front of her. Rising from her seat, Aurora looked at Geoffrey and asked him why he had come, and the Duke asked her if there had to be a reason for his visit. Scratching her cheek with her finger, the girl shook her head and said no, that she was just thinking about it. Etika nodded, making it clear that he understood her excuses and words. Then he said calmly that he had come to discuss something. He smiled at her expression and asked if she objected to the dismissal of the culture teacher. And etiquette, the pink-haired woman asked a little nervously if something had happened, and the man replied that they had received an anonymous tip about the Countess. Geoffrey added that she seemed too stupid and used rude language, and the Baroness asked if Angela had been a witness. The Duke listened in silence, but with interest, while his fiancée said in a low voice that she wanted to say that she didn't need to try to maintain her anonymity. In fact, Aurora was very moved by this act, because although Angela might seem a little cold, she had a good heart. The man said he was surprised at how patient his fiancée was, even when it was completely unnecessary. Audrey nodded in surprise when Geoffrey said that if something like that happened again, she didn't have to hold back and put up with it. The blonde man said that the girl he fell in love with was not a submissive fool, and asked where that fire had gone. Looking with great attention and even intensity at his future Duchess, the man declared gently, but confidently, that he had chosen her. Leaning over the back of the sofa, he said that her reputation would soon merge with that of the Etika family, and that must be remembered. That night, Aurora told her maid that she was grateful for such a gesture, although she couldn't believe it, and Angela declared that it was fair. Raising her index finger, the pink-haired girl declared that in the future, she didn't want the girl to take such risks for her. When the lady advised her not to do such things anymore, the dark-haired woman let out a long groan and advised her to sleep well for the night. Left alone after her question was ignored, the Baroness lay down in the large bed and soft and covered herself with a blanket. Geoffrey's words about how her reputation would soon become the reputation of the Etika family, and that she had to remember it, echoed in her head over and over again. The girl slapped her palms on the bed, closed her eyes, and ordered herself not to be charmed by that pretty-faced trash. Sitting on the large bed and trying to regulate her breathing, Aurora blushed and thought that she should remember her wonderful reward. She heard a noise and wondered in surprise where those strange sounds were coming from, because before it had been completely silent. Realizing it was coming from above, the pink-haired girl looked up and remembered that her fiancé's room was on the floor above. The girl decided to check what was happening and took a candelabra with lit candles and walked down the hallway, stepping out onto the stairs. Aurora stopped before the heavy doors and called his lordship, but after that remained silent, without receiving an answer. After asking again if he was there, she froze and thought that, in principle, she could have imagined it, because now she couldn't hear absolutely anything. Suddenly, someone called to the lady from behind, right next to her ear, and the pink-haired girl screamed in horror, and her body seemed to fall onto her heels from a rush of adrenaline. Turning around, the future Duchess was breathing heavily and said desperately that he had scared her, and Sir Campbell apologized for it. She explained that there was a strange sound coming from inside, asking if it could be that his lordship was in trouble, or something like that. Shaking his head, the man asked his lady to return to her chambers, and when Aurora asked in surprise why, she heard that it was an order from his lordship. Sir Campbell turned and declared that, by the Duke's orders, no one was to enter his chambers at night, not even the fiancé. In the end, Audrey was forced to return to her chambers without having seen the Duke, and in the morning, the butler announced that there would be no visitors for the time being. Sir Campbell offered his lady a tour of the duchy, and she looked up from her cookies. And she asked, surprised, what he was talking about. The man shrugged and said it was a good opportunity to go shopping and see the local sights. Turning to him, the pink-haired girl thought about this proposal because, in reality, she had practically never been anywhere. Shortly after, they had already put their plan into action, leaving for the settlement while the weather outside was wonderful. Warm and sunny. Angela murmured that the streets were well decorated and noisy, while Aurora looked at everything with admiration and was enchanted. Thinking of her long-cherished dream of traveling around Europe, the Baron's daughter said it was her first time in such a place, and the maid suggested starting with food. Having listened to her instructions, at least in this matter, the future Duchess bought them fried meat with vegetables, immediately admiring the food. Sir Campbell, who was actually acting as the mistress's bodyguard, could barely keep up with the girls running everywhere. Suddenly stopping their discussions and quick steps, the pink-haired girl froze, looking at the restaurant sign with interest. Aurora stated confidently that if there were holes in the establishment's building, there would surely be delicious food there, and the maid clarified if this was true. She added that the exterior rivaled the tacky decor of the Guild restaurant, and Angela noted that the house was simply faded. The three of them decided that perhaps something much more interesting was hiding behind such a boring facade. But silence awaited them in the hallway. The pink-haired girl suggested that maybe it wasn't even a restaurant, and that it seemed to be closed, and her maid murmured that it seemed so. Shaking her head, the future Duchess pointed out that it was a big disappointment, and that they should leave after invading. Suddenly, a woman who looked much more like an ancient Egyptian goddess greeted the guests, and asked them to wait for tea. Aurora looked at her in surprise, as such silence didn't seem to suggest the presence of people in the room. Meanwhile, the Duke, who was working in his office again, asked if the long-suffering Jewetts liked the new representative. According to Wendell, the man learned that these creatures again didn't like the man who was sent to them, and they simply decapitated him. The aide said they still didn't seem prepared for dialogue, and the Duke called them crazy, and asked if there was any news from the Emperor. Sweating from nervousness while talking to his boss, the young man shook his head in the negative, and pointed out that that was not the case either. The blonde man said he was probably spoiling him too much, and then noted that sometimes he wanted to open his skull to understand his thoughts. When Geoffrey rose from his seat with a thoughtful look, the aide extended his hands and suggested sending another messenger. Etika shook his head and said he couldn't stand things dragging on so long, and that for that reason he preferred to go alone. Meanwhile, Aurora told Nephthys that she had returned from the bakery and had brought a limited edition of strawberry-flavored cakes. The dark-haired girl nodded, as she had prepared fresh tea just in time, and the guest noticed that this drink always smelled very delicious. Nephthys was the owner of a restaurant called The Taste of Life, and the girl felt that she had become her first friend in the new world. The woman expressed her hope that her guest hadn't been involved in anything unpleasant on the streets due to racial conflicts, and nodded. When the future Duchess asked if anything had happened there recently, Nephthys replied that yes, that it seemed to affect the people of Jewett. Raising her drink, Aurora admitted that it was the first time she had heard about this, specifying what these creatures could be. The dark-haired woman said they live on the edge of the underworld, and that an ordinary person cannot see their threshold, but the Jewetts cross it freely. The girl listened with surprise and interest to the fact that these people existed on the border between life and death, but she didn't fully understand what was being talked about. Aurora, with a little fear, asked carefully if it looked like some kind of zombie, asking hopefully if they ate people. The woman replied that there was a symbiosis between them. No one killed people, and her interlocutor asked her how they could exist then. When Lady Nephthys' name was called, everyone present turned, as they were surprised that someone else was there at that moment. A man dressed in an interesting white tunic announced that the lady had a guest waiting, but she reminded him that she had asked not to let anyone in. The subordinate apologized and said he couldn't turn away such a guest, and the dark-haired woman immediately rose from her seat, looking at him. She apologized to her guest for having to interrupt the conversation that way, and asked her to continue it at their next meeting. When Nephthys added that they would see each other soon, Geoffrey suddenly appeared, declared that that wouldn't happen, and asked her what she had in mind. The woman rubbed her neck nervously and said she wasn't planning anything bad, and Aurora asked her if they knew each other. The blonde man said he knew, as if he had said that his fiancée could communicate with whoever she wanted. But that didn't mean she had to get involved with people of other races. Responding to the girl's surprise, Jeffrey said he couldn't blame her, because from Lady Jewette's side, she looked very human. The pink-haired woman turned to him and asked if he meant that Lady Nephthys was a representative of the Jewett people. And he agreed. Seeing how quickly the girl's expression changed, the dark-haired girl apologized to her and said she didn't want to deceive anyone. Passing his arm over the girl's shoulders, Etika asked her not to make him laugh and added that he knew his fiancée, and that was why he had approached her a little earlier. He added that if she had laid a finger on his fiancée, the Daotians would never see the light of day again in their domains or other lands. Nephthys called the Duke's behavior absurd and said that if he came to negotiate, then they should do so on good terms. Turning to the woman after hearing these words, Jeffrey asked if she still wanted to enter into negotiations. Yellow Eyes didn't seem to be worried at all, despite her guest's threatening behavior, and said that only if he listened to her request. Both young people looked at her, surprised, when the dark-haired woman said with a smile that she wanted to see his fiancé as his representative. Putting an end to this agreement, she said that either they communicated like that or there would be nothing good between the peoples in the future. The pink-haired girl felt strange, because this conversation seemed terribly familiar, until the Duke declared that the woman was crossing all boundaries. Pulling the girl closer to himself, Jeffrey declared that that wouldn't happen and that he would rather fight the Jewetts. Without listening to anyone's objections, suddenly, unable to contain her irritation, Aurora hit her future husband hard on the back, asking him loudly if he had gone crazy. When the man finally remembered he could talk, Audrey asked him if he realized what he was doing. The girl said there was no need to bring up the subject of war at the first opportunity, and that she would become a representative, but the groom called her. The blonde man tried to appeal to reason, saying it was a very difficult decision, that she might regret not realizing the danger she was in. Nephthys said they both seemed to need time to discuss everything, clarifying that she could wait and give them a couple of days to discuss it. Once again, hugging his beloved's fragile shoulders with his strong arms, the Duke said that the woman shouldn't even have hope. Not everything would go according to her wishes. Rubbing her face with her fingers, the dark-haired woman purred that if he were a man, he wouldn't say those things so confidently. Already back at the palace, when Jeffrey asked if Aurora really believed she could deal with the Daotians, the girl asked why not. She said she didn't understand his anger, because if she could avoid war, then she would be doing a good deed with her representation. Representation. The man asked her if she really planned to work until exhaustion, since she hadn't been sleeping much lately. But the pink-haired girl replied that she was fine, stating that she could calmly take care of her regimen and health. The girl suddenly froze and asked out loud for a minute, thinking about his words. Jeffrey listened silently to his fiancée's questions about how he knew she slept little, and the clarifications about whether the man had been spying on her while she slept. The Baron's daughter let out an offended sigh and seemed to stop breathing in horror upon hearing the evasive words that it was not about observation. Aurora ordered the sick pervert to stay away from her, but Etika explained that he hadn't entered her room at all, but that he had simply heard her tossing and turning in bed while she slept. Taking a few more steps back, the girl murmured that that was just a pathetic excuse and, without listening to him, she asked him not to come closer. She listened in disbelief to the man's words about her room being located directly below him, and that he possessed exceptional hearing. The blonde man, stating he could prove it, asked her to come closer and look out the window, and added that he would stay still. Aurora looked out the window, and the Duke described exactly what she should see there. Servants picking apples that had ripened early, when suddenly chaos broke out in the garden, and the maids began to run in different directions. The girl heard an exact description of this scene from her fiancé. Turning around, the pink-haired girl asked him how he knew everything that was happening there, and Jeffrey approached her, explaining that he had heard everything. He repeated that he had sensitive hearing, and that, therefore, even if he wanted to, he couldn't help hearing what was happening around him. And from there, he knew about everything. The girl scratched her cheek, apologized, and retracted her words about the sick pervert, and the man said everything was fine. Returning to the topic, Etika stated that she could not become a representative for the Jewett unless she was desperate enough to become dinner. Aurora stepped back, asking in a low voice about the dinner, and immediately imagined some rather unpleasant images. Wondering if he wanted to talk about that, Audrey said she had only heard of symbiotic relationships between races, But the blonde man added that they simply didn't want their prey to go extinct. Sighing, the Duke shook his head and said it was only because people needed food that the Jewetts treated them so amicably. But she suddenly grabbed her fiancé and didn't allow him to walk away from her, declaring that she still wanted to do it, and asked to give her a chance to negotiate. The man asked his fiancé if she could say she would see it through to the end, and she murmured that she couldn't say for sure, but that she was obligated to do it. Immediately putting aside her worries, the pink-haired girl raised her head, and with confidence in her voice, promised to take this task seriously. Aurora said that even though the Duke didn't trust her, he should at least give her a chance, and offered to go listen to the conditions together. Looking at her intently from head to toe, Jeffrey sighed and nodded, adding immediately that from now on, it would be better if the girl didn't change her mind. The Duke Etika, the hero of the Empire, was to die in the Fourth World War. According to the plot, this was the first excerpt of the novel she read. A few days later, sitting in the carriage, she remembered that the scene after the Duke's death spoke of the fall of all humanity. Only now the situation was much more delicate, because the girl knew he had died as a consequence of a betrayal by the Jewetts. The negotiations, as was foreseeable, failed in a bloodbath that was not rare at that time, and there was no mention of his fiancé. Now Aurora was the new trump card, whose non-intervention would directly mean the tragic death of her fiancé. The Duke, in the event of his death, all of humanity would have perished in that conflict, and the widow of that man certainly would not have been an exception to such events. Hugging herself, Audrey thought that was precisely why she had to keep going without thinking about the risks, and nodded to her own thoughts. Jeffrey observed in silence how his fiancé's expression or posture changed, but he was forced to announce that they had arrived. After a brief greeting, Nephthys asked them to make themselves at home and said that they had no bad intentions, and that all the Jewetts in general loved people. Aurora murmured that they loved them as food, but the brunette objected that they only took a piece, and they didn't die from it. Lifting her head, the future Duchess arched her eyebrows with some surprise and asked if they really ate people without killing them. The woman mentally blamed the Duke for this and said that the lady seemed to have simply heard a slightly incorrect explanation about her race. She said they consume man's deepest desire, that is, the will to live, and the desires of living beings. The young woman's expression was full of confusion as she asked if the unfortunate souls would die if their will to live was taken away. Nephthys confirmed that that was why they only took bites for their own survival, and the girl murmured that it clearly wasn't symbiosis. Her interlocutor closed her eyes and exhaled, saying that it was a matter of perception, and that she didn't need to be so harsh since they hadn't eaten lately. The pink-haired woman asked why this happened, and the Juetka said that due to the greed of the rulers of the land, more and more people were losing the desire to live. Looking away, the woman sighed even more miserably, and said that meant their valuable food source was becoming increasingly scarce. When Nephthys asked the future Duchess what she believed they should do to preserve everything, the girl hesitated with uncertainty. Jeffrey watched her in silence, while the dark-haired woman said it was necessary to drive people to despair. For example, starting a war between them. According to her, when it comes to this, people suddenly develop a strong desire to live, because the closer they are to the threshold of death, the more afraid they are. Immediately raising her index finger, the woman added that this could only be a temporary solution, and it didn't solve the main problem. A little tired of the endless chatter, Aurora leaned slightly forward and asked what the best solution would be in this case. Nephthys said that people should not be allowed to be exploited, and that it would be better if the imperial family themselves got involved in working on this. She added that that was why they asked the idiot Jeffrey to talk to him, but he refused, and the man murmured that it would be easier to get rid of them. When the fiancé turned to the man and directed a look of disgust at him for these words, the dark-haired woman added that he was very angry. Smiling immediately, Nephthys turned to the dear Duke and told him that dealing with them wouldn't be as easy as he thought. The young people frowned and looked at the woman when she kindly asked if they had heard of the anti-human alliance. Unknowingly, lost in her memories, Audrey thought she had read about this group, which eventually became the force that had cornered the Duke. The blonde man said he believed she had a thirst for death, but that wasn't the case, and the Juetka smiled, replying that she valued herself very much. After a brief silence, Nephthys said that was precisely why they wanted to negotiate with Lady Aurora instead of with that old and stuck-up Duke, when she added that the girl could decide for herself whether to go to the capital or talk to the lords. The pink-haired girl stepped back in surprise. Trying to appear kind, the woman said that the lady could do anything, and that she believed in her, but the future duchess cursed her mentally. To summarize everything, Nephthys stated that if they couldn't find a solution, the only option left would be war. Aurora frowned and pressed her lips tightly together when her interlocutor expressed her confidence that the young woman wouldn't refuse that help. That night, Geoffrey approached his wife and asked her how much she had had to drink, but she didn't answer and stroked his head with her hand, drawing attention to him. With a full glass in her hand, the girl asked the void how mass exploitation could be stopped, and if it was even possible to do so. Walking towards her, the man told her she could quit, but Audrey got angry and said that if she did, a war would start. The blonde man frowned as he watched his fiancée drunkenly murmur about how she really believed she would let that happen. Deciding to divert her attention a little, the Duke sat down in front of his future wife and asked her gently if she liked this Nephthys. When the pink-haired girl slowly clarified what that meant, Geoffrey said she might be afraid that her new friend could die. Barely able to remain in her right mind after such a dinner, the girl became slightly flushed from intoxication and asked him what he meant by that. Aurora raised her head and said she was afraid her fiancé might go to war and die, which is why she was racking her brains thinking about it. Etika considered what he had heard and slowly asked her if she was afraid that he might die, and she slammed her hand on the table in agreement. The blonde man said incomprehensibly that he had never heard anything more absurd, because he wasn't so weak that he needed someone's care. Audrey rubbed her flushed face with her palms and immediately murmured that she couldn't allow this war, and she couldn't let him die. When the man replied calmly that he understood, the pink-haired girl raised her drunken gaze and asked him what he meant by those words. Leaning forward, Geoffrey said calmly that he would cooperate in these negotiations, and the girl asked him if that was true. Etika said they should ask for an extension to come up with a final plan, and that the engagement party could be used as an excuse. Aurora immediately jumped from her seat, slammed the table, and shouted that that was an excellent idea, and that she would tell Nephthys, and the groom emphasized that it would be better to do it by letter. The girl smiled at the fact that they could avoid the end of humanity, and then raised her index finger, saying that it was true. Pushing her chair away from the table, the pink-haired girl said it was as if a weight had been lifted off her shoulders, and that she could finally sleep in peace, but she suddenly began to stagger. Geoffrey rose quickly and grabbed his fiancée by the waist, preventing her from falling to the ground, and then told her she should be more careful. Looking at Audrey, who clearly couldn't reach the bed without incident, the blonde man asked her to hold onto him so she wouldn't fall. Aurora obeyed, but suddenly blushed intensely while in his arms, and this blush could hardly be attributed to the effects of intoxication. A little later, the girl was already dedicating all her time to preparing the engagement party, which seemed to last an eternity. She had to try on a dress specially commissioned for the engagement, write the vows for the groom, and choose the interior design for the event. 24 hours a day were clearly not enough, because in addition to all of the above, managing the restaurant fell on her shoulders. Furthermore, she had classes all day and needed to find a solution for the duets, and she remained silent during dinner. Aurora was distracted from her thoughts and the diligent chewing of her food when suddenly Geoffrey approached her and called her by her name. She asked him if he needed something, and the man explained that he simply wanted to ask why the dining room lights were on at that hour. When asked why the bride was eating so late, the girl said that she simply hadn't had time for dinner. Clinging to the back of a nearby chair, Etika asked if she was that busy, and the pink-haired girl replied that she had a lot to do. The Duke said that if it was a party, it wasn't necessary for her to take care of every detail, but that she could simply delegate the work to the servants. Aurora said she would do so gladly, but then rumors began to spread that she wasn't paying any attention to her engagement. Geoffrey remained silent with a gloomy expression on his face, listening to the girl say that she wasn't dying or anything of the sort, and that he shouldn't worry. After a brief pause and some reflection, the man said calmly that from now on he would like for them to have dinner together. Audrey turned her head, looked at the Duke in surprise, and asked if he would be busy with more important tasks. The blonde man said that business wouldn't prevent him from finding time for his fiancée, and that he would definitely clear his schedule and that she should invite him. The girl couldn't even articulate a response, because she started to wonder if she really seemed that pathetic as to resort to such measures. Since then, Jeffrey didn't miss a single dinner together, and each night he sat at the large table next to his fiancée. After a long day and unable to eat, Aurora was hungry and thought the fresh bread looked terribly delicious as she bit into it with her teeth. While filling her cheeks with the still warm treat, Audrey noticed the attentive gaze of her fiancé and asked him if she had something on her face. The man said he was simply surprised that her cheeks hadn't burst yet, since she had managed to put such a large piece inside. Without realizing it, the pink-haired girl wondered if it was ugly and asked him not to worry, since her cheeks could handle it. When he asked if she was sure, Jeffrey replied that they could stretch to that point, and she pulled on her skin. Aurora was sure that there was nothing surprising about that, and then pulled her cheek a bit more, asking him if he wanted to feel them. Standing up, Etika asked if she was sure, and Audrey shrugged and murmured that there was no point in refusing now. The blonde man hesitantly extended his palms towards her face and asked her to tell him if it hurt, and the girl promised she definitely would. Lowering his cold fingers to the bride's face, the man gently pulled on the skin, and it really stretched very calmly and strongly. Jumping away from the girl, Jeffrey asked if that was possible, and Aurora asked him if that really surprised him. The Duke thought about doing it again, but immediately stopped and rubbed his chin with his fingers, saying they had something to discuss. In response to his fiancée's question, the blonde man said he seemed to have found an option for the duets, and he hoped to use the party. When he asked the girl if she agreed, she let out a loud sigh of relief and murmured that, of course, she agreed with that approach. Returning to his place, the man said he had rejected this plan so as not to cause her discomfort, and Aurora simply asked him to tell her what the essence was. The Duke let out a long sigh and said that among those who would be present at the reception would be those whom he would like the bride to invite. The pink-haired girl looked at Jeffrey in surprise and then asked confusedly why she had to do that. Soon the day of the party arrived, and Angela spent many hours preparing the mistress for such an important event. Adjusting her beautiful dress, whose blue intertwined gracefully with the blue, the girl murmured that it looked as if her breasts were visible below her eyes. Giving them both a thumbs up in approval, the maid declared that they were fine, and the pink-haired girl let out a loud sigh. The servants who were at the door informed the lady that the Duke had already arrived, and Aurora rose from her seat, declaring that he could enter. The girl, shining with her makeup and beautiful hairstyle, heard a man's voice saying he had come for her. Jeffrey, dressed in a festive suit that matched perfectly with the colors and patterns of Audrey's outfit, seemed to simply shine in front of her. As they walked toward the priest, the pink-haired girl thought to herself that Etika was a bastard who dressed to impress. Involuntarily looking at her future husband, Aurora wondered if his pectoral muscles could have become even larger during this time. The blonde man suddenly whispered to her, asking if she felt well, and Audrey replied in the same whisper that she was just a little nervous. Jeffrey suggested that, since she was nervous, he looked even better than usual today, and she suggested that they concentrate. The Duke reminded her that she should smile to confirm their love, and she, with a smile, suggested that he keep quiet for a while and not distract her. The man could barely contain a smile, which could have been interpreted quite inappropriately by the high society aristocrats. The engagement ceremony in the Nodelberg Empire was not held without an official part, so they were preparing to read their vows to each other. Aurora thought that everyone present was witnessing sacred promises, although there was nothing sacred about their pretense. Calling the girl his beloved and companion, dear Aurora, Jeffrey said he swears never to lie to her about anything. His second promise was a trembling, confident, and tender word about how he would always be there to protect her in difficult times. Silently looking at his concentrated face, the girl thought that his oath was quite similar, and that he was doing quite well. Etika set down the papers and declared that for her happiness, he was willing to endure whatever was necessary, and also to sacrifice everything for her. With her eyes wide open with surprise, the pink-haired girl wondered mentally if he really had to go that far with his words. Even the guests present in the hall began to whisper among themselves, clearly preparing to pass the rumors on to their friends and family, causing all the girls who heard this to scream with joy. The Duke said that it didn't matter what stood between them. He would never let go of her hand. Barely able to contain her anger and irritation, Aurora thought that now everyone would criticize her oath for its simplicity. Determined to change the poor text on the fly, Audrey raised her head and addressed the Duke as her beloved, her dear other half. The pink-haired girl looked at him directly and said that she would always be the one with whom a man could share his failures and difficulties. Without hesitation, the girl said that she would always be sincere and honest with him and that, whatever happens, she would always trust and respect him. Originally, she had simply planned to end it by promising to keep these vows forever. But that would be too easy now. Unable to contain her blush, Aurora said that she would do everything in her power to make the Duke the happiest man in the world. If they had asked Geoffrey about his emotions at that moment, he would have answered honestly that he did not expect such an abundance of words that sounded quite sincere. They stood there, looking at each other, while the crowd erupted into excited whispers and discussions about the words they had heard. Hugging his fiancée, Etika whispered to her if he had changed his vows at that moment, and she replied that the previous ones would have seemed simply useless to her. The Duke placed his cold hand gently on her soft cheek and murmured that he was very impressed, hovering slightly over her and smiling. Gently caressing the girl's chin and neck with his fingers, the blonde man whispered that after all that he had done, all she had to do was close her eyes. Feeling her heart beating loudly somewhere in her throat, Aurora closed her eyes obediently and felt someone else's soft breath on her lips. Although to everyone around them, it might seem that they had been in love for a long time. This kiss was the first, and not without sweetness. A little later, the couple appeared at the party in much brighter clothing, and all the young women discussed their appearance among themselves. Standing next to her fiancé, Audrey asked if engagement parties were always like this, while many women stared at him. At these words, Geoffrey wrapped his arm around her, drawing her to him, and said that she was also attracting the gazes of many other people. Etika moved closer and whispered that it was indeed so, and some even approached her and asked her if she saw the man on the left. The blonde man added that he would step aside as planned, but asked her to be careful, since his acquaintance was far from a gentleman. As soon as the groom stepped aside, Aurora heard from a stranger that she was the brightest star of the night, and called himself Count Barbarius. Although it gave her no pleasure, the girl smiled when she heard that it was a great honor for him to meet such a lady. Roland Barbarius was the count of the territories surrounding Etika, and was known in small circles as a notorious homewrecker. He was the key to resolving the conflict with the Jewettes, and all they had to do was find a valid reason to stop him. Playing along, the pink-haired girl said she had heard a lot about him, and that she was also happy to meet my lord, and introduced herself. Without asking for her opinion, the unpleasant man called the girl by her name, and told her that she could do the same, and Aurora accepted. The blonde man noticed that the Duke had left his fiancée alone, and then asked her if she needed company, and Audrey supported the idea. Swinging his drink glass, Roland asked if he could relax on the terrace, where he could get some fresh air. Holding an identical glass of drink in her hands, the pink-haired girl said with a gentle smile that the thought was simply wonderful. The Count stepped forward, opened the tall glass door, and let the lady pass in front of him, receiving in exchange a polite thank you from the young woman. Looking at Aurora, Barbarius thought that he did not expect more from Etika's bride, who, it seemed to him now, was a simpleton. The man said he had heard about their romance, which was like a fairy tale, because the rumors had spread all over the world, and people love love stories. Greeting her with his glass, Roland slowly said that this was only possible thanks to a girl like Aurora. Audrey asked the man what he meant, and he replied that being with such a beautiful lady was quite difficult, and that he had to be willing to do anything for her, accompanying his words with an incomprehensible and extremely unattractive purr. The blonde man suddenly closed the curtain that was outside. Leaning back slightly, the girl murmured that she understood everything, and then asked confusedly why he needed to close the curtain. Roland spread his arms to the sides and declared solemnly that he had a gift that he could only present in private. Aurora didn't hear anything, but after the man said the word phrenesis, a magical creature landed on the balcony behind her. The Count chuckled while thinking about his plan, and ordered it to now give this beautiful lady the gift he had prepared for her in advance. Realizing that he wasn't talking to her, Audrey turned around and froze when she saw the unknown creature sprinkling her with sparkling powder. The pink-haired girl felt those small, bright crystals filling the entire space around her, and covered her mouth with her hands. The strange creature disappeared when the future Duchess let her hands drop to both sides of her body, and Roland called her his love. He asked her not to be afraid and to simply breathe, since the slight disorientation would pass, and then added that the girl only needed to listen to his orders. Looking at the girl's face, the Count ordered her to go see her fiancé and tell him that he was her lover and an incompetent peasant like Etika, who was of no use to her. When Aurora didn't respond and simply continued breathing loudly, the man wondered if she had inhaled too much. Suddenly, brushing aside the strange and unpleasant hand, Audrey looked at Barbarius with all her anger and asked him what the hell he was doing. Previously, Jeffrey had shown a map and explained that most of the exploitation was in the area near the border. According to him, the most terrible culprit for this was Barbarus, and Aurora murmured that it was near the desert. Confirming the girl's quick and logical conjectures, the Duke said that the refugees at the restaurant were from the Count's estates. Explaining more about the man, the blonde man said that he would be present at the party, and that he might be targeting her. Looking away from the map, the pink-haired girl looked at her future husband with confusion and asked him what he meant by target. Etika explained that the Count had a disgusting habit that consisted of seducing married women. When he added that Roland also considered him a rival, Wendell approached the lady and explained to her that it was a rivalry in appearance. The man concluded that they would stop the Count there, and even if he decided to duel, it would only benefit them, and he would still end up in their hands. Jeffrey, taking a sip of tea, said that they would either go into his house and take the official seal and the territory, or he would do everything peacefully. Looking at his fiancée, he repeated that she might find herself in an uncomfortable position during this plan, and asked her if the girl agreed with it. Aurora calmly affirmed that she would do everything possible to avoid war and that, since he would be close by, she would not be in any danger. Now, answering Roland's question about why she was conscious, the girl stated that this complete bastard tried to brainwash her. Looking at her, the Count was clearly dissatisfied, muttering that nothing could be done, and that in that case, he would simply have to act the hard way. He called Phronesis again to give her more, and the same creature with long green hair and strange clothes appeared on the balcony. When the blonde man grabbed her hands, Aurora warned him that he would be in big trouble, but he said he would make her forget, already moving to a loud scream when her wrists were squeezed much tighter. The pink-haired girl threateningly demanded that he let her go. Barbarius turned around and ordered Phronesis to act faster, to pump the girl so hard until it finally worked. Looking at him, Audrey wondered how this dirty bastard could even think that he could make her say he was better than Jeffrey. She tried to free herself again and shouted that he was disgusting when the curtains suddenly rustled after the door opened. Both turned at the noise and Aurora didn't admit it, but she immediately felt calm and safe just by seeing his face. Etika seemed angrier and tenser than the bride had ever seen him, as he demanded that he get away from his woman as quickly as possible. The Count, starting to stutter, wanted to justify himself by saying that this was not at all what his lordship could have thought, but he simply didn't listen to him. Jeffrey stated that he knew the world was full of parasites, but he had never seen anything like this, and expressed his hope that the man had had time to pray. Roland collapsed onto the cold tiles after the Duke kicked him unceremoniously in the knee and tried to ask him to discuss the matter. This time, Etika had already knocked his enemy unconscious, causing astonishment and whispers among those who witnessed the event. Looking at Barbarius lying on the floor, Aurora, of course, felt satisfaction, but thought it would be more secret. Jeffrey called his fiancée by her name, then apologized tenderly to her for the delay, and took her face in his warm, strong hands. Audrey, not without surprise at his actions, whispered in a low voice that she was completely fine. And she felt great, but it was rather he who didn't look so good. The pink-haired girl gently asked him if he was okay, and Etika didn't respond, although in reality, he looked very much like a storm cloud before a terrible storm. After a while, the doctor, whose bag was full of the most interesting medicines, reported that the lady was completely fine. Angela asked him if he was sure, since my lady was completely covered in a strange dust, and the man confirmed it was true. Wendell murmured that at least she was physically fine and thanked the doctor, informing him that he could leave, and he smiled with happiness. Looking at him in surprise, the pink-haired girl asked him why this doctor was fleeing that way, assuming he simply had a lot of patience. The Duke's aide declared that His Majesty had personally ordered that the lady be treated properly, and Aurora chuckled, saying she understood everything. Immediately remembering everything that happened, the girl asked if she had understood correctly that Phronesis was not human, and the young man asked if that was his name. He explained that these were elves who lived in shelters, and that it was practically impossible to find them like that. So it was surprising that this one fell into the hands of the Count. The young man said calmly that, since his lordship was interrogating this elf, and not just him, they would surely discover the truth very soon. Audrey looked up and asked if Jeffrey was in jail now, and the assistant answered affirmatively, asking her if he should call him. The pink-haired girl slowly rose from her seat and said there was no need for that, since he was busy and she could go alone. Wendell asked hesitantly if the lady was sure she wouldn't mind seeing him again, and she accepted. Aurora murmured that she was annoyed because she hadn't managed to hit the attacker yesterday, and Angela also asked for a little bit. Later, the young man led them through a dark dungeon, suggesting they first go toward the elf, since it was closer to the exit, and urging them to be careful where they stepped. Wendell asked Milady not to get too close to the bars, and she looked at the elf with horror, asking him if he had been tortured. Observing the thinness, the evident weakness, and the sunken bruises under his eyes, the girl whispered with sympathy that this creature looked simply horrible. The young man said it wasn't like that at all, and that the elf had arrived before them already in such a state, which meant the Count had practically not fed him and had simply used him as a slave. Looking up, Aurora asked how the Count could have so much power over him, asking if the elf couldn't use his magic. Wendell said the elf hadn't uttered a word since he had arrived, and that the loss of his voice was typical of these creatures in slavery, and that it was unlikely he would speak. When the pink-haired girl asked if he knew how to write, the Duke's aide shook his head and said it seemed he had never learned to do so. Audrey asked thoughtfully if she had understood correctly that slavery was prohibited by law in their empire, and the young man agreed. Murmuring sweetly that she understood everything, Milady suddenly calmly took the keys to all the cells from Wendell, and he looked at her in surprise. Aurora apologized and said she just wanted to borrow them, and Angela grabbed the young man from behind and added that she would hold him. Roland, meanwhile, was sitting in his cell and could clearly hear a noise coming from outside. Turning around in search of an answer, the girl, like a hurricane, pounced on him suddenly and smashed him against the wall, declaring that her fiancé's nickname seemed to have definitely been chosen by mistake. Finding himself trapped against the cold tiles, the already beaten man asked the future Duchess fearfully what she was doing. Aurora seemed to darken like a real cloud, declaring confidently that he was nothing more than a dirty piece of biotrash wasting oxygen. Still pressed against the cold wall, the Count looked at her surprised, shouting in surprise, and asking what she was talking about. Audrey asked if it was just because this creature of another race couldn't even speak that he thought he could treat it like a slave. Barbarius asked in surprise if they were talking about phrenesis, and then snorted when he heard the future Duchess say that it was exactly that, throwing his head back and pressing the back of it against the cold tiles. The blonde man laughed out loud, expressing all his lack of respect for the situation. Aurora punched him hard in the jaw and declared that there was nothing to laugh about, calling him a weirdo, and the man screamed in pain. The Count said that even if she was the Duke's fiancée, it was going too far to ask if it was because of a small, dirty elf. The pink-haired woman said threateningly that he clearly hadn't learned his lesson, and Barbarius declared that he had let himself be hit the first time, but that he wouldn't allow it again. Asking him if he was so sure of that, the girl turned her leg sharply and hit the man's neck with her ankle, grunting in indignation. The Count fell to the floor, hitting against the wall, and Aurora took a step towards him, asking him how he felt about that hit, and asking if he wanted to receive another one. The future Duchess declared that he didn't even deserve to be called human, and that his kind might as well be common trash. Barely feeling able to get up from the floor, the man looked up and wondered how a noblewoman could be so strong. The girl silently thanked the taekwondo lessons she received in her childhood, and asked the scoundrel what it was like to be beaten by your own kind. When she asked him what it was like to be on the other end and feel powerless, Roland asked her if she felt better. The Count claimed that the only reason she had the right to beat people now was because of Jeffrey Eddick's status as a duke. Still lying on the floor, the man shouted that the strong obey the weak. And that's how the world works, because even she is part of it. The girl listened in silence to the question of whether she really thought that if the Duke hadn't supported her, she could have treated him like that. Aurora crossed her arms over her chest and suddenly interrupted him, declaring that he was right, asking immediately what the problem was, and Barbarius froze in confusion. The pink-haired woman claimed that she never used her power for dirty acts and asked if he believed that other races should be ostracized. When Roland looked at her with incomprehension, The future Duchess declared that it was precisely those thoughts that had brought him there. To that prison, the girl remained silent and turned around, hearing footsteps behind her, and then a male voice saying that Aurora was wasting her time with him. Turning around, she asked her fiancé how long he had been standing there, and the blonde man replied that since the bride grabbed the count by the neck. Barbarius listened with a disgusted expression to his rival's words about how he didn't understand why the girl should communicate with this idiot. Taking a few steps forward, Etika hit the count hard on the head, with no intention of beating around the bush with him or wasting his time on those matters. When the man lost consciousness and slid down the wall, and Aurora asked hesitantly if he had killed him, Jeffrey replied not yet. Looking at his bride, the Duke noted that he didn't even know how good a fighter she was, and then asked her why she had come there. The pink-haired girl replied that she didn't want anything from him, thinking mentally that she was curious about what baffled him so much. The man looked at the girl and said calmly that he also heard her words and that she seemed to feel compassion for other races. When she asked why, and the bride didn't understand the question, the blonde man said that most people, especially those in high society, don't think that way. Looking at the count, who was still unconscious, the Duke murmured that the desire to take advantage of others could be considered an instinct. Aurora thought for a moment and said she understood perfectly that there were people who considered that the norm, but she herself didn't agree with it. Jeffrey listened in silence that there had to be people like her in the world to balance the situation. Otherwise, there would be too much hatred. The girl said that the more people like the count there are, the harder it will be for other races to survive. But they also have a right to life. Unable to bear the long silence and the strange atmosphere, the pink-haired girl asked him why he wasn't saying anything, and if he was tired from his work. Looking away, Etika murmured that he felt fine, and Aurora asked if he had a fever, offering to check it for her. When Audrey reached for his face, the Duke suddenly replied coldly that the bride was crossing the line, and that her concern was unnecessary. As if wanting to protect himself even more from the girl, the blonde man slightly pushed her hand away with his, barely lowering his gaze to look at her. The future Duchess pressed her palms against her chest in a sign of resentment, and Jeffrey commented coldly that if she was already tired of being there, she could leave. Aurora thought she had been a complete fool for worrying about him and turned around, saying she would leave if that was what he wanted. Annoyed by this attitude, the girl walked away, and the Duke asked how long Barbarius planned to remain unconscious, and he opened his eyes slightly. Etika asked if the Count didn't really value his life so much, and he replied that the Emperor would defend him, and that they wouldn't get away with it. The blonde man declared wearily that words were enough, and ordered that they simply apply a seal. Taking a paper out of his inner pocket, showing the document to his opponent, the blonde man said it was an agreement on the transfer of land, his promise to return them to the refugees. Looking calmly at the Count, Jeffrey declared that this was the only way to get to the Emperor, whom he loved so much. Barbarius leaned forward and, angry and insulted, declared that he would not allow a mere commoner to try to control him. Leaning towards him again, the Duke asked if his rival really believed that the Emperor could save him. Looking at his beaten and exhausted face, the blonde man murmured calmly that he was simply giving the Count one last warning. Without taking his terrifying gaze off him, Jeffrey declared that this was the first and last time that Barbarius disrespected Aurora. A little later, the Duke was already walking down the hallway and reflecting mentally on his bride's excited words about kindness and the fate of other races. Looking at everything around him, the man repeated in his head over and over again her statement that everyone had a right to life, while Etika watched how the sun was slowly setting. On the horizon, he thought it was too late to think about it even if he wanted to. While walking again down the hallway, the blonde man told himself that the moment in which he needed all those words from someone had already passed. Shortly after, the complaint about the illegal use of phrenesis magic and the land deed were sent to the palace. Awaiting a response, wanting a better life for the elf, Aurora managed to get him out of prison, and now he was sitting in her study, writing letters in a notebook. The green-haired man turned away from everything and raised his head, blushing a little when hearing his name from the lips of his now familiar savior. The lady behind whom Angela was, not sharing this enthusiasm, smiled with happiness and asked how his studies were progressing. Without letting go of the fountain pen, the elf didn't hide his joy and immediately declared that he was simply delighted with everything that was happening. In fact, it wasn't difficult to get him out, and although she expected to encounter resistance, Phronesis was very calm. Aurora dismissed her maid and sat in front of the elf, smiling and asking what things he had already learned. After looking at the text, which said that he was having fun, excited, and happy, the girl asked him with a smile if he was studying emotions today. Smiling at the elf who had begun to learn sciences, the pink-haired girl suggested that he write down the last thing he remembered. Phronesis wrote that he liked it and returned the notebook to his savior. Then he blushed a little and raised his head. Aurora blushed furiously, thinking this was too much for her heart, and happily praised the elf for how much he had learned. When he looked away and quickly lowered his head, the girl turned and asked him if he could hear something. Phronesis took the notebook where he had written the word Duke, and his bride murmured that she understood. And elves probably had good hearing. The forest inhabitant wrote down if the Duke knew, pushing the notebook back towards the girl. And Audrey looked at him with incomprehension, clarifying what exactly. The gloomy elf took the fountain pen again and began to write, asking her to be careful, adding the word problem and that he was afraid. She continued to look at her interlocutor with incomprehension, wondering if Jeffrey could have scolded him or done something else. Phronesis buried his hands in his hair, chewing on a strand and grunting softly at his apparent lack of social skills. Aurora asked him to stop, then asked if the elf wanted her to read his lips, and then apologized for the misunderstanding. Turning around, the pink-haired girl asked Angela to come closer and understand what Phronesis was saying, and the girl began to frown and try to understand him. After hearing several suggestions from the maid, the future Duchess raised her index finger and asked if he was calling his father. Audrey asked if these creatures had parents, since they were born naturally, and the maid murmured that the father might not necessarily be biological. After a while, night had already fallen over the Duke's palace. The lights in the rooms began to go out, allowing all the inhabitants to fall asleep. Sitting on the bed, the pink-haired girl thought about how Jeffrey still hadn't come to apologize to her after what happened in prison. Aurora wiped her face with a towel and murmured if he wanted to fight, and if it was really that hard to apologize to his bride. Suddenly, a rumble was heard so loud that the chandelier that was under the ceiling of the girl's room shook, forcing her to raise her head and frown. Opening the door, the girl turned to Sir Campbell and asked if he could go and tell Jeffrey to calm down a bit. She said she was going to ignore it, but this was going too far. But then she realized the hallway was empty today, and her guard wasn't around. Aurora heard another rumble from above and looked up, wondering what Etika could be doing in his bedroom so late at night. While climbing the stairs, the girl thought she couldn't see anything under the door, and that the lights in the Duke's chambers must be off. The pink-haired girl was carrying a heavy lamp in front of her, and picked it up when she was already standing next to the high doors, and asked if she could enter. When she entered the room, she froze, because she saw furniture, dishes, and other things scattered in front of her. Everything looked as if a hurricane had passed through. Aurora murmured excitedly that everything was upside down, but she still didn't see the man. It seemed as if he wasn't in the bedroom. Stepping over everything, the future Duchess thought about the noise she had heard just a minute ago, wondering mentally if he might be hiding. The girl examined the dark and broken bedroom with her eyes, and stopped when she found something more interesting than broken things. Audrey advanced in surprise, going deeper into the room, and realized that right inside the chamber, there was another door that led to who knows where. While touching the high wooden doors with her fingers, Aurora thought that all that seemed quite suspicious, and that Jeffrey might be there. The girl began to go down the stairs, and with her slippers, she stepped on broken glass, murmuring that she was looking for her fiancé simply because of the noise. Stopping in front of another entrance, the pink-haired girl wondered if that was the last door, and then turned towards Jeffrey. Opening the door, the bride entered a dark and cool room and saw her fiancé, with his hands chained to the stone masonry. Looking at his semi-nude body, Aurora raised the lamp a little higher, asking if he really liked those things. The young woman murmured that he was really a pervert, but the blonde man ordered her to get lost, letting out a deep grunt before doing so. She, on the contrary, approached and asked him what he meant, looking at the man's face while he breathed with difficulty, and looked down. Jeffrey repeated that she should simply disappear, and the pink-haired girl stepped back a little, thinking that was rude of him. Aurora said he would need help if he wanted to get down from there, and that he should be a little kinder, asking if he was shy. Hearing his dissatisfied screech, the blonde man raised his head, and his eyes glowed a very unusual bright red color. The girl stepped away from her fiancé in confusion, since his gaze usually had the same familiar light. Gray and dim. Audrey approached, wondering anxiously what had happened to his eyes, asking worriedly if he was in pain. And what was happening? The man lowered his head, trying to control himself, while Aurora clarified if he could really have been chained there for being a pervert. Suddenly, Jeffrey grunted that she was right, but continued speaking indistinctly, without raising his head, and the girl asked in surprise what he was talking about. Raising his head, the blonde man even smiled a little, and although his face was covered in sweat, he calmly asked his bride to come closer. Audrey looked him up and down. She approached obediently and asked if he was joking, because then the key could have been in his pocket while the Duke was asking her to come closer. She murmured thoughtfully that if he was sick, he should spend his time in his bed. But the man suddenly, literally, ripped the handcuffs off the wall. When Aurora called Jeffrey by his name, confused and even a little scared, he dropped to the floor, grabbing her elbows tightly with his strong fingers. The final result of this torture was the same. All the Duke's rational thoughts disappeared, and after them came a terrible bloodlust. All a man could do, and usually did, was wait for dawn alone, and locked up, endure the pain and his hidden desires. He leaned on the girl, and she said in a low voice that the Duke, in fact, was very heavy, and that it would be better to move away a little. There was no longer a whisper in his head. Now the blonde only wanted to be as close as possible to the one who had managed to calm his enormous thirst. Blushing from the man's closeness, Aurora moved away a little, calling her fiancé's name again, and then asked if he had come to his senses. The girl realized that he seemed to have come to his senses and could now get up. And Etika got up immediately, asking his bride for forgiveness. Getting up after him, Audrey asked him to forget the apology, murmuring that he seemed possessed, and asked immediately what had happened. She froze when she heard that they could talk about it later, and then the man added that, for now, it would be much better for her to leave. Suddenly, Jeffrey began to push her towards the door, not painfully, but noticeably strongly. And Aurora asked him to stop, surprised. The pink-haired girl put on her slippers and slipped, leaning her back against the man, screaming immediately and causing him to stop. The girl turned around and hurried to explain that her foot had simply slipped, but the Duke didn't seem to change his mind about her leaving. The bride froze with her hands raised when the man suddenly fell on her, exhaling loudly, and he could barely say a word. Audrey asked him in a low voice what he was doing, since it wasn't funny at all, but the blonde man closed his eyes and remained leaning silently on her shoulder. A little later, she was already getting Jeffrey out of the dungeon, placing his broad arm over her slender shoulder. Wondering why she was doing this, collapsing onto the wide bed with her fiancé, Aurora shouted tiredly that he was nothing more than a damn mountain of muscle, and she thought she was going to die. Recovering her ragged breathing, the girl was silently glad that at least the shackles had come loose from her fiancé's hands very easily. Audrey wondered if they were magical, because she just touched them and they opened without even having to look for the key. The pink-haired girl sat slowly on the bed and touched the wound on his leg, whispering in a low voice that it seemed to be burning terribly. The girl didn't know if she had a first aid kit in her room, and so she got up and opened the bedside table shelf, looking into it to see if it was there. Aurora crossed her arms over her chest, slightly frowning and murmuring that she had no idea what the things were for. She decided not to bother with such devices and simply bandaged the small wound, and took out something like a medical bandage. While bandaging his foot, the pink-haired girl hissed in a low voice, but calmed down mentally. Noticing that everything seemed to be going well, Aurora was distracted and turned to look at Jeffrey because he was moaning silently with his eyes closed, and it wasn't clear how he felt. The girl approached him and gently touched his forehead, brushing his hair away, and whispering to him how the man was feeling. Withdrawing her hand from his face, Audrey returned to her seat and murmured that her fiancé seemed to have calmed down, although his condition didn't seem stable at all. Thinking that Jeffrey looked better and calmer when they touched, Aurora gently took his hand with her slender fingers. When his strong palm squeezed her hand, the girl smiled a little and thought that this approach really seemed to be working. Without paying much attention to her thoughts, the future Duchess thought that his skin was cold and pleasant to the touch, even if the man himself was hot. Audrey immediately jumped back, slapped her cheeks, and blushed intensely, not understanding what she was saying and trying to come to her senses. A few seconds later, the man moaned in pain again, and the pink-haired girl leaned towards him, touching his hand again. Gently caressing Jeffrey's strong palm, Aurora wondered if she would have to spend the night there. The next morning, the young people were already asleep, hugging each other in a wide bed, and their bodies were covered with a warm blue-gray feather blanket. Waking up to the bright sunlight, Etika pulled his fiancée towards him and covered her with a blanket so that the girl wouldn't wake up. The pink-haired girl looked like a forest nymph in that pleasant light. She was breathing quietly and measuredly, without opening her eyes and without even thinking of interrupting her sleep. The blonde man thought with surprise that everything that happened yesterday hadn't been just a dream, and sat up in bed, tenderly stroking her cheek, slightly lifting the blanket, and examining his bride to see the amount of damage. Jeffrey decided that the girl didn't seem hurt. Getting out of the warm bed, he stood up, put on a loose white robe, and walked forward, calling his assistant by his name. The young man, delighted by the fact that the boss and his bride were now so close, raised his fist in triumph and responded to his holiness. Turning around, the man didn't seem to have any friendly attitude and asked him to come closer because they needed to talk. Jeffrey said he seemed to realize he was in trouble and said it would be better if he had a good explanation. Falling to his knees, Wendell asked for forgiveness and then said he had removed the guard from the lady's door the previous night and had allowed her to find her fiancé. The boy said that the girl didn't seem affected by phrenesis magic, and that's why he had a hunch that she might have abilities. Listening carefully to his assistant, the blonde man murmured darkly that it was just a guess, and quite dangerous. Jeffrey crossed his arms and asked if Wendell had really allowed the girl to approach him without any guarantee of safety. The young man claimed that he had indeed put my lady in danger, but even if there was a small chance, one couldn't just stand idly by. The Duke exhaled loudly and rubbed his face with his palm, leaning his back against the wall, and then said that he had never asked him for anything like that. Exhaling, the young man bowed and murmured that he was ready to accept any punishment, since he had understood from the beginning how the boss would react. Turning around, the blonde man suggested that the lady herself propose the idea of punishment and called for Aurora, saying it was already time to leave. The pink-haired girl pursed her lips awkwardly and exhaled. Then she peeked out from her hiding place and hesitantly asked how he found out. Jeffrey shrugged and said that, as he had said, he had exceptional hearing. And Audrey murmured that she remembered, but didn't think it was that good. Noticing a wound on the bride's leg, the man asked why she was wearing a rag, and she objected, saying it was medical gauze. When Etika asked if she was hurt, Aurora shook her head and explained that it was just a small cut from the glass. Nothing serious. Immediately apologizing, the blonde man lifted her into his arms, and then the girl blushed, wondering what he was doing, as it wasn't necessary. The Duke turned his head and ordered Wendell to bring the ointment, as his punishment would have to wait, and the young man hurried to respond that he would do everything in a moment. Sitting the girl on the sofa, Jeffrey apologized again to her, but she hurried to inform him that she was fine, and that she wasn't really in that much pain. The man seemed annoyed and more attentive than usual, and then said that the bride had suffered because of him, and that was bad. Still half in his arms, the pink-haired girl looked at her fiancé's face, trying to find out what was causing him so much concern. Determined to take a step in a more productive direction, Aurora said that if he was really sorry, he could tell her the truth. After bandaging her leg again, the blonde man asked the girl to be patient for a moment, and not to move while the special medicine took effect. Now sitting at the table, Audrey asked if he could answer her question now that they had finally treated the wound on her leg. Catching his breath, Jeffrey shook his head and looked down, murmuring that he would call everything that was happening his punishment. He said that once a month it forced him to experience pain similar to the day before, and along with it, the desire to tear everything apart invaded him. The man added that he couldn't allow anyone to get hurt, and that's why he held back. Similar to the incident she had seen yesterday, the pink-haired girl didn't think the Duke would open up to her so easily, so she froze a bit, asking immediately if he was okay now. Jeffrey handed a plate to his bride and added that it usually lasted about 3 days. And Aurora asked why he punished himself. The girl commented that, among other things, when she touched him, her fiancé seemed calmer, and asked why that was. Etika shrugged and said he didn't know the reason, but that it had started a few years ago, and that the only thing he knew was that it had happened in the morning. The blonde man murmured thoughtfully that he didn't understand why he calmed down in that state when his bride touched him. Aurora froze with her fork in her mouth when the man said he didn't want to know, and then she asked why he said it like that. Without looking up from his food, The Duke said he simply didn't want to involve her in this, hearing immediately the question of whether he liked that pain. Jeffrey asked her not to interfere in this because she wouldn't like his company, and he couldn't guarantee the girl's safety. The pink-haired girl said that if she didn't help him, the man would make noise, but suggested he use another room. Aurora asked why not simply use the highly effective human painkiller that was there. Suddenly, Etika set his fork down on the table with a thud, hitting it slightly, and was clearly indignant when he heard about a human painkiller. Rising from his seat and pushing his chair back, the man asked her if she expected more, and Audrey asked, confused, what he was talking about. The blonde man asked with open mockery if his bride had really expected the Duke to simply collapse and beg at her feet. When Aurora asked him angrily who she had taken her for, the man said he despised people who tried to exploit his weakness. The pink-haired girl was very depressed by what she heard. Her eyes widened as he added that he was warning her that that idea should be abandoned immediately. She leaned forward sharply and called him a little, ungrateful brat, pointing her index finger at her fiancé. And this couldn't help but surprise him. The girl said she was absolutely sure that when she fell asleep, she was still sitting in bed next to him. But in the morning, she was already in his strong arms. Aurora got angry and claimed that maybe she fell into his arms, but it wasn't her who hugged him as if her life depended on it. Suddenly, Jeffrey asked her how long she had been awake, and the pink-haired girl went silent, slightly withdrawing her hand from his and calculating everything mentally. Their uncomfortable conversation, which had no defined direction, was interrupted by a knock at the door, and Etika turned, sighing loudly and asking for someone to come in. Looking at the man, who was wearing a suit and standing at the door, the Duke asked him what he wanted, and he replied that he was a messenger from the Emperor's palace. Etika was clearly not happy with what he heard, and then knitted his brows, echoing the question about the messenger. A little later, already in the spacious hall, the Duke said he didn't think His Majesty's Chamberlain would make such a long trip. The man introduced his bride, and she nodded to the guest, saying she was delighted to meet him, and introducing herself as Aurora Audrey. Bowing, the envoy declared that he served under His Majesty, the Light of Nautilberg, and he called himself Count of Anson. The blonde man suggested finishing quickly, hugging his bride, and she, laughing, said she knew of his insatiability, but that he needed to listen to the man. Getting to the point, the Count reported that His Majesty had ordered both of them to immediately bring Count Barbarius and appear in the capital. He handed the invitation to the Duke, who began to read it, while the pink-haired girl covered her face with her hand, trying to look more excited. She laughed softly and said it seemed she was going too, and her fiancé turned to her, trying to figure out if it looked like she was exaggerating. The Count added that the young couple would have to leave during the day, and then asked them to prepare for it. Aurora laughed lightly and whispered that she still had 2 nights of punishment ahead of her, and Jeffrey asked her if that was so funny. Etika claimed that such a reason for the trip was absurd, but that he had no right to disobey the order, and he had to show his face. Later, the blonde man murmured that he was forced to go to the capital because someone was supporting Neftes's plan, and the girl replied that that was the plan. Audrey said she was very compassionate and would be happy to relieve his pain again if the man asked her politely. Rising from his seat, the Duke bowed and, turning to Aurora, he asked her to take advantage of her strange abilities. The pink-haired girl thought she would be delighted when she saw this guy bowing, but her soul was filled with a completely different and unpleasant feeling. Meanwhile, the maids gathered in a small circle and began to discuss in very low voices the latest events that had taken place in the castle. Angela approached them, shifting her weight from one foot to the other almost inaudibly, confirming once again her status as a strange girl among them. Walking directly towards one of her colleagues, the blue-haired maid whispered to ask where Lady Aurora had gone that morning. The girl screamed in fear and moved away, saying she had been startled, and then asked to have the question she hadn't heard repeated. Remembering the events of this morning, Angela said Lady Audrey wasn't in the parlor today, and asked those who saw her to raise their hands. The blonde maid covered her mouth with her hand and asked if her interlocutor hadn't heard the latest news. Angela's eyes widened in surprise when she heard from the maids that his lordship and my Lady Aurora had slept together that night. After a while, the maid had already reached the required room and opened the heavy doors to check everything. The first thing she noticed was Wendell in front of her, sitting with his arms around his knees. The young man was clearly very upset about something. When the girl asked him why he was crying, the Duke's assistant lost his composure. and burst into tears, saying he had put the lady in danger. The maid looked at him with incomprehension, asking how exactly the assistant could have put his lordship's bride in danger. A little later, the girl was already standing in front of the bride and groom, saying the green one had told her he had put Lady Audrey in danger. Angela held a chain around the visibly beaten young man, who was suggesting they discuss things more peacefully, and stated that she was still very angry. Observing the boy's already unhappy face, Aurora assumed she had given him a good hit, and asked immediately if the maid had heard the whole story. The maid grunted in indignation towards her mistress, and explained that the more she listened to the assistant, the angrier she was with him. The pink-haired girl asked the girl if she had heard about Jeffrey, and she replied that she now knew he lost his mind regularly. Without taking offense, Etika murmured that it was impressive and then asked who the girl was before becoming a common servant. Upon receiving the answer that no one, the blonde man looked at her with disgust and asked how she had then managed to get Wendell to tell her everything. Giving the boy a little tug on the collar, Angela said he started screaming after a few hits and asked what his punishment would be. With a heavy sigh, the man said that depended only on his mistress, and then closed his eyes and suggested asking Lady Aurora. With crossed arms, Jeffrey turned and asked his bride if she had anything in mind, and she replied that she had an idea. Angela stepped away from the young man, and when the future Duchess addressed the assistant by his name and surname, he composed himself and bowed. Aurora looked at the boy and said she had spent quite some time thinking about what to do with him. Wendell agreed when he heard his mistress suggest that he did it out of loyalty to Jeffrey. Although that was no excuse, she said that because of this incident, she lost faith in him and therefore no longer wants the young man to be responsible for everything related to her. Audrey spoke very affably and calmly, observing the reactions of those around her, and then asked if her fiancé's assistant understood this. He bowed, clasped his hands together, and replied that of course he understood everything, and the pink-haired girl smiled slightly, but immediately added that there was something else. Etika watched in silence as the girl said that her previous words were more of a request, which meant he would receive no punishment. Wendell turned pale and almost literally felt he was in the worst situation possible when he heard that Angela would be his temporary boss. Aurora summarized it as a punishment for him, and Jeffrey even pulled away from his cup, murmuring that she was very merciful. Towering over her new son, Angela said she couldn't wait for it to come true. Looking at the young man with a menacing gaze, the maid said quite calmly that they would still have a lot of fun after such an order from the mistress. Later, during the preparations, the Count asked where Barbarius was, and the Duke asked him not to worry because he was already on his way. The bride asked with open surprise why they were in such a hurry, and he replied that the Emperor, apparently, was very impatient. A grim Jeffrey declared that it was due to His Majesty's stubbornness, and the girl thought he must like that idea. The blonde man exhaled and warned that it would be an inconvenience, and Aurora said that nothing could be done, since it was an imperial order. Tapping his knees, the man said that if the girl needed a place to rest, she shouldn't be ashamed to use her legs. Upon receiving no reaction, the Duke immediately looked at her with disgust, as if saying the bride would do well to get into character as quickly as possible. Playfully, but with a lot of force, hitting him in the chest with her fist, the pink-haired girl claimed she was so excited that she couldn't even find the words. Immediately after, Jeffrey took her hand and murmured that Aurora was simply charming, although in reality, they were ready to kill each other. They began to chat about the Count being watched and that they should sneak away, but the man hurried to say that it was already time for him to leave and that they would see each other later. A few moments later, the carriage was already pulling out of the ducal castle courtyard, with the huge wheels resonating to the rhythm of the horse's hooves. After a brief conversation, the blonde man commented that his fiancée had hit him hard in self-defense, and she replied that something like that wouldn't kill him. Just after finishing her sentence, the pink-haired girl looked back and observed him, murmuring that he didn't look his best. The girl asked him kindly if he was feeling dizzy, and the man shook his head, loosening the collar of his green shirt a little. Jeffrey let out a heavy sigh and said it was just one of the symptoms of his curse, after which Aurora hummed thoughtfully, looking at him. The bride gently touched with her slender fingers his strong hand, which was lying on the carriage seat, and squeezed it a little to help him. Etika asked her what she was doing, and the pink-haired girl asked if she was helping, and then asked him not to lie, since she had seen everything with her own eyes. Raising her index finger, she said with experience and confidence that even she herself could feel it when there was an effect. Aurora said that after this, a pleasant feeling of coolness arose around the Duke, and asked if this was true. Audrey nodded a couple of times and asked the man not to think that that simple action bothered her, asking if he agreed with this. When the blonde man thanked her and then said he wished they had met sooner, the girl moved away a little and blushed intensely. Turning her head, the pink-haired girl said as if she felt they were destined to meet at some point, even if it wasn't like in a fairy tale. She caressed his hand and asked if it was strange that they had abilities that could help each other, even if it wasn't a romantic connection. Jeffrey listened to the girl with surprise, and then his eyes widened when he heard that she would still remain by his side. Seeing how smiling and open she was at that moment, the man said that one day the girl would regret taking his hand. A little later, a small camp had already been set up in the forest, and the firewood, which was surrounded by large rocks, caught fire. Jeffrey and Aurora sat on the ground, hugging, and the man carefully covered his bride with a wool cape so she wouldn't freeze. Calling his assistant, Campbell, who immediately came out from behind a tree and responded, the Duke asked him how Wendell was, looking at the young man, who had been at the mercy of a strict maid all day. And at Angela herself, the man said he had been crying all day, tightening his bride, who was already sleeping peacefully, against his chest. The blonde man assumed that meant the young man had met his soulmate. Etika turned his head slightly and said it would be better if he watched her, and Sir Campbell asked him if he meant the maid. Jeffrey confirmed it and looked thoughtfully at the fire, wondering mentally who that strange servant could be. Looking at the pink-haired bride, the man also stated that more information wouldn't hurt. Much later, on the way to the capital, the blonde man, who was protecting her face from the sun's rays, asked if she was awake. Immediately jumping from her spot, that is, from the fiancé's feet, Aurora blushed intensely and asked why she was sleeping on his lap. When the carriage was already entering the city, the Duke reported that after stopping at the camp, she had slept too deeply and he decided not to wake her. The girl, tapping her lips with her fingers, said that in that case, everything was fine. Trying to remove the blush from her cheeks and saying it was nothing, Jeffrey changed the subject and nodded toward the window, informing her that she had woken up just in time for the fun to finally begin. The man announced, without much enthusiasm, that they had arrived at a golden palace, and her eyes really burned from the abundance of shiny materials. Once inside, Aurora hugged her future husband by the elbow and thought with horror if all that gold could be real. She murmured that she felt like a tourist, and Jeffrey replied that His Majesty the Emperor had ordered the palace to be built. Explaining that it was built with cheap labor and military wealth, the Duke added that the place represented victory. The man added that the castle was also known for its large number of servants, and the girl wondered if he was going to give a lecture. The pink-haired girl whispered and asked why he was telling her all that, and Etika replied that he just thought he would be a guide for the tourist. She asked if it was okay to say all this when they weren't alone, and the blonde man replied that everyone knew his reputation and therefore, there was no need to worry. The Count, who wasn't very happy with what he heard, but ignored it, pointed his hand towards the room and announced that the future newlyweds should go there. The young people stopped at the entrance of a luxurious room, from whose ceiling hung a huge chandelier, and the ceiling was transparent. Murmuring that the chambers were simply impressive, Aurora wondered why the Emperor, who didn't like the Duke, was giving him a room like that. The Count said that this was the Chamber of Light, in which all the lamps and decorations were made of diamonds, and the floor was made of precious minerals that scattered the sun's shine. The pink-haired girl stepped forward and turned red with joy, declaring that it looked magical, and asking if Jeffrey also thought the same. The man didn't respond, and, turning to his companion, suggested that an audience would soon take place, to which the latter agreed. After the Count left, Audrey asked if everyone in the palace received such rooms, and the Duke replied evasively that it could be called a special treatment. Turning his head to his bride, the blonde man said there was a small error in the conclusion, and that this room wasn't good at all. Aurora looked with incomprehension at her fiancé, who seemed simply like a skeptic to her, and added that the girl would soon understand everything. 3 hours later, when the sun was at its highest point, the room had practically turned into a melting furnace. It was terribly hot. The wet and pink-haired girl asked if the Emperor wanted them to be served alive, and Jeffrey murmured that it was the ruler's disgusting hobby. Turning around, the future Duchess asked him why he hadn't said anything while she was making a fool of herself in front of the Count. With a bored sigh, the blond man claimed that, judging by his previous experience, he could say with certainty that the wait would be in vain. Aurora shouted that they had already been waiting for 3 hours and asked if after this they could simply turn them around and send them back. Etika crossed his arms and said that that was a very real outcome, and the pink-haired girl asked him how he survived working for the emperor. The Duke noticed that his future wife was effectively feeling unwell and offered a solution to the problem, extending his palm towards her. Audrey looked at the man with confusion, then asked him if he was experiencing symptoms again, and took his hand. Jeffrey replied calmly that that wasn't the case, and a stream of cool air and refreshing air flooded the girl, bringing her back to her senses. While wondering mentally if it was magic on his part, the pink-haired girl looked down, and the Duke asked if she felt better. As far as she knew from the book's plot, Etika did not belong to the family of mages or sorcerers, and therefore his abilities were a mystery. Sighing wearily, Aurora promised to ask him about it later, and the man, who felt just a little better, agreed. She immediately thanked him and said she could breathe again, wondering if he won all his battles with something other than the sword. Looking at the man's thoughtful expression, the pink-haired girl wondered how he could have died in the novel if he had abilities. When there was a knock at the door, the girl happily realized that someone had arrived. But Jeffrey stood up and asked her not to even get her hopes up. The servant entered, apologized for the intrusion, and said that, due to His Majesty's busy schedule, there would be no audience today. They were asked to come another day. Audrey looked at the butler with disgust, while her fiancé asked him what was happening with Count Barbarius. The man replied that His Majesty would take care of it personally, and Etika clarified, asking again if he was considered a criminal. When the servant mumbled something unintelligible, the blond man interrupted him and told him they had agreed to return tomorrow, asking him to greet him. Soon, the future newlyweds emerged from the Golden Palace, which had brought them nothing but time spent in the terrible heat. Placing her fingers on her boyfriend's elbow, Aurora replied with disgust that all they had done was take Bill Rowland away. Looking down at the girl, Etika said that for a peaceful solution to this situation, and to gain future profits, they had to give in for now. The man suggested that if he gave in to anger and defended himself, the bride clearly wouldn't be happy with that approach. And she agreed. Jeffrey said he had other things to do now, and that she could go shopping and buy herself some clothes for the warm weather, since they might be late. The pink-haired girl asked if that was to be expected, and her fiancé turned towards the palace, saying that, given the direction things were heading, it was quite likely. Shaking his head as if agreeing with his own thoughts, the blond man said that even if he was wrong, he needed to be prepared. Later, while walking through the emerald dressing room, Aurora informed her maid that she could choose her work clothes. This was good news for the maid. She was delighted. Angela said she wanted to stay so she could use her subordinate for longer, and the pink-haired girl suggested that that was nice. Deviating from the topic, the future Duchess rubbed the fabrics with her fingers and said they differed from those in the north in their properties. The girl said it was thinner and colder, so she needed to replenish her supplies, and the maid asked her what about the hat. Looking up and examining the item, Aurora wanted to say it looked interesting, but she heard conversations about her fiancé. She turned towards the ladies who were behind them and were discussing the reasons why His Majesty might have called Duke Edic to the palace. The blonde lady said with delight that her brother had personally seen Jeffrey's carriage near the castle, adding that he hadn't been here for a long time. Audrey whispered to her maid that those girls knew him, and Angela suggested they might be in his fan club. The dark-haired woman suggested that Ruby had come all that way to see the Duke, and the other chimed in, saying it was exciting to see him again. Swallowing nervously, Aurora grabbed the maid by the elbow and pulled her towards the exit, saying it was better to leave before trouble arose, and she replied that she was interested. The pink-haired girl turned around when she heard that the Duke would run to Ruby as soon as he was free from matters with the state emperor. The blue-eyed lady with long blonde hair was confidently called by the girls Jeffrey's one and only beloved. Ruby replied that they were making her blush, and the blonde girl said that only such a beauty could be the Duke's true love. The ladies continued laughing and smiling while chatting about how special she was, and argued that they needed to plan dinner. Aurora froze with an extremely disgusted expression on her face, reflecting mentally on the fact that the girl looked 10 years younger than him. While Ruby looked at him, who said they didn't have any plans yet, she wondered if Edic was considered so vile because he had a passion for young girls. The blonde seemed lost in thought, commenting on the fact that the man was always busy, and her friends easily picked up any topic. Angela whispered that things were getting more and more interesting, and the pink-haired girl thought it felt as if she were eavesdropping on her lover's infidelity. Suddenly, she heard the girls starting to talk about how the Duke now had a fiancé, and that a lavish engagement ceremony was being held. Aurora wondered if they knew about her existence. Then this Ruby wasn't a candidate for Jeffrey's fiancé, but his mistress. The blonde seemed to have lost all her arrogance in an instant. Her mood worsened, and her disgusted look seemed to bode nothing good. Ruby cleared her throat, composed herself, and stated boredly that if her friends were referring to Baron Audrey's daughter, they could be sure that she was nothing. She tapped her lips with her fingers and declared that there was no need to worry about it, because Etika would soon leave her when she asked how she knew. Ruby explained that the social gap between them was too big, and that this story was as old as time. And the blonde girl agreed with her. Changing the subject, the blonde replied that she didn't like the dresses there, suggesting they look at others. And Aurora realized with horror that they were coming for her. Trying to quickly cover her face with her long hair, Audrey turned pale, and Angela said tensely that she believed in the lady. She didn't want to provoke conflicts or other rumors. The pink-haired girl murmured that she needed to pretend she was busy with something important. When she and Ruby suddenly grabbed the same hanger, the Duke's fiancé shuddered with gratitude for the concession. The blonde said she didn't think she had seen the lady before. She looked with interest at her new acquaintance and asked how long she had been in the capital. While Angela remained on high alert to protect her mistress, she confirmed that it was her first time in the city. After saying she was delighted to meet her, the lady introduced herself as Rubiana from the Duchy of Rudeland, asking immediately what the name of her new acquaintance was. The pink-haired girl didn't even have time to answer, as the blonde added that she had great style, and that she would like to be friends with her. Thanking her for such words, Jeffrey's fiancée introduced herself as Aurora from Baron Audrey's family, immediately receiving the expected disgust. Leaning forward angrily, the blonde asked, offended, if she was really mocking her, and her interlocutor looked at her with incomprehension. Ruby declared loudly that, being nearby, the girl must have heard what was being said, but didn't say anything, even though she should have. Aurora clarified if she had a good reason for this, and added that she wasn't even talking about how rude this company was. The blonde stepped back when she heard that the future Duchess simply didn't want to cause a scandal, and so she turned a blind eye. Ruby murmured that that was quite noble, and the pink-haired girl nodded, saying she was also of noble blood. After all, the girl and her maid were paralyzed upon hearing from their new and unpleasant acquaintance that Audrey, of all people, was certainly not one of the nobles. Suddenly, she screamed that she had dared to deceive the Duke and lie to him to win Ethic's favor, even though she was a commoner. The ladies present in the shop whispered among themselves, listening to Ruby's screams about whether this had been the Baron's idea or his daughter's. Looking confusedly at the discontented face in front of her, Aurora wondered if she was really considered a commoner. A little later, the Etika family carriage was already leaving, while the sun slowly descended on the horizon, leaving a pleasant light behind. Sighing endlessly with dissatisfaction, Aurora reflected on the fact that she just wanted to go shopping, but everything had turned into a fight. Ruby was so aggressive in trying to expose her as a commoner that the pink-haired girl seriously wondered what evidence she had. The girl hugged herself tightly and thought about how much the situation that occurred in the shop had enraged her, although she had tried to avoid it. Soon the ladies were informed that they had arrived at the right place, and the future Duchess got out of the carriage. Looking around with interest, still holding Sir Campbell's hand while he helped her, Audrey wondered if it was a mansion when she heard that the Duke had reserved the entire restaurant. Observing the elegantly designed exterior, the pink-haired girl thought with a smile that it seemed like the perfect place for a good date. Noticing that the garden at the entrance was completely empty, the girl asked if that meant there was no one there, suddenly hearing from the side if she liked it. Turning around, she saw Jeffrey extending his hand towards his fiancée and then finally inviting them to enter the building. Etika pulled a chair out for the girl and explained that this restaurant, the most popular in the capital, is very popular among married couples. Straightening her shoulders, the pink-haired girl looked at him and asked with interest if she had understood correctly that all of this was also another farce. When the blonde asked again what they were talking about, Aurora explained that she thought all of that was just to show they were a couple. The man frowned slightly and said that from the outside it might seem like that. But in reality, that was not part of his plans. He said he brought his fiancée here to apologize because he showed her some unpleasant sides of himself, and that he should have apologized sooner. Audrey looked at him uncomprehendingly and shook her head, saying she didn't think he could care about those things regarding her. Jeffrey said that even though he was late with his apologies, it was better to offer them late than never. And the pink-haired girl confirmed that he was right, thinking that the Duke might seem insensitive from the outside, but act like a romantic. Aurora said she accepted his apologies. For an instant it crossed her mind. She thought that, after all, the man had reserved the entire restaurant. And then she said she had to say something. After piercing a piece of meat with his fork, the blonde man looked at his fiancée, guessing what she might say, and asked her to speak. She asked him if he had ever met a girl about 10 years younger, of noble blood, who barely seemed to be of legal age. Choking on his food, Jeffrey coughed into his fist, saying that had never happened before, and asked why the girl was asking such stupid questions. The pink-haired girl joked nervously, saying she had simply heard about it somewhere, and the Duke added that he had never thought about those things. Aurora said she wanted to ask him one more question, and the man wiped his lips with a towel, nodding and wondering what else she could ask. With her back straightened with tension, the girl cautiously asked what her future husband knew about her origins. Jeffrey listened in silence to the question of whether he was aware of any rumors about the fiancé's low social status, or something of the sort. The blonde man turned gloomy, like a real storm cloud, asking who had the audacity to speak to the girl in that tone. When the pink-haired girl asked him what he meant, Etika asked with the most serious expression for permission to deal with them. Aurora assumed that, judging by his reaction, the man already knew she was not of noble birth, and so she asked why he hadn't said so before. The Duke put down his cutlery and told her that her former etiquette tutor, Countess Rosamond, had told him about it. According to the woman, she knew Audrey personally, even saw her daughter, and was completely sure that she was not the Duke's fiancée. Jeffrey said calmly that he hadn't said anything simply because it wasn't necessary, and the girl asked, confused, how could that be? Etika explained that they knew she was not of the Audrey lineage, but that didn't prove she was a commoner, since there were no birth records. Feeling a little sad, Aurora asked in a low voice why he hadn't asked her himself about her origins, but had remained silent. The man objected that this wouldn't have helped them either, since the girl had amnesia, and added that he had found out about this from her personal maid. The blonde man said one could speculate that Baron Audrey had taken advantage of her memory loss to manipulate her. The girl asked if they had managed to find any other information, for example, to reveal who she was before Audrey appeared. Jeffrey crossed his arms and replied that she had originally lived in the village, and there were even witnesses who said the Baron had taken the girl to live with him. He added that, however, they had no records of what had happened before this, and it was as if his fiancée had fallen from the sky into the Empire. The pink-haired girl thanked him for trusting her because it seemed suspicious, and he probably wanted to kick out such a useless person. The Duke quickly shook his head and said with calm confidence that he had never thought of those things in that way. Aurora said that was good news, and then asked what they should do about the rumors, since they had to stop them from spreading. Crossing his arms over his chest, the blonde man said he would support her in any solution to this problem, even in getting revenge on the Duke, since he didn't like him. The man looked at her and asked how he could remain inactive after having deceived his beloved fiancé. Immediately jumping from her seat, the pink-haired girl suggested doing everything possible to completely destroy her family's name. That afternoon, at the palace, the girl left the papers on the table and placed a fountain pen on top, declaring that, in her opinion, should be enough. Aurora got up and said that if the temporary contract was already drafted, then it was time to go to sleep. But Jeffrey asked her to wait. The man squeezed the loose sleeve of his fiancée's white robe with his fingers and, answering her question, he said he wanted to tell the girl something. Audrey asked what was wrong and mentally noted that her fiancé had become much more serious. It seemed he didn't want to offend her with his words. The future Duchess blushed intensely and backed away hesitantly when she heard that there was only one bedroom in that property. Aurora asked if he was joking, and the blonde replied that, besides that, the staff here changes frequently, and their game is more important than ever. The girl murmured that it would find it strange if the bride suddenly left the groom sleeping in the guest room. And he agreed. The pink-haired girl reminded him that, according to the contract, if they had no other choice, and were forced to sleep together, he had to pay her 1 gold coin per night. When Jeffrey replied that he remembered, Audrey asked if he was really going to pay her for all the time she was in the capital, even for the previous night. She covered her mouth with her hands in admiration when the man added that compensation was included in that amount, and that everything was already in her vault. Etika said that every night with him could be uncomfortable and dangerous, but the fiancé turned around and said that she trusted him and that he could worry about her. Having suggested that they go to bed, the pink-haired girl approached the bed and said that this day had been very exhausting, and the Duke said he understood. Aurora heard the chime and asked what the man was doing, and he replied that he planned to chain himself to the chair, and that only their hands should touch. The girl asked what had happened the other nights, and when the Duke said he would sleep on the sofa, she called him to come to bed. Looking up, the blonde man asked her why she was so eager to get him into bed, and Audrey hesitated uncomfortably. The pink-haired woman said she was afraid they would lose contact accidentally, and the Duke froze in place, distracted from joining the long chains. She asked him if he hadn't thought about it himself, and then said that if the man understood everything, then he should come to her before his eyes turned red. After thinking about it for a while, Etika started untangling the chains and said that, in that case, he needed to change the limiters. Jeffrey started rummaging under the bed, then took out and opened a small chest containing chains and shackles of all kinds. Seeing him chain his ankles, the pink-haired girl asked him what he was doing, receiving as an answer that it was a security measure. The man asked her if she could help him with the handcuffs and seemed so calm, as if it were something completely normal. Then, distracted, he remembered something and handed his fiancée a fine chain with a pendant, explaining to her that she should take it first. Holding the jewel, Jeffrey explained that it was an amulet made of starstone with magic, and that if it perceived danger, it would protect her. He expressed his hope that she would wear it every day, and Aurora accepted the gift, asking him if he had chosen the color himself. Etika confirmed this assumption and hesitantly asked if she didn't like it, trying to find the answer in the fiancé's eyes. The girl said that, on the contrary, if they were really a couple, then today could be considered special. Audrey lowered the robe slightly from her shoulders and asked him if he could put it on her, because she really wanted to enjoy that moment. Accepting the jewels again, the Duke replied that he would do whatever she wished, although everything inside him protested, fearing the rebirth of sympathy. She turned her back to him and turned around, pushing her pink hair over her shoulder, and allowed Etika to place the pendant around her neck. The blonde man said he had put everything on and asked her if she wanted to look, and Aurora replied that now was the time to deal with the handcuffs. Manipulating the man with more care than necessary, the pink-haired woman slammed the handcuffs shut, feeling a little nervous for some reason. When Jeffrey started examining the shackles, the girl asked if everything was all right, and the Duke confirmed that everything was indeed all right. Waiting nervously for her boyfriend's reaction, Aurora murmured that, in that case, the light could be turned off, and the Duke raised his head and confirmed it. A little later, they were lying in bed under the same blanket, holding hands. While Audrey thought about how uncomfortable it was, Etika seemed to be sleeping, but suddenly he grabbed the girl's small hand with his 2 large hands and called her by her name, drawing her attention to himself. The blonde man waited for her gaze and reminded her that he was afraid of losing the connection, carefully asking why they didn't change positions in that case. Turning abruptly, the Duke silently and carefully hugged the young fiancée, placing one hand under her head and caressing her cold palms with the other. Night had fallen over the castle, but she didn't feel at ease when Jeffrey told her that there would only be trouble if she got out of bed. The next morning, Aurora turned away from the bright rays of the sun and covered her head with a blanket to keep a sweet sleep a little longer. When that didn't work, the girl crawled out from under the blanket and sat up in bed, and realized she had been left alone in bed. Looking towards the empty half of the bed, the pink-haired girl murmured a question into the air about where Jeffrey had gone, since he hadn't even said anything. Just at that moment, the door opened and Etika walked in, already fully dressed, holding a tray in his hands and asking how she had slept. Aurora replied that everything was fine, and the man asked his bride to go to his house, adding that he had decided to bring her something to eat. In response to her question, the blonde man said he saw no reason not to bring his fiancée breakfast, which included scrambled eggs, sandwiches, and salad. Already sitting at the strict table and enjoying their meal, Audrey asked if they would visit the palace today, but Jeffrey said the emperor was busy. Feeling irritated and tired of such disrespect from the emperor, the pink-haired girl asked when this could happen in that case. The duke replied that it would be in a few days, since the ruler was who he was, and Aurora asked if they would really hand over Count Barbarius to her. The man said everything would be fine even with the documents, because he couldn't resist forever. And the future duchess was clearly thoughtful. Audrey, taking the still warm sandwich from her plate, thought about it for a moment, and murmured that she had nothing better to do in that situation. Geoffrey pointed out that this was true, but added that he had received many social invitations, and the bride had asked for his opinion on whether she should go. The blonde man asked her permission to deal with the consequences, and added that even if she got completely lost, it wouldn't be scary. While chewing her sandwich, the girl murmured that sometimes she can't understand the truth when she hears that her fiancé can even cover up a murder. Aurora nervously said she thanked him for his support, and the man replied that he was willing to go to such extremes, but he would prefer that she not attend those meetings, still dedicating more mental effort to chewing than to thinking about what had happened. The pink-haired girl asked why everything was like that. Bringing a piece of tomato stuck on a fork to his mouth, Etika said that they would most likely want to hurt his fiancé, and that they didn't need that. Audrey froze when she heard that those who listened to the rumors could act in a passive-aggressive way, and generally hostile towards her. Deciding to act a little differently, Aurora calmly said it would be fine, and that it would be better to simply go there to dispel the rumors. The blonde man asked her why she had decided that, and his fiancé replied that there is a saying that goes eye for an eye. Raising her fork in a belligerent gesture and clenching her fist, the girl declared that they would get what they deserved, and that it was time to pay. Soon afternoon tea was held, a social event with aromatic drinks and delicious treats. Although they were in a small and very quiet garden, the reality of aristocratic society was very cruel, and so she was forced to enter this world for the first time, when all the ladies present expressed their joy at meeting the future duchess. They barely exchanged proper greetings before immediately starting to ask questions about whether it was true that the duke had given her several thousand roses. The young blonde said with joy that she had heard that a man had gifted his fiancée a ring with a diamond the size of a fist. In the garden of Marchioness Mardella, they discussed that such a decoration would not be practical, so the future husband gave slightly different gifts. The young Marchioness had a fairly diverse and wide circle of friends, which was suitable like no other for carrying out her plan. The young interlocutor pointed out that the future duchess's necklace, which contained a magnificent starstone, suited her eyes very well. The pink-haired girl said that this gift was given to her in honor of her first visit to the capital, and that the accessory even had a spell on it. The blonde stated that protective amulets made of such a rare material were rare, and another lady pointed out that the duke was very kind to the bride. After these words, one of the girls, with a loud clatter of porcelain, placed her cup on the saucer as if to attract everyone's attention. Both interlocutors looked at her surprised when the lady said that one could say that Edik really had a big heart. The unknown blonde slowly murmured that the duke had accepted her despite her status, and her friend asked her not to be so cruel. The dark-haired woman said, with a smile, that even if the duke's fiancé was from a lower-class family, still she should be considered noble. While drinking hot tea with boredom, Aurora thought about how well she knew those girls who were in Ruby's company. Sighing, one of them, Sarah, whose light brown hair was tied in a bun, expressed with regret the wish that everything were true. The blonde looked with uncertainty at the duke's fiancé, and Audrey just listened in silence to the girl's words about her being a commoner. The rest of those present didn't seem too surprised, and probably just hoped this would actually happen. While drinking her tea calmly, the pink-haired girl remained completely calm, and just said she thought they were wrong in their opinion. Sarah seemed to immediately lose the thread of her original plan to humiliate the girl, and asked again what they meant by saying they were wrong. Provoked, Aurora said boredly that she hadn't planned to address the matter today, but that if they insisted, she would put an end to the rumors. The girl said her family had been taking care of the sick peasant woman for some time, because they simply couldn't refuse the poor woman. Seeing the surprised faces of the girls, most of whom were not familiar to her, she thought she had to fight fire with fire and not with lies. Audrey sold her deliberately and arbitrarily for her own benefit, and therefore, she was able to allow the Duchess to sell her daughter. The pink-haired girl suddenly declared that this girl's name was Julia Audrey, deciding to play with high stakes so as not to leave room for any more rumors. Rising from her seat, the future Duchess declared that Julia was the commoner everyone had heard about, adding that she didn't know how that rumor had started. Suddenly, the girl took a step forward and gracefully put her arm around Countess Rosemont's shoulder, saying she had someone who could confirm it. Smiling tenderly, Aurora said that this woman was an old friend of her mother's, and asked her if she knew the truth. Nodding in agreement, the dark-haired woman confirmed that she had even visited Audrey a few years ago, and that the lady had been sweet and mature. The girls present listened absolutely, telling each other in shock the fact that the person who lived in the Baron's family was a commoner, but very well educated. Tapping her lips with her fingers, the pink-haired girl added that perhaps she wasn't perfect, but that she was doing her best to be a good bride. Ruby's friends froze when they were asked if they were spreading unfounded rumors just to hurt her. Aurora added that before asking why, it would be good to hear an apology after such an unpleasant situation. Bowing her head, the dark-haired woman paled with emotion and offered her apologies to the future Duchess, since she didn't want more dangerous consequences. Dangerous, Sarah supported her and swore they knew nothing and had no intention of causing the lady any trouble, and she accepted their apologies. Raising her hands, Audrey said that now that they had resolved everything, she hoped they could become very good friends. Turning around, she nodded again and thanked Lady Rosamond, declaring that the unpleasant situation had been resolved only thanks to her. The woman seemed completely calm and sipped her tea in silence, although in reality, she was behaving that way under pressure. A few hours earlier, the future Duchess met her former teacher and greeted her with a smile. The Countess was visibly displeased with the meeting and quickly stepped aside when she heard from the young girl that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. When asked why she was there, the pink-haired woman asked if that had shocked her, noting that it was as if she had seen a ghost. Hiding her laughter with her palm, Aurora asked her not to be afraid, and explained that she was only there to threaten the woman a little. Countess Rosemont was simply beside herself with such cheek because a girl, who she knew as a commoner, dared to threaten her. She approached the Duke's fiancé, Edic, and asked how the girl dared to speak to her like that, given her position in society. Aurora shook her head and asked the woman not to tell her that she was the one spreading ridiculous rumors about commoner status. The Countess listened in silence to the fact that gossip was not good, and if Geoffrey found out, it was scary to imagine what he would do with the family business. Hissing indignantly, Rosemont asked what she wanted in exchange for her silence, and the pink-haired girl calmly replied that it was all very simple. The girl gestured with her index finger and told the woman that she should go to have afternoon tea at Marchioness Martella's estate. The dark-haired girl listened, as if she simply had to agree with the future Duchess's words, and didn't even have to lie blatantly. The woman sighed and asked if the girl would leave her family alone under such conditions, and Aurora swore on her honor. That same night, she told Geoffrey and his servants the plan she had managed to carry out, provoking a completely different reaction in each listener. Wendell stuttered, asking if that meant the lady had actually managed to turn the real Miss Audrey into a commoner. The girl said that was called justice, and that they needed to experience it for themselves. And the assistant said that his lordship had nothing to worry about. Looking first at the young man and then at her future husband, the pink-haired woman asked in disbelief and surprise if he was worried. Wendell opened his arms and declared that that was an understatement, as since the lady had left, the Duke had been constantly asking him about everything. When the boy wanted to add something more, Geoffrey suddenly stepped hard on his foot, and then murmured that his foot had simply slipped. The blonde man summarized that, in general, everything ended well, and then asked his fiancée to make sure these rumors didn't reach Audrey. Aurora said that if he was really capable of such a thing, then it was wonderful, and the Duke said he would do anything for his fiancée. Noticing her maid's intense gaze, the girl asked what was wrong, and Angela asked how long they would remain holding hands. The future Duchess said she knew what the maid meant, and added that they had been doing this since the sun went down. When she found Geoffrey, he had already put on his glasses to try to hide his red eyes, and the situation improved when their hands touched again. Audrey murmured that it would probably be better to do this until the end of the night, and Angela murmured that she was wondering something. The maid asked, didn't they say it only lasts 3 or 4 days, and today was exactly the 4th, and the lady was surprised by this. Looking at the Duke with a dissatisfied but attentive gaze, Angela asked him if he was really still in so much pain. Aurora turned to her fiancé when he hesitated to answer, and clearly, she was not used to seeing him in such an embarrassed position. The blonde man asked if the maid was implying that he had other motives, and she replied that it looked exactly as if he were hiding something. The girl obediently fell silent and seemed to lower the tone of her arrogance upon hearing her mistress, who asked her with disgust to watch her words. Jeffrey murmured that he didn't seem to like the maid as his mistress's companion, and the fiancé mentally asked him to remain silent. Aurora watched in surprise as Angela and her future husband began to exchange serious reprimands, although they had little reason to do so. Etika asked if there was something about him that the maid didn't like, and looked at her in silence when he heard she was talking about his character. Angela counted on her fingers to say that every word he said sounded pleased, and added that she didn't like the way the man looked at her mistress. Aurora, who was still tightly gripping Jeffrey's hand, now demanded more seriously that he stop that farce, that she didn't like it. The man listened in silence to the fact that they weren't even together, and that such conversations were pointless, and asked her to leave them for their true partner. As if coming to her senses and finally composing herself, the blonde whispered that the lady was right, and covered her mouth with her hand, looking forward. The Duke looked down and didn't seem as calm as usual, so the pink-haired girl turned to him and asked him what was wrong. Shortly after this strange encounter, Audrey was already trying to catch up with her maid in the hallway and calling her by her name. The girl asked her mistress if she was sure she should be there and not with her fiancé, and she replied that he was better already, so nothing would happen. The future Duchess, bringing her hands to her chest, murmured excitedly that she simply wanted to ask her a question, and the maid asked what it was. Flexing her fingers and looking down, the pink-haired girl asked if Angela had heard the omnipresent rumors that she was actually not of noble blood. She added that she was not a member of the Audrey family, and therefore, she would understand if the maid now wanted to return home and not worry about a commoner. The blonde listened to this murmur in silence, observing how excited the future Duchess was when she said all this. Leaning forward, Angela asked confusedly what the mistress meant by that. Since right now, she was on the path to wealth, she declared that she didn't care at all who her mistress was, even if she turned into an orc. And Aurora didn't even immediately find the right words. Bowing her head, the maid said she liked her mistress just as she was, because she was the only one who treated her well on that estate. The pink-haired girl even blushed at the pleasant warmth these words brought to her soul. Because it was the first time she had heard something like that from a person, the girl promised that she would definitely achieve success, and then make her servant the richest in the world, and suddenly hugged her tightly. She happily declared that she was her best friend, while Angela tried to come to her senses, frozen in surprise and a slight shock. More or less aware of what was happening, the blonde also hugged the future Duchess, and in a low voice and with a smile, she told her she was very happy. The next day, the young couple was already on their way to the Emperor, and Jeffrey said that a delegation from Geokyr would arrive soon, so they wouldn't be ignored. The Duke added that the girl should keep in mind that she could immediately forget everything he said, and she asked in surprise why. As his escort pounded on the high, huge doors, the man explained that the Emperor's words often simply lacked meaning. The obese man, reclining on the throne, was informed that Duke Etika and his new wife had arrived for an audience with him. Holding her fiancé's hand, Aurora thought that after the words about the Emperor, she was starting to get even more nervous. After bowing, the girl greeted His Majesty, the very noble Emperor, introducing herself by her name and surname. The ruler, from whose thick neck hung a gigantic and precious brooch, instead of explaining, said he understood everything. His face was not particularly disfigured by intellect, and his eyes threatened to betray a certain degree of mental weakness when she looked at them. When Audrey saw him for the first time, she tried to swallow as quietly as possible, although the Emperor's eyes, like those of a dead man, made her nervous. Jeffrey decided to get straight to the point and declared that now that His Majesty had met the bride, he could return Count Barbarius to them. Supporting his cheek on his fist, the blonde man stupidly said he couldn't do that, and that he would personally take care of his punishment. Etika reminded him that the Count had mistreated his fiancée and other young noblewomen, causing divisions, and asked if he had anything to say about it. The Emperor, with the stubbornness of a true donkey, murmured that he had already punished him as he deserved, and that he would have to stay sitting in the palace without leaving for 3 months. The blonde man asked irritatedly if that was all, while his fiancée wondered in silence if they hadn't even sent him to jail. The ruler asked what else the Duke wanted, and asked if Count Barbarius shouldn't be punished for his disgusting exploitation of the people. The monarch, reclining on the throne, declared that he couldn't do that because the young nobleman had simply made a mistake once. Or twice, looking at the young couple with an openly bored look. The emperor asked if they both knew that we all make mistakes sometimes. Leaning forward, Aurora suddenly turned to His Majesty and declared that killing people could not be considered a minor oversight. Supporting his cheek on his fist again, His Majesty, with an extremely bored look and stupid look, said that Count Barbarius certainly hadn't killed anyone. The pink-haired woman stated that letting a living person starve to death was the same as killing them, and he, as the Lord, had a duty to take care of his people. The man said slowly that, as he had already said, it was just a small mistake, and Audrey mentally called him a deaf monster. Aurora stated that a mistake is just something accidental that a person tries to correct immediately. But Count Roland didn't even think about doing that. She asked that if the emperor didn't want to punish such a person, then who would administer justice in that state? When the ruler asked Etika if his fiancée was virtuous, the man replied that that was what he liked about her. After a brief silence, the monarch kept his gaze fixed on the couple and suddenly announced that he had just had a truly excellent idea. Pointing his finger at the future duchess, the emperor declared that she would get along well with the Geosyrians and would be responsible for their reception. The pink-haired woman clarified if they were talking about her, and the man confirmed that only under that outcome would he listen to their demands. Aurora exhaled and asked who from the kingdom would visit them, and His Majesty replied that the delegation would be led by Prince Geokira, protecting his beloved with his shoulder, so as not to subject her to unnecessary worries. Geoffrey turned to the emperor and urged him to entrust this to him. Muttering something like a ram, the man objected that he didn't want that, and that the Duke's fiancée, in his opinion, would clearly handle it better. The blonde man raised his head and didn't even try to contain his disgust, addressing His Majesty with an open threat in his voice. The emperor struck his arm and screamed at the top of his lungs that he had already said that the representative would be none other than this girl. Still screaming, he declared that otherwise, he would immediately release Count Barbarius. And at such sudden hysteria, even his crown fell off. Impressed by how furious the man, who had recently seemed so stupid to her, had become, Aurora was horrified to think that she needed an exorcist. After 3 years of interracial war, numerous human races simply disappeared from the face of the earth, destroyed by the fighting. Only 2 remained, and one lived in the great empire of Nodelberg, where all the events of the story took place, and where a very unpleasant monarch ruled. The kingdom of Geosyria, which was not conquered by anyone, was a small mountainous country that detested His Majesty very much. Nodelberg lost almost half of its lands, and Geokir used its territorial superiority and physical superiority. All the aristocrats hoped that the intelligent Prince Jean Geokir would become a truly strong ruler of the state. After a time, all the servants in the palace were already preparing for his arrival. Because this guest was considered a very important figure in political games, Aurora approached one of the young men and asked if anyone had been assigned to receive the delegation that would arrive soon. The servant, with an empty expression on his face, murmured that no one else had been designated for this purpose, and the girl wondered how Nodelberg still existed. The future duchess asked confusedly if there would be escorts, and when they replied no, she asked if she should look for the people herself. The dark-haired servant, who looked as stupid as the king, said in a dull voice that if the lady needed helpers, that was what she should do. The girl raised her hands and asked who would attend the negotiations if not her, and the servant shrugged, saying the decision had not yet been made. Involuntarily clenching her fists, Audrey wondered if she should hit that stupid guy so he wouldn't be so stupidly calm. The girl ran her fingers through her hair, pulled it slightly, and muttered that it was a complete nightmare when she was suddenly asked what was happening. The pink-haired girl looked with incomprehension at the unknown man approaching them, whose face she saw for the first time in her life. The servant called the blonde, blue-eyed aristocrat, Duke of Rudland, while maintaining his attentive and long gaze on the girl. The blonde asked who that woman was, and Aurora realized she wasn't the only one who considered her new interlocutor a mere stranger. Coming to her senses, she bowed and greeted his lordship, introducing herself, and he realized she was Duke Edic's fiancée. Rutland frowned in surprise and asked why the girl was there and what she was doing. The pink-haired woman declared that she had been designated responsible for receiving the delegation, and that she needed advice, and the Duke immediately offered to help with these matters. The man added that his help could be useful because he was responsible for local officials, and Aurora clasped her hands with a smile when she declared that she was incredibly happy to hear such words at that moment. The Duke asked her to ask the questions that interested her. Looking at the crowd of servants running from one side to the other, she asked if she should speak there. And Rutland asked what was wrong with it and urged her to be bolder. The future Duchess was clearly surprised that a man wanted to discuss official diplomatic matters in such a public place. The girl asked him if he wasn't worried about diplomatic relations with the Yokir people, and the blonde man replied boredly that it wasn't that important. Aurora murmured helplessly that they were their last allies, trying to encourage her new acquaintance to make appropriate decisions. Rutland shrugged and coldly pointed out that they were just a small nation and defenseless, and that she certainly didn't have to worry about that. Suddenly, memories surfaced in Audrey's head that in the novel, Duke Edic was called the Sword of the Empire, and Duke Rutland, the brain of the state. The pink-haired woman was clearly unhappy with the ongoing dialogue when she said that if the man really thought that, then she would tell it like it is. They listened in silence to the fact that, even if it seemed that Geokir was useless, worsening the relationship would lead to nothing good. In response to her questions, Aurora explained that she wasn't asking for much, but simply wanted experienced personnel to be assigned to the reception. Looking nervously at her new acquaintance, the future Duchess excitedly asked his permission to give her such an opportunity. After reflecting for a while, the blonde man finally made a decision and said he could help the girl with this event. Audrey mentally relaxed, thinking that everything wasn't as bad as she thought, and was even a little happy about the unexpected meeting with this man. Left alone, the pink-haired girl thought this had turned out surprisingly easy, and now she even felt a bit uncomfortable. After a while, the blonde lady said it was a great honor for her to meet the future Duchess. Miss Aurora, continuing to speak with an energetic shout, the girl introduced herself as Alois Caproni. She was part of the international relations team. Audrey wanted to tell her she was also delighted to meet her, but her interlocutor wouldn't let her say 2 words and started talking about herself again. The pink-haired girl felt a wave of fear and disappointment when she heard the girl say she had only been working there for a week, and that she might lack experience. She slapped her forehead with her palm and tried to appear less irritated, murmuring that she was also very glad to meet her. After allowing Alois to sit, the future Duchess was already planning her revenge against Rutland, asking if the newcomer had any experience in this field. She said her experience wasn't official, but added that her mother also worked with all kinds of foreign affairs. Immediately frightened by the prospect of communicating with her own boss, the blonde woman apologized and said she hadn't meant to be so informal. Shrugging, Aurora calmly said everything was fine because it was absolutely normal, and there was no need to be so nervous around her. Alois objected that speech in the palace should remain formal, and the pink-haired girl said she could behave however she felt most comfortable. Standing up again, the girl thanked the Duchess and said she looked forward to the opportunity to work with her lady. A few days later, Audrey was still working, surrounded by large stacks of papers, and studying and rereading them endlessly. Looking at Edic, the girl said that if he had nothing better to do, he could go to bed, and he replied that he would sleep with her. The pink-haired girl reminded him confusedly that they no longer slept in the same bed, and therefore the man didn't have to wait for her to go to bed. Nodding towards the table, she suggested that the Duke should continue with his own paperwork instead of sitting there watching her the whole time. The blonde man sighed and calmly said he was afraid his fiancée would faint before the delegation arrived. Aurora said that was nonsense because she wasn't that weak, and Geoffrey replied that they could have secured Barbarius's safety without that. Waving her hand as if shooing a fly, the girl hastened to assure him that she understood everything, but that she had no intention of being distracted. She immediately suggested that the light might bother him, but added that it simply seemed more convenient for her to work in that room. Edic crossed his arms and replied that the problem wasn't his sleep, but that his fiancée was simply doing something useless. The pink-haired girl froze in place, holding numerous papers in her hands, and asked what he meant by nonsense. Geoffrey asked condescendingly if she really believed the human alliance could defeat the anti-human forces. The girl frowned and furrowed her brows, and even pouted when she heard the question of whether she really expected this. Standing up, Aurora asked if they should give up, and the blonde man replied that they needed to enjoy the time they had left. She asked him with real fear if he hadn't gone to war to save the human race. And now, suddenly, he was talking like that. The man said he was simply being a realist and that, while in the past humanity had had chances to win, now everything had turned out completely different. Audrey pursed her lips, which trembled upon hearing that even if they joined Geokir, the end of everything was already near. Suddenly, Aurora shouted, asking him why he was saying that, and if he was enjoying wasting all their efforts up to that moment. Jeffrey stammered while trying to answer, but the girl continued saying out loud that she was doing everything possible to find a possible solution. The pink-haired girl desperately declared that even if she failed, she would try to do everything within her power. The Duke was literally speechless when he heard that the only one involved in a meaningless task at that moment was him. Feeling deeply offended by her fiancé, the girl declared that it was time for him to stop belittling her with his extremely inappropriate comments. She pointed her finger at the door and ordered him to leave, and this act, which no one had ever allowed to happen to him, surprised Eddick. When the man asked her what she meant, the girl said it was time for him to clean up and find another room for himself, away from her. The blonde man asked Aurora to wait, but she asked him if he thought lovers never fought, adding that that didn't affect their secret. Jeffrey tried to object again and said he didn't want to make her angry, but the girl threw the papers at him and told him she would leave alone later. When she stepped back a little to head to the door, the Duke asked her permission to take that order upon himself. And he left. Left alone, the pink-haired girl was ready to shoot a lightning bolt, thinking that if a war started, the groom would simply die. Aurora began to hit the pillow because the Duke couldn't understand her anxiety, and she did everything possible to avoid this clash. Sitting on the bed, she groaned, irritated to think that she couldn't even tell him anything because no one would believe it. The girl was absolutely sure that he would say he was interested in knowing why the bride was doing that, and then he would ask if that was really the best excuse. She imagined that he would then touch her cheek and tell her with certainty that he could never die, and leave his fiancée alone. The hand with which Aurora was hitting the pillow immediately froze in the air, and she herself blushed intensely, stopping because she didn't expect these thoughts. The girl began to hit the unfortunate thing even more aggressively and shouted loudly and desperately several times that she simply hated it. She turned around and swallowed silently when she heard footsteps behind her, because she simply didn't want anyone to find her in that state. Holding the hem of the canopy with his fingers, Jeffrey announced cautiously that he had returned to return some of her documents. Aurora wanted to try to explain the words she had just spoken, and the Duke said he didn't know how much his fiancée despised him. Realizing how it looked from the outside, Audrey shook her head desperately and wanted to object, but Eddick said it would be better to disappear from her sight. The pink-haired girl leaned forward and called her fiancé's name to keep him from leaving, but he didn't give her the chance and took a step towards the door. The next morning, the delegation's ship had already arrived at the imperial port of Nadelberg for an official political visit. And important, standing a little further away, on a pier that was higher and offered beautiful views, Aurora sighed with disappointment without taking her eyes off the water's surface. Luna, a member of the Eddick Guild, asked why the lady was sighing like that and turned to greet her. She justified herself by saying she was just a little tired, although in reality, on that day so important to her, Jeffrey didn't even come out to say goodbye. Before leaving, the girl tried to ask the maid where her fiancé was, and she explained that his lordship was not feeling well. The pink-haired girl, with a miserable expression on her face, wondered silently if he could be so offended. And Luna noted that the trip had been long. The lady said that the feeling of that pleasant sea breeze seemed to make all her fatigue disappear. And Aurora agreed with her words. Luna also suggested visiting the beach that night because the nearest one wasn't far from there. And Audrey agreed. Their conversation was interrupted by a servant who was downstairs waving his arms widely, declaring that the ship had arrived, and the girl noted that everything was beginning. Luna suggested they hurry, and the pink-haired girl followed her with a faint smile, preparing for the important meeting for everyone. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind snatched the hat from the future duchess's head, which she tried to secure only with a light bow. The girl reached out, but could barely catch the thing, which rose very high. Held by gusts of wind, trying to keep her eyes on the hat, Aurora grabbed the hem of her blue dress with her hands and rushed forward so as not to lose it. She froze at the bottom of the stairs when a man's hand caught the hat, and an unknown but pleasant voice asked her if it was hers. A man with brown hair, green eyes, and a festive tunic that matched them looked at the stranger with a smile. It was the Prince of Geokir. Rushing to pick up her almost lost thing, the pink-haired girl thanked the man for such an act, and he responded to the girl with the same courtesy. The people running behind the man called him Prince Jan, and were clearly agitated by being so far behind him. The man claimed that His Majesty shouldn't walk alone, and the brown-haired man replied that he couldn't ignore a girl in distress. Aurora anxiously hoped that the first impression she made on him wouldn't be bad, and Angela asked her mistress to run as fast as possible. Rushing to Bo, the pink-haired girl greeted His Majesty, the Prince of Geokir, and the young man asked her in surprise if she knew him. Placing her hand on her chest, she nodded and said she had come to escort him safely and sound to the palace, giving her name and surname. The prince asked her if she was the head of the escort group, and the girl accepted, and then apologized for the awkward incident. Jean didn't see the incident as a problem, so he bowed and kissed Aurora's hand, and all the members of the delegation bowed to her. Pressing her fragile feminine fingers against his chest, the brown-haired man asked her to take care of him as best as possible, and then smiled at his acquaintance. Feeling a strange discomfort, the pink-haired girl withdrew her hand from his body, promising that she would make every possible effort to achieve that. Before the delegation arrived at the palace, those who received them assumed a great responsibility, even in the preparation of meals for the guests. Pointing to the man's rooms in one of Jeffrey's mansions, Audrey said their relationship hadn't been easy, but that everything should turn out fine. The girl said she knew the differences between the bedding of Nadelberg and Geokir, and that's why the best from there mattered. Taking a pillow from the bed, the prince smiled and politely confirmed that they were indeed practically the same as the ones he had at home. Jean said he was very grateful for the detailed attention, and Aurora said it was the least they could do, adding that she was glad. Pointing towards the exit, the pink-haired girl said it was time for them to proceed to the table for lunch. Once at the table, she announced that the cooks had prepared a variety of seafood, since they had heard the prince liked those dishes. The young man even blushed a little at the work she had done, and then looked at the table with delight. And the dishes, which were still steaming. The future duchess said that only the best was reserved for guests of such stature. After hearing that they had exceeded his expectations, observing the faces of the other delegation members, the girl silently concluded that they were also very happy. She thought that if everything continued to go well, Geokir would become their friend in the future war, and then Jeffrey would definitely survive. The girl came to her senses and fixed her gaze on the plate, cursing mentally because she realized she had massacred her steak. Having quickly swallowed a piece, the pink-haired girl thought desperately that she had to hide this from everyone around her as quickly as possible. The prince's hands suddenly intervened in this matter. He took her plate with a dozen pieces of meat from the table and his own, barely touched by the knife. And the fork. Aurora waved her hands nervously to avoid another awkward situation and turned to His Majesty. Swallowing softly with slight embarrassment, the prince suggested that the girl might have discovered that he liked steak cut into small pieces, and even decided to help with this herself. The pink-haired girl blushed observing the young man's actions, which didn't look like the usual aristocrat at all. And he was very kind. When Jean chewed the meat and said he liked it a lot, Audrey replied that she was glad if he liked those dishes. A little later, the future duchess was already relaxing in a hot bath and trying to rest after all those awkward moments. Covering her face with her palms, she thought it was hard to believe the prince was alone because he had been very calm and serene all day. Remembering her fiancé, who could get excited in an instant, the pink-haired girl mentally thought how nice it would be if he were like that. While sinking into the foam, the girl wondered if she should buy Jeffrey an apology gift before leaving tomorrow. Looking at the empty bed as night approached, Edic thought that without his other half, those pieces of furniture seemed simply absurdly large. At the same time, the girl was in the mansion and was going down the stairs, because she was simply sure that after all the scares, she wouldn't be able to fall asleep. The pink-haired girl smiled with pleasure, mentally thinking that a hot bath and a delicious meal really improved her mood. Looking towards the mansion exit, Aurora suddenly stopped and thought if she should take a walk on the beach, which was so close. When the girl took off her shoes, leaving them on the stairs, Sir Campbell asked where the lady was going, and she replied that she wanted to go to the beach. A little later, the girl was already walking barefoot on the soft sand, leaving her footprints on it, and was looking with delight at the water's surface. Lifting her dress, the pink-haired girl stepped into the water and thought that Jeffrey was probably there. But it was unlikely he was having as much fun. Lowering her head and listening to the pleasant sound of the water, Aurora wondered if they could ever meet there just like that. The girl froze in fear upon hearing her name and turned around, immediately distracted from the piece she had received a moment ago. She greeted Prince Jean in front of her, and he said he knew because he was walking there when he thought he saw her. The man asked her if she had gone out for a sunset walk, and the pink-haired girl replied that she wanted to cool off before going to bed, since the weather was very nice outside. The brown-haired man asked her if she liked the ocean, and Aurora hesitated, but then replied that she didn't usually see such a beautiful view there. Looking around, she didn't see any security guard anywhere, and asked in surprise if he was really there without security at such a late hour. Jean hesitated and laughed softly. Then he rubbed his neck, confirming the future Duchess's assumption that he had simply slipped away silently. He asked not to be scolded for that, because sometimes even a prince wants to be alone, and Audrey immediately said she wouldn't take up his time. Before the girl had time to wish him good night, the brown-haired man grabbed the sleeve of her dress and asked her to stay, declaring that he had been there for a long time. Without letting go of his new acquaintance, the man said a little shyly that he certainly wouldn't deny her company that night. Aurora murmured hesitantly that she would if he didn't object to such a result, and the prince immediately thanked her for this decision. The prince expressed his hope that he hadn't frightened the girl with his insistence, adding that in that case, he would really regret it very much. Jan added that it was the first time he had had so much fun in Nautilberg, thanks to her efforts. And the pink-haired girl said she was glad to hear her efforts had paid off. The girl looked down and asked him softly if he knew his boots and pants were wet, and he replied that he hadn't noticed. She saw how uncomfortable the man's tone was, and then asked him not to be embarrassed by it, and lifted her bare leg, showing it. Still holding the hem of her dress, which was still wet, Aurora said with a soft smile that now they were both wet. After a brief conversation and a walk, the young people decided it was time to return home to rest after such a day. The next day, already on the way to the palace, the future Duchess had a rather pleasant conversation with the prince of a friendly state. Now they seemed like friends to each other, and numerous servants were already waiting for them in the courtyard, and other members of the delegation. As soon as the prince helped the girl out of the carriage, taking her hand, Jeffrey stepped forward and greeted the guests of the Empire. Aurora looked up and looked with surprise at her future husband, who hadn't even presented himself to her before leaving. Edic was gloomy, like a real storm cloud, and his attentive gaze was directed at his fiancée's palms. And the strangers, looking at the prince with an attentive and not at all friendly look. The blonde man said they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Jean greeted his new interlocutor with a smile, and then pointed out that he was as handsome as ever. While Aurora thought about everything in silence, she couldn't help but feel the need to pull her fiancé's hair because of the look of discontent he was making, although he should have been friendlier. The Duke asked coldly how the trip had gone. The prince replied that he had a very good time, thanks to Miss Aurora, and they shook hands. Looking at his fiancée as if she had committed a crime, the man repeated the guest's words, which didn't amuse him at all. Turning around, the blonde man suggested going inside, as the emperor was already waiting for the prince to receive him as soon as possible. Later, dropping into a chair, the pink-haired girl said with joy that she could finally relax and rest a little. Luna said that meetings usually last a very short time, and Aurora expressed her hope that they would end soon. She only had time to mutter that she would like to go home as soon as possible, and the door slammed open, and everyone present turned around. The girl wanted to greet her fiancé and was about to get up, but Jeffrey raised his hand and calmly asked her not to get up. Audrey asked if the meeting was already over, and Edic sat next to her, replying that he had simply decided to leave there. The pink-haired woman noticed that the man was surprisingly behaving normally, and suggested that perhaps he was feeling better. The Duke noticed that she looked tired, and the girl reclined her head on the sofa, declaring that she simply needed to lie down on her bed for a while. The blonde man extended his large palm forward and suggested that his fiancée might have a fever after such a hard day. Caressing her forehead with his hand, the man suggested she return home early, as she shouldn't overdo it with her affairs. Stepping back a little and blushing with embarrassment, the pink-haired girl said that, In fact, that was what she had planned to do when she finished there. Aurora didn't let her fiancé ask her another question, when she was distracted by Luna's words that the meeting seemed to be over. And everyone was already on their way here. Looking at those present in the audience, the girl hoped that everything would turn out well. And Jean apologized for this wait. Turning around, Audrey adjusted the hem of her dark blue dress and informed her boyfriend that they would definitely see each other at home a little later. She added that she would return as soon as everything ended, and Jeffrey stood frozen, sitting in the chair, with an expression of surprise on his face and his hand extended. When the young people, the prince and his escort, left the palace, walking towards the imperial garden, the young man said it was a puzzle. Jean added that he knew that diplomatic matters didn't always go well, but that at that moment, he was simply confused. The pink-haired girl couldn't help but think that the conversation hadn't been productive at all, as the prince seemed less than satisfied and depressed. Shayton muttered that he had come there with the hope of obtaining cooperation, but Nadelberg seemed to be uninterested in these negotiations. The man stated that the anti-human forces were already at their door and that, unless an agreement was reached, the survival of humanity could not be guaranteed. Turning around, Jean said that was precisely why he wanted to ask Miss Aurora for her opinion on everything that was happening. The prince seemed confused and really didn't understand where all this was leading when he asked his new acquaintance what he should do. Audrey wanted to say that he was incompetent, but the brown-haired man added that he would accept any advice with gratitude and asked her to grant him wisdom. He said there must be a reason why the girl took the responsibility of receiving a delegation from a foreign country. Aurora asked if they had already found a negotiator, and the man replied that officially not yet, but he believed they could find a common language with him. The green-eyed man asked if the young lady had anyone in mind, and it seemed he was genuinely interested in the future duchess's opinion. The only person who could negotiate with the royal family with courage and effectiveness was her brave fiancé. Looking up, the girl said it was about Duke Geoffrey Etika, because despite his passivity, he wouldn't embellish the power of the empire. Jean listened with surprise when the pink-haired woman said that in that sense, her fiancé would be much more suitable than the Duke of Rutland. Muttering that he had been thinking the same thing, the prince thanked the girl for helping him sort out his thoughts a little, and she said she was glad. The man said that in a few days there would be a party at the palace, and Aurora said it would be a great evening in honor of the delegation. Audrey stepped forward a little, but the brown-haired man stopped, clasped his hands, and asked if the lady would like to go with him. The future duchess blushed involuntarily, because she never expected to receive such an invitation from a foreign prince. Jean stated with confidence and a smile that if he could attend that party with the young lady, it would be a great honor for him. The girl shook her head and hands in confusion, having no idea what to answer, and the prince asked her if he was going too far. Aurora said she was sincerely grateful for such an invitation, but that she couldn't accept it because she was already engaged, and he was visibly surprised. She added that her fiancé was Geoffrey Etika, and the green-eyed man nodded with understanding, echoing the name of the lucky duke. The man didn't seem to be at all bothered by this fact, as he smiled softly and hummed a little mysteriously, as if he had an idea. The prince asked if her fiancé had offered to go to that party with her, and Aurora stammered a little, replying that that hadn't happened. Jean, blushing, asked if they wouldn't give him a chance then, because if he brought any other lady, everyone would start whispering about marriage prospects. He smiled and explained that since the girl was already engaged, they could avoid this, and asked to at least consider the proposal. After thinking a little, the pink-haired girl decided silently that, if she thought about it a little, the brown-haired man's words sounded logical. As the leader of the host party, she couldn't allow in any way for the Yokir prince to be alone at the party held in his honor. The girl declared that she accepted his invitation, and Jean even applauded to show his interlocutor how happy he was. She herself wondered, if she went to that celebration with another man, if her fiancé would come, and if he would invite someone else. That same afternoon, Angela and Geoffrey walked towards each other in the spacious corridor of the castle, and the maid was holding a box in her hands. Noticing his lady-in-waiting, the blonde man asked if she had returned, and the girl replied that the lady was in her office. Angela added that his lordship would have to accept it first, and handed him a blue box with a yellow bow, informing him that it was a cake. Edik had never received such a gift before, so he asked why someone had brought him a cake, and why he needed it. The girl explained that it was a gift from his fiancé, and that if he didn't need it anymore, he could return it. But the man snatched the box from her hands. The Duke couldn't help but remember their recent confrontation, which led him even to decide not to greet her the next morning. Clutching the box against himself, the blonde man thought that Aurora wasn't the type of person who liked these kinds of things, and decided to apologize for the misunderstanding. Leaving the maid surprised after such strange behavior, the man remembered the words about his fiancée being in the office. Heading towards the door where the girl's guard, Sir Campbell, was, Geoffrey asked if Aurora was there, and he replied to his lordship that he gave his consent. The blonde thought she must be asleep, and was immediately convinced of it when he entered the office because Audrey was sleeping at her desk. Touching her shoulder, Edic muttered that he had asked the girl not to overdo it so much, and that perhaps she was so tired. Geoffrey froze when he saw his fiancée's face reddened by the heat and heard her labored breathing, which confirmed her poor health. Pressing his fiancée against his body with one hand and touching her face with the other, the Duke realized with fear the powerful heat that had enveloped her whole fragile body. Aurora's sleep didn't seem peaceful at all, as she was red, breathing with difficulty, and constantly sweating coldly, trying to lower the fever. Upon taking his beloved in his arms, the Duke could barely hide his intense emotion, and ordered Campbell to run and get the doctor. A little later, the girl was gripping a blue blanket between her fingers and in a slightly delirious state. She thought everything was spinning. Through her unhealthy sleep, she realized she was lying on the bed, although she had fallen asleep at the table, and the people around her were terribly frightened and saying something to each other. Resting her head on the palm of Geoffrey's hand, which was on her pillow, the pink-haired girl muttered out loud, but weakly, without opening her eyes, that this was very cool. Edic, agitated, leaned over his fiancée and asked her if she had regained her senses, but she could only ask him not to take his hand away. The man immediately understood her request and touched the girl's cheek with his fingers, whispering to her how she felt. Caressing her face gently, the blonde man asked for permission to hug her as he did that night, since it would clearly help her, but she only closed her eyes and groaned. The Duke turned off the light and took off his robe so the hug would be more effective, and then lay down on the bed, under the blanket next to his fiancée, holding the girl's body, which was burning from the terribly high temperature. Geoffrey said that now she could sleep peacefully. Trying to calm down, the man thought that the next morning everything, including her not very good state of health, would truly improve. In the morning, Aurora sat up in bed and was surprised to find that she felt truly refreshed and rested. Geoffrey, who was surprisingly already sitting on a chair next to the bed and simply reading a book, said he saw that she had finally woken up. The pink-haired girl called the Duke by his name, and he ran his hands over the page of the book, looking at the fiancée and asking her how she felt. Audrey said with gratitude in her voice that she felt much better, and it was thanks to him. And the blonde man declared that he was very happy about that fact. She asked him if he had been with her all night to help her, and the man said that any sane person would have done the same. The girl, fiddling with the blanket, said it was late already, but the man should know that the words she had heard weren't directed at him. The pink-haired girl added that her thoughts were in complete disorder, and in fact, at that moment, she was only talking to herself. The man listened, in silence, to his fiancée's words about how much she regretted her situation, and hoped he would understand her. Leaning back in his chair, the blonde man said he knew, and Aurora asked in surprise what he was talking about exactly. The Duke said he realized it was all a misunderstanding, but that he hadn't been very proactive, and that it was him, not her, who should apologize. Audrey froze, her face darkened with surprise, and her eyes opened wide when she heard Edic say that he was really sorry. The girl said that everything was fine, because he had already helped her in a difficult situation, and the man said that his treatment was effective. Aurora stated that was exactly the case, and said with a smile that she wondered when the doctor would charge her for that treatment. The blonde man repeated her question with a thoughtful look, then slammed the book shut, and placed it on the nightstand that was next to the bed. Geoffrey said that if she joined him at the party, it would be sufficient compensation for his work. Immediately losing all her playful and cheerful mood, the pink-haired girl swallowed nervously and stammered that she was really very sorry. She explained that previously she had agreed for Prince Jean to accompany her to a party, and the Duke looked at her in surprise. A little later, at lunchtime, the girl stirred her spoon in the mushroom cream soup without much appetite, thinking that she had ruined everything. Angela asked what they were talking about, and Aurora explained that she thought Jeffrey didn't care about parties, and agreed to go with Jean. The maid listened with surprise upon hearing that after such news, Edic was very upset. Although they had barely managed to make peace after their last fight, the pink-haired girl asked nervously what that reaction meant, and the maid tapped her lips with her fingers, declaring that she even felt sorry for the Duke. Audrey's mouth fell open when Angela announced that this was their first party together, but her fiancé was snatched right out from under his nose. Frozen with a fork in her hands, the girl muttered that she hadn't even thought about how it looked from the outside, and the maid said she wasn't surprised. As night approached, she walked through the garden and reflected in silence on what she should do, and if she should refuse the prince's offer. Suddenly, Jeffrey appeared next to her and asked if his fiancée was thinking about going out with him. And the pink-haired girl looked up. Looking at the fiancé's expensive sand-colored suit, the girl asked why he was dressed like that, and if there was any special occasion for it. Edic asked if he really looked like that, rubbing his hand over his neck, and Aurora thought so, since he even combed his hair, covering the girl's shoulders with his jacket. The man said he dressed so simply to try on the new tie that had arrived today. The blonde asked if he looked bad, and Aurora looked at him again, still blushing, and replied that it wasn't like that at all. The Duke was surprised to learn that that casual look he always wears suits him very well, and his usual style. Uncomfortable thinking that he looked even sexier like that, Audrey raised her index finger and said that it suited him very well. Now that the pink-haired girl thought about it so carefully, she could imagine the Duke even in the prince's clothes. And it suited him well. When the silence dragged on too long, the man called Aurora, and she shuddered a little with fear while replying. Jeffrey asked her why she had chosen the prince as her partner, and she choked as the question was unexpected. Raising her hands, the girl muttered excitedly that from a purely diplomatic point of view, it would be much better if it were her. The pink-haired girl added that there are stupid people, but she has an unmatched boyfriend. And besides, no one will believe she will become a princess. The man crossed his arms and asked if she really thought that, and Aurora simply said that she agreed with the prince. Unable to bear his gaze for long, the girl asked him if he was disappointed, adding that she could change partners if that was what he wanted. Looking away, the blonde man muttered coldly that there was no need to go that far, since he wasn't upset. Raising her index finger again, Audrey said they had something else to discuss, and the Duke said she could continue. She stated that she had recommended her fiancé as a negotiator, and, although it might be a bit complicated, she thought it would be good. The Duke asked if she and the prince were discussing foreign affairs, and the girl explained that that wasn't entirely true, since she was simply expressing her opinion. The man seemed to have great difficulty containing his jealousy, so he asked if she liked that Prince Jean. The pink-haired girl said evasively that the prince was handsome, involuntarily remembering how the brown-haired man looked when he smiled, and called her by her name. Pressing her finger to her lips, the girl thought out loud that Jean was kind and affectionate, intelligent, and that she would prefer to see him as emperor. Looking at her with an even more jealous look, the blonde man suggested that his fiancée would leave if she had the chance. Aurora said that it was actually a very good idea, and that, after her contract ended, she could organize a trip to Geokir. Suddenly, Jeffrey announced that he had changed his mind and added that he couldn't let anyone else take her, and the girl turned to him surprised. Edic crossed his arms and declared that all three of them would go, and that there was no rule that said only two could go there. Audrey stood before her fiancé in complete shock when she heard that both would be the girls' partners at this party. A little later, while lying in bed, the pink-haired girl frowned and thought about how she would look with two partners and who would dance with her. Suddenly, Jeffrey said that the first dance was his, and he had no intention of sharing it. And Aurora wondered if he could read her mind. The blonde man added that if the prince rejected his kind offer, he would remain her only partner, and the fiancé accepted. While getting under the covers, Audrey asked if he would really continue acting as a negotiator despite all that awkwardness. Edic promised to make sure the project was completed successfully, and in the meantime, he didn't even have to think about working too hard. The man added that if the prince said anything, the future duchess could simply use her fiancé as an excuse. Aurora blushed to hear, from the Duke's lips, that his fiancé wouldn't work to exhaustion for others, and much less in front of him. Observing the expression on the blonde man's face, the girl thought he could be cold, but in reality, he was very kind and affectionate. She hoped not to make a mistake by letting him get close to her again and grabbed the blanket with her fingers. calling the Duke by his name so he would turn around. Jeffrey froze with an expression of surprise on his face when he heard the girl quietly ask him to hold her hand, and then ask him if that was normal in their relationship. Taking a step towards his fiancée, Eddick held out his hand and asked if he should call a doctor, since she was in pain, and she replied that she only needed to rest. Intertwining their fingers carefully, the blonde man muttered that he would only hold her hand until she fell asleep. The girl blushed and thought the man was sure she was no longer sick. But even so, she accepted him being close to her in that way. Looking at her fiancé, Aurora thought that, despite all his coldness, inside the Duke was truly warm. Like the sun, the pink-haired girl suddenly opened her eyes and looked up. Then she addressed Jeffrey by his name and said she almost forgot to say something. She calmly warned that tomorrow she would go back to the city on business, because she had previously promised to show His Majesty the capital. The next day, Prince Jean was already listening to words about how the three of them would spend time together at this party, since there were no prohibitions against such a thing. Aurora raised her hands and apologized, feeling terribly uncomfortable, even though that plan wasn't hers. She thought that any sane person would quickly react to such a stupid idea, but the prince suddenly declared that it sounded good. Looking at the man in confusion, the girl raised her hands and asked if he was really sure that suited him. Because it was strange, Audrey asked if her dignity would be damaged, and the brown-haired man replied that it would be fine, because the survival of his race was much more important. The prince added that he had heard the lady had fainted a little earlier, and she had confirmed the rumors, apologizing for the disturbance. Blushing slightly, the pink-haired girl said that her fiancé had taken care of her all night, restoring her health, so she was completely fine now. John suggested that they seemed to be very necessary, and Aurora agreed, adding that she always relied on her fiancé. She opened her arms and added that despite how cold Jeffrey seemed, the man was actually very affectionate. Distracted from the topic of conversation, Audrey turned around, looked around, and happily announced that they had already arrived at the necessary place. The girl said that this area of the Empire's capital, Rockstein, is known throughout the country for its beauty, and it is called Adele. When the pink-haired girl descended from the carriage, with the prince's help, she asked if it wasn't charming there, and he replied that it was a very colorful place. Aurora couldn't help but think that her dead-eyed emperor wouldn't care at all about how beautiful the place in front of him was. Looking at the place, surprisingly restored after the war, the girl thought that this was one of the most beautiful. She asked what the kingdom of Giaquar was like, and the man replied that its buildings were more sober, while here there was a lot of white. Jan added enthusiastically that the future Duchess should visit his homeland someday, and the pink-haired girl replied that she would be happy to do so. The man wanted to say that they had made great progress in something, but suddenly he fell silent and asked what was in that direction. Aurora hesitated nervously when she realized that she really had no idea what was in that direction, and muttered something unintelligible. The girl took a map out of her pocket, unfolded it, and asked for a few minutes, and the prince laughed and asked her to wait. She looked at the map and said that this area is called Landa, but it is quite isolated. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so quiet here. The green-eyed man smiled softly, without hiding his sympathy for his interlocutor, and asked with interest what all that could mean. Feeling a sense of adventure, Aurora grabbed the map between her fingers and said that perhaps they had found a territory unknown to them. Smiling at her discovery, the pink-haired girl asked if they should check what was there, and the prince replied that that was exactly what he was thinking. Audrey happily commented that they were actually very similar, and her guard, Sir Campbell, observed this dialogue with a frown. When the man called the lady and approached, the future Duchess asked him what was wrong, and asked him not to follow him into those lands. The girl asked if the area was really so dangerous, and Campbell agreed, and said they must proceed with extreme caution. Aurora frowned and asked why this was happening and what was wrong with it, and then her guard exhaled, explaining that it was the shadow of Rockstein. Only after hearing such an unflattering description of this area, the lady began to involuntarily wonder if she should take the prince there. She didn't have time to stop or redirect the man, because they were already very close. And then the dark-haired man called the young lady by her name. Looking at the area, which seemed significantly poorer and more terrible than the previous one, Jean muttered that these seemed to be abandoned territories. Observing the not-so-pleasant view that opened up before them, the pink-haired girl swallowed silently and nervously, explaining that probably these were slums. Eloisa hurried to call her mistress and apologized for not having guessed, and explained everything before, although she should have. Aurora turned around and asked if they knew that place, to which the assistant replied that she had only heard fragmentary rumors. Audrey was paralyzed and visibly annoyed when she heard that all noble people knew about the existence of this poor area. And dangerous. Just a minute ago, they were walking through rich and bustling streets, and the imperial palace was completely full of wealth and luxury. She couldn't help but think about the refugees and how terrible their situation must have been if things were like this even in the capital. The girl realized that the emperor was so lenient with Barbarius because he feared that this would create a precedent that would threaten many. Seeing what was in front of him, Jean muttered that it would be better to leave that place, and Aurora turned to His Majesty. The prince suggested that the people living there would not be very welcoming to strangers, and the future duchess agreed with these words. Turning around to look at the people, the pink-haired girl remembered their clothes and mentally thanked the people for not throwing stones at them. When a familiar male voice called the girl by her name, she turned around, and His Majesty also seemed to be a little surprised. Geoffrey walked directly towards them, and when he was close enough, he asked his fiancée what she was doing there and why. The girl brought her palm to her chest and whispered that it really was him, and that she hadn't imagined it, and the man said that he needed to know something. Alluding to the prince, the Duke asked if she had come there on someone's whim, and the pink-haired girl replied that they had come there by accident. Edic wanted to say something more, but the prince suddenly stepped forward, shielding her with his shoulder, and adding that he was also very curious. Stroking his chin with his fingers, the brown-haired man asked what Duke Edic was doing there all of a sudden. While Aurora watched them, after coldly greeting His Highness, the blonde man said he couldn't answer so simply because he had a personal motive for it. The prince suggested that his lordship was very busy with his own affairs, and that it would be better to leave the man alone and not disturb him. Geoffrey declared that he was completely free and that his fiancée had been accompanying the prince all day and, therefore, she deserved to rest a little. Audrey couldn't understand what had happened between the two men who were attacking each other like dog and cat and showed no signs of letting it go. The pink-haired girl waved her hand and drew attention to herself, offering the men some tea because she didn't know how to act. A little later, the prince said he thought the empire was rejecting cooperation due to its good position. But as he saw today, this is not at all the case. Jan asked the Duke what he thought about it, but he ignored everything and offered his fiancée to try the elegant and delicious dessert. Audrey pulled her lover towards her by the lapels of his jacket and whispered angrily that he should show at least a little respect and answer His Majesty. Immediately after hearing her words, the blonde man turned to the prince and declared to him that he didn't agree with him and that everything was going as it should. Edic exhaled loudly and seemed to get irritated when he heard his interlocutor ask what he meant by those words. Jean listened with surprise that the upper class enjoyed life. Everything that seemed unpleasant was put in the dark, and problems were ignored. Geoffrey added that all those slums and shady neighborhoods existed before the war, but he couldn't deny that they had grown considerably. After these words, he brought the hot drink to his lips, without imagining what else he could say, and a brief silence reigned in the room. Edic added with boredom that the prince seemed to know little about the empire, and that this could easily turn against him during negotiations. The fiancée pinched his hand to urge him to behave more decently, but the Duke grabbed her palm and simply pressed it against his thigh. The blonde man added that it was a complex subject, but since Nurtleberg refused to change the situation, he simply wanted something from Giakir. Turning to Duke Edic, the prince looked at him with a perplexed expression and asked what he meant exactly by that. Geoffrey exhaled loudly and seemed tired of everything that had happened here, explaining that he was talking about the secret of the kingdom of Giakir. The prince's green eyes widened and he swallowed silently, clearly expecting anything but such a statement from his interlocutor. As if confirming his words with a nod, the blonde man advised him to prepare for this, while Aurora couldn't understand what secret they were talking about. Observing the expression on her fiancé's face, Audrey allowed herself to think that the man might be sincerely trying to help her in business. The brown-haired man, who immediately became less ambitious, muttered that he would take it into account, and then thanked the Duke for the warning. Changing the subject, Jean said he had brought a traditional dress from home and asked if the young lady would accept his gift, and she replied that with pleasure. Edic said that it was simply ridiculous when he heard the prince say that he would be very flattered if the girl wore a dress at the party. Jeffrey asked if such a brazen offer could be considered a declaration of war, and Jean replied that he was just trying to give her a nice gift. The Duke declared that the gift would be kept safe and sound in the warehouse, and the prince replied that Aurora could decide for herself. Addressing the prince more formally than ever, the blonde man stated that his fiancée was simply doing everything possible to behave diplomatically. Realizing where all this could lead, the girl pulled her hand away from her boyfriend's strong fingers, who was distracted and took a deep breath. She stated that if the prince told them the color palette of his suit, then they could simply prepare everything according to that information. Aurora stated that then they could coordinate all their outfits so it would look harmonious, and both men immediately fell silent. The prince replied that it was a wonderful idea, and that tomorrow he would send someone with details, while Jeffrey remained silent and dissatisfied. Turning to the Duke, Audrey declared that her work was done for the day, so after this party they could go home. The girl clenched her fist for a moment in a victorious gesture, and thought about how she had managed to preserve the success of this endeavor and avoid disaster. A little later they were already sitting in the carriage, and Aurora was looking out the window at the street, thinking about what a beautiful sight it was. The Duke was distracted from his thoughts when the pink-haired girl asked him if he knew that Adele was considered the most beautiful district of Rockstein. Lost in her thoughts, the girl asked in a low voice how those people felt who were forced to observe all this only from afar. The blonde man replied that the same thing happens everywhere, because nobles don't care about common people. They don't feel any responsibility. Aurora couldn't help but frown upon hearing that for these people, the aristocrats, common citizens, were practically the same as cockroaches. The girl asked him why he had gone to the slum with the knights, and Jeffrey said he wanted to get rid of his headache. The man explained that to avoid a riot among the rebels, he gave them something to keep them away from the revolution for a while. The pink-haired girl said he could have simply said he was helping the poor, and not have been so arrogant, but the Duke objected that it wasn't just an act of kindness. With a heavy sigh, Edic called his fiancée by her name and told her that she didn't need to worry about what was happening in the local slums. Observing the pleasant views that opened up outside the carriage window, the man said that she needed to focus only on the territory of Barbarius. The girl shook her head in agreement and said she knew, but that anxiety still clung to her soul and didn't allow her to relax. She lowered her gaze and tried to distract her thoughts at least a little, but they still returned to the poor and unfortunate refugees. Already at the estate, Jeffrey reported that the butler had brought this letter, which was addressed to her, and the girl picked up the message from the table. The girl's agile fingers took the paper out of the white envelope while she thought about what she might read and learn from that letter. After taking a look at the message, the pink-haired girl muttered that it had come to her from the Marquise of Mardella, a lady she already knew. A few days later, when the maids were already preparing her for the party, Aurora said with a smile that today's dress was very elegant. Angela pointed out that this outfit says a lot about the tastes of his lordship, who gave his beloved fiancé such a gift. There was a note on the table from her fiancé, Jeffrey, saying that it would help her keep her head held high at the tea party. The girl asked when the dress for the party would be ready, and Angela, busy with the gifts, replied that it would be necessary to make some changes. While collecting the jewelry from the box, the future Duchess asked if they had checked the colors, and the maid nodded. While putting on her earrings, Aurora thanked her personal maid and remembered that the prince's dress seemed to be white with gold details. She immediately imagined the two escorts in bright colors and muttered that she just couldn't wait. While checking gift after gift, Angela opened one of the boxes and, pulling out a card, announced that it was a gift from Prince Jean. The pink-haired girl froze when she saw an expensive dark pink dress with long white sleeves and a collar embroidered with jewels. Aurora said it was beautiful and that it should be used next time, so for now it should be stored properly. And the maid nodded. The girl smoothed her elegant purple dress, the fabric of which was incredibly pleasant to the body, and smiled at this. Audrey straightened her shoulders and grabbed the hem of her dress with her fingers, smiling as she announced that it was finally time for them to head out to the tea party. The future Duchess had no idea why she had been invited to the tea party, but the occasion came just at the right time. While taking a sip of tea, the girl thought that there weren't many people there who cared about the problems of common people and of the slums, but that she could still try. One of the ladies asked what Prince Shakira was like, since no one had seen him, And Aurora replied that he was a great man, kind and handsome. Another woman immediately covered her face with her hand and suggested that accompanying a face like that would be a piece of cake. And Audrey responded with a hesitant agreement. The girl tucked her hair behind her ears and muttered that the other day she had made a big mistake. And the women around her immediately asked her to tell them what had happened. The pink-haired girl said with a sigh that she had brought him to a dell to show him the beauty of the capital, but that she had accidentally taken the wrong road. She declared that it was a pathetic sight, unbecoming of a prince, and the blonde asked excitedly where all this had happened. Still containing sadness and shame in her voice, the future duchess added that those slums were called, I think, the Shadow District. The lady in the green dress explained that that was a place where poor people lived, while the other said that she was afraid that they could have been attacked or infected. The blonde asked if the Imperial Knights should clean up the area, and the lady agreed that it was necessary to pull out the weeds. Interrupting the conversation, Aurora said that if they didn't mind listening, she had a much simpler solution, and safer for the problem. One of the women listened with surprise to hear that shadows disappear where there is light, and that noble ladies were showing interest in charity. The Marquise, hostess of the event, sipped her tea, while her guests said that if everyone put in effort, they could shed light on those shadows. The redhead said that since charity was her strong point, these efforts could be easily justified. The women looked at each other in silence, upon hearing that kindness and mercy were the main values of their great empire. Observing their reactions, the pink-haired girl thought that this wasn't good, and that perhaps she had been too optimistic in her decisions. She was about to be scared for having been too open with strangers, when suddenly a lady told her that they could try. Countess Yart, a woman of a certain age, said with a smile that this would bring honor to their families if things went well. The woman asked if she could lead such a project if everyone agreed, and her acquaintances immediately began to agree, moving the porcelain cup away from their face. With surprise, the pink-haired girl smiled and even became a little flushed when she realized that it had worked a little later when the girl was already walking through the covered corridor. She stopped when someone from behind called the name of the future duchess. Holding the hem of her dress, Aurora asked what he needed from her, and the woman in the maid's uniform asked if she had time. Her face lengthened slightly when the maid politely informed her that the Marquise Mardella would like to spend a little time alone. She was surely surprised that the woman was interested enough in her to organize a personal meeting after tea. Already in the reception area, the redhead apologized for the unscheduled meeting, and the girl hurried to reply that everything was fine. Taking a sip of freshly squeezed juice, the Marquise said she had invited her guest to her house because she wanted to discuss a topic and find something out. Getting to the point, the woman asked who had given that idea to the future duchess, and asked again what was wrong. Shaking her head slightly, the Marquise immediately stopped smiling and called Miss Aurora by her name. Then she declared that there was a rule in her house. The redhead stated that here no one hides their true intentions, which means that this lady must also be honest. But Audrey remained silent. The Marquise asked the girl what she thought noble women could achieve in such meetings, and Aurora replied openly that they could achieve anything that crossed their minds. Although she agreed, Mardella replied that many, however, do not, since their society is dominated by men, that is, heads of families. The Marquise added that that was why she wanted to obtain her own title, but she lost the fight for the inheritance, and entered Mardella's house. The redhead muttered that her marriage to her husband was not based on love at all, and Audrey replied that their love story was known to everyone in the area. The yellow-eyed woman said with a smile that it was all a beautiful fiction, and that, in fact, her husband Alexander was just a good friend and business partner. Aurora remained silent, listening to the girl become a marquise to gain power. But like-minded people can only unite in social meetings. Suddenly, Audrey openly asked her interlocutor what the marquise expected, and she remained silent, thinking how to respond. After a brief silence, the marquise replied that the ugly side of the state would destroy humanity from within, since the Shadow District was only the beginning. She asked the young girl if she thought she was being dramatic, and the pink-haired girl muttered that she didn't think so at all. Nodding a couple of times upon hearing these words, the redhead said with a smile that such an opinion was very good. Mardella tried again and asked who had given the future duchess the idea to carry out such a charity project. Aurora replied calmly that it was her idea, not her fiancé's, because Jeffrey wasn't the type to really be interested in those matters. The redhead commented with a smile that it was very bold to use her tea party for such purposes. And the girl replied that she had only suggested an idea. The woman added, with a soft smile, that she had been observing the young woman since the last tea party, and that she had been very impressed by her actions during this time. Audrey was paralyzed with surprise when she heard the question of whether she would join the Marquise to prevent the destruction of humanity. Mardella handed her a white card with an engraved teapot and added the question of whether she would join the enlightened society. A little later, already at the palace, the girl smiled and was pleased with herself while drying her wet hair with a silk towel. Jeffrey approached her from behind and asked if something good had happened, while she kept smiling, and the girl turned to look at her fiancé. The girl stated that the simple tea party she attended at Marquise Mardella's house was simply incredible. She didn't say anything because the redhead insisted that it must be a secret to everyone, even for the Duke. Suddenly, Edic took the towel and began to dry her wet hair, calmly saying that he would help his fiancée dry it. But she was surprised. Aurora thought about the fact that the woman was so sincere that she simply couldn't refuse. And the Duke asked her what had happened. Turning her head, the girl carefully asked if the Emperor was listening to her fiancé, and he was a little surprised. Jeffrey replied that it was more likely that it was so, since they had to listen to him, and they wouldn't kill him, as that would threaten the existence of the Empire. The blonde man asked if his fiancé would be busy tomorrow, and she replied that she would be busy because she had already promised Mardella to meet with her. The Duke seemed a little annoyed by this development, wondering why she needed to go back there if they had already met. The pink-haired woman asked if tomorrow would be a special day, and the man denied it, expressing his hope that she would have fun. Aurora turned around and asked him to tell her what was happening, and then suggested that he simply didn't like eating dinner alone. Suddenly, Jeffrey seemed kinder and more affectionate than ever, and he smiled, replying that everything was exactly as she thought. Audrey blushed intensely and thought with delight that she had never seen the Duke smile so softly and, more importantly, so sincerely. The girl suggested that in that case, he could simply return home early, asking if that would suit him, and Atika agreed. The pink-haired girl thought about how sweet he was when he was honest and hoped with excitement that everything would be fine in the future. The next day, as she quickly descended the stairs, Aurora hoped the dress would be okay, since she didn't have time to change it. For a moment, the girl stopped in surprise because she saw in front of her a pile of gift boxes. In small boxes, Audrey decided she would ask Jeffrey about this later, and picked up the hem of her dress again as she ran out the door so as not to be late. Later, she looked at the doors of the distinctive establishment that was the headquarters, and she couldn't help but think that all this was on the same level as Nefti's. When a worker greeted her at the entrance of the Esmeralda boutique, the future Duchess told her she was looking for a tea dress with red lace. These words became a password, after which the girl was taken to the room. The door opened, and the dark red dress of the Marquise Mardella appeared in her room as she greeted her next guest. The redhead said with a smile that they were already waiting for the future Duchess, to which Aurora responded with the same expression. The woman wrapped her arm around the young woman's elbow, turned her carefully, and asked the ladies to greet the new participant in their shared project. She introduced the women to the numerous desks scattered around the room, where they were sorting papers. The place where the ladies prepared to solve such serious problems was located right below the boutique, and no one would have suspected anything strange. The blonde lady in the gray dress got up and took her new acquaintance by the hand, greeting her next to the teapot, and she carefully asked her what it meant. The girl quickly explained to the new member that that was the name of their association, which didn't allow for any suspicion. Aurora was also told that the long name sounds like elegant, autonomous pairs, and reliable, but the teapot is much lighter. The pink-haired girl laughed softly when she heard the name, but muttered that it was incredible, even if it was a bit long. Interrupting this conversation, the Marquise said she wanted to show the girl something, and then she pointed with her hand in the right direction and asked her to follow. Audrey was surprised to see Countess Norbella Jart standing in front of her, greeting her, and saying that after tea, they had been looking forward to this meeting. The future Duchess approached the woman and sincerely told her she was glad to see her, to which the gray-haired woman responded in the same way, looking up from her reading. Handing the paper to the new participant, the Countess said that it was a plan for a new project called Sunlight, and that it belonged to her. The woman explained that the young woman's conviction that she could bring light to destroy the darkness inspired everyone. and that the project would start slowly. The pink-haired woman carefully clarified why they had to remain unnoticed, and the Countess explained that His Majesty hated charity. Aurora immediately thought of the Emperor's dead eyes and his stubborn behavior, and stupid, coming to the conclusion that it was simply useless. The Countess said they would treat people, and when they could return to work, they would use their network to create jobs. The girl looked over the almost completely elaborated plan and reflected on the fact that the more she listened, the stronger her impressions were. While Audrey watched the woman explaining the next steps to her, she wondered how long they had been doing that. Noticing her thoughtfulness, the Marquise said she had heard about the financial situation of Audrey's family, and that therefore, the girl shouldn't worry about it. Immediately remembering that these ladies had no idea about her origins, the pink-haired girl smiled brightly and thanked Mardella for this. She wondered if she could keep her secret, and decided that as long as no one in her family tried to expose her, everything would be fine. Taking a glass of wine in her hands, the redhead declared that the new member could do something else, and again asked her to follow. While pouring wine into a second glass, the woman said that for them it was much more important now that the negotiations with Geokir had been successful. Taking a seat, the Marquise declared that it depended on the future Duchess whether they would be able to win this war or not. With a glass in her hand, Aurora asked what they meant by success of the negotiations, and Mardella replied that it meant military cooperation. While tracing the map with her fountain pen, the Marquise muttered that even if they were friendly with each other, many would die in battle. She stated that only through a military alliance would they at least have a chance to protect the territories that the Nurtleberg Empire already had. Looking at the map that was on the Marquise's desk, Audrey mentally noted that she was pointing with her fountain pen towards the northern lands. Aurora asked anxiously if even with allied forces they would have to cede the lands north of the capital, and she accepted. Audrey couldn't help but remind her with fear that Atika's duchy was in the north, and she replied that the Martles weren't standing idly by either. The redhead stated that, despite everything, they didn't have a 100% guarantee of being able to protect these lands from the anti-human alliance. The girl asked what would happen to the inhabitants of those lands, and received the answer that an evacuation would be announced, but it wasn't clear if it would be in time. Aurora wondered if the real reason for helping her was to be able to increase the number of people to help the Empire. The Marquise confirmed that it was, since even in military operations, human resources play a fundamental role and are irreplaceable. The woman added that they had already been looking at those areas, and the future Duchess's idea helped them find that opportunity. Audrey was visibly annoyed. She lowered her head, thinking that Cornelia's words sounded logical and realistic but cruel. None of them had the right to assume the role of God and try to decide for themselves who would live and who would die in the coming war. The Marquise said that if they divided the land that way, Yokir would also be included, and it would be a very tempting offer for the prince. Aurora muttered that she wasn't directly involved in the negotiations, and Mardella replied that, although that wasn't true, the girl was the Duke's negotiator. Looking at the new participant, the redhead added that she had heard that he was simply incredibly in love with his fiancée. She asked if, otherwise, the Duke would have allowed his girlfriend to leave on his birthday, and Aurora recoiled in surprise. A little later, Wendell looked at the knight with airs of pleasure while he was busy with papers, and soon Geoffrey asked him to speak. When the young man said that the lady shouldn't have told the girlfriend about his birthday, he replied that there was no need for that. The assistant asked if his lordship was happy that they didn't have dinner, and asked him to tell them what he had found out. Wendell said he had thoroughly investigated Angela's background and found nothing strange, suspicious, or out of the ordinary. The young man said that the maid was from an ordinary village, and a month after Aurora appeared in Audrey's family, Angela was hired as a maid. Maid, the blonde man nodded after listening to his assistant's report. Then he turned his head and asked if there was any information about Aurora's identity. Looking at his papers, the blue-eyed man replied with a sigh that his lord's girlfriend seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, and that they had no proof. The Duke ordered to continue the investigation, because sooner or later they had to find something, and the assistant replied that he understood everything. The young man wanted to ask if he could be free, but the dialogue between them was interrupted when the office door opened suddenly without knocking. Aurora was pale and looked very scared and upset. She was calling her fiancé by his name, and this appearance was unexpected. Rising from his seat, Jeffrey said he thought she would arrive much later, and asked if the girl had eaten, but she replied negatively. Wendell left, and Audrey answered the boyfriend's question about this, explaining that she hadn't left early because the Marquise had allowed the guests to starve. He asked if anything had happened at the meeting since his girlfriend had arrived, and now she looked like that, while the pink-haired girl remained silent. Itika froze. His gray eyes widened slightly when the girl handed him a bouquet of soft, dusty roses that was wrapped in white wrapping. Aurora looked at him with an expression that wasn't exactly of joy, and seemed very offended when she asked him reproachfully why he hadn't told her anything. She sobbed and said that they were engaged and that the boyfriend should have told her about the birthday. And Jeffrey asked, surprised, what was happening. Still looking down and without hiding her state, the pink-haired girl repeated her question, wondering why they had sent her to this world in the first place. The Duke was paralyzed with surprise when he heard the question of whether he could imagine how surprised she was that it wasn't him, but someone else who told her about the holiday. Remembering her leaving the house today, Aurora wondered if those gift boxes decorated with bows belonged to him. The girl said with resentment that even people who barely knew him could give him gifts, but that now she had to look for something. She added that the best she could find was a small bouquet of flowers, and Jeffrey asked again if something had happened. Continuing to talk about her worries, the pink-haired girl said that she even knew what the boyfriend liked and what she could tell him. The blonde man replied that he had no particular preference, adding that also, the gift he liked the most was his fiancée's. Aurora raised her head abruptly and yelled, asking him if he was joking, since he hadn't even opened the rest of the gifts, and she wasn't blind at all. Suddenly, Itika touched the girl's chin with his fingers and called her by her name. Asking her to look at him and interrupting her tirade, the Duke apologized, explaining to her that none of that was real, so he simply didn't think about it, and didn't give it any importance. The man immediately admitted that it was completely his fault and asked the girl not to cry. And the pink-haired girl, stammering, asked him why he assumed she was crying. Jeffrey, calmly and condescendingly, noted that her nose was running, and Aurora got angry and declared that it was simply a common allergy. She asked him what he meant by fake, and the Duke explained that it was a fake birthday, organized to please high society. Audrey asked when his birthday was in that case, and the man explained that he didn't know, but it definitely wasn't today, and that she shouldn't worry. Itika asked her if she really wanted to celebrate that day so much, and the pink-haired girl blushed, answering yes. After all, he was her fiancé. The Duke asked if he could then ask his girlfriend for a gift, and she replied affirmatively. Hesitantly, the blonde man thanked her for the permission, and the man's entire appearance seemed very strange to her, and a bit sly like a fox. Aurora's eyes widened, and she blushed intensely when she heard him ask for a kiss on the cheek, asking her softly if he could really do it. Blushing so much that she seemed about to steam, the girl grabbed the skirt of her dress with her fingers and lowered her head, answering him with consent. She tried to convince herself mentally that an ordinary kiss on the cheek meant nothing, and that nothing else would happen afterwards. Jeffrey had no intention of delaying. He moved the flowers behind his back so they wouldn't get in the way and leaned over his girlfriend, smiling at her appearance. Aurora felt her heart beating somewhere in her throat when Jeffrey's warm lips touched her cheek, and then he pressed his fingers on her shoulder. When the man hugged her with one arm, the pink-haired girl was surprised and called him, but the Duke asked her to remain in that position a little longer. Tenderly wrapping her hands around the boyfriend's neck, Audrey blushed even more and tenderly whispered happy birthday to him. Almost at the same time, a blonde girl from her estate was going down the stairs holding a small candelabra in front of her. She thought about how glad she was that her dress was finished on time, and that she also had a necklace almost ready to complete the look. The girl thought it would be ideal for Duke Itika to be her companion, and mentally noted that she didn't understand why her father hated him so much. Ruby stopped at the end of the stairs when she saw a slightly open door to the side, and a light spilling out from the room, diluting the darkness. Entering the office, the girl asked her father if something had happened, and why he was drinking alone at such an hour, and he turned around. The man asked the heiress not to worry, explaining his condition by the fact that Duke Itika was trying to cling with his claws to everything he could. Ruby asked what that meant, and her father replied that Prince Giakir had even specifically designated him as his main negotiator. Taking a sip of wine, the blonde man declared that this peasant had no idea what he was getting into. and how serious this whole matter was. Blue Eyes remained silent with disgust when she heard her father insult Jeffrey, calling him an ambitious bastard. The girl suggested that his fiancé, who had become the prince's companion, could have been pulling the strings all this time, and her father changed his mind. Ruby sat on the sofa, and the man asked if his daughter meant that Aurora had gained the prince's trust to secure a position for her fiancé. The blonde girl replied that if a girl from the Audrey family dared to get engaged to a duke, then she was perfectly capable of making similar plans. The girl added that, among other things, some rumors were circulating in aristocratic circles, and the man clarified what they were talking about. Ruby told her father that she had heard this in her circle, but they said Aurora wasn't a real noble, and that she didn't even belong to the Audrey Baron family. The father drained his glass, and his daughter thought that if she hadn't managed to conquer Duke Atika, then no one would. While drinking another glass of wine, the blonde man listened with interest to all the gossip that could lead to something useful. On the day of the banquet, the maid who was combing the lady's hair declared that the hair on that side was tangled again, and dropped the comb on the table. Aurora muttered that everyone was very serious, and Angela declared that they would make the future Duchess shine among the handsome men. The maid noticed that only the necklace was left and asked if they could use the Duke's new gift. Receiving consent, after placing the moonstone jewelry in the maid's hands, Audrey asked her to keep them in a safe place so they would remain safe. A little later, she was already running down the stairs, holding onto the railing with her hands, dressed in white lace gloves and calling Jeffrey. Aurora, dressed in a beautiful white dress with delicate lace and yellow precious stones, apologized for being late. The pink-haired girl saw her boyfriend ready downstairs and said that, as expected, he looked simply magnificent. Itika's suit could really be called a pair, as it was made of the same fabric, and executed in similar noble colors. The man said he thanked her for choosing the suit, and Audrey thought he was looking at her, as if he really liked her dress. Just when the girl thought he looked even more handsome up close, the blonde man smiled, and declared that she was stunning. Holding his elbow, the pink-haired girl replied that it was all his merit, because he had given her such a wonderful gift, and then she thanked her boyfriend. Prince Jean was already waiting for them near the carriage, elegantly complimenting the trio with his stylish attire and his long yellow cape. Aurora noted with a smile that the brown-haired man looked simply wonderful today, and the man replied that the lady was as beautiful as ever. He asked if he could call her Aurora just for today, and the girl accepted, but the blonde man was clearly not excited. Looking at the men, Audrey said she needed them both to promise to behave that night, and that they would listen. Jean asked what was special about a little friendly competition, and she replied that it was neither small nor friendly between them. The prince promised to keep some people at bay, and Jeffrey coldly informed him that his fiancée was worried about Jean's health, not about his own. Finding herself between them again in a similar moment, the pink-haired girl thought this was all madness, and that they were acting like children. After a while, the three of them entered the main entrance of the imperial palace to start celebrating this party. Aurora looked around, noticing interested gazes from all sides, and muttered that everyone was looking at them because they seemed unusual. Jeffrey called the young man who was letting in the guests at the entrance and ordered him to resolve all the paperwork as quickly as possible so they could be let in. The servant immediately bowed and announced that they were all on the list of guests for the evening and, therefore, they could go ahead and enjoy the festivities. At the entrance, the herald announced to everyone present the arrival of Prince Jean Josier, Duke of Edic, and his wife, Miss Audrey. The girl couldn't help but think that it was just a ball, but she was dressed so festively that anyone might think she wanted to show off. The pink-haired girl sighed and said that at least people weren't saying anything to them. And Jeffrey looked at the people around him, noting that they wouldn't dare, while handing his girlfriend a glass of wine, which he had just taken from the waiter's table. The blonde man noted that they were too afraid of him. He couldn't help but notice how much distance had formed between them and the other guests, and noted that the Duke seemed to be right. Prince Jean confirmed it with a mischievous smile, and said that even in Shiasira they knew about the Duke. And Audrey asked what they were talking about. The brown-haired man looked at one of his companions, asking him if he had decided to keep this a secret from his girlfriend, and he replied evasively that not entirely. The Duke said that at every ball he involuntarily suffered damage, and that he could probably hurt some of the people around him. Aurora's eyes widened in surprise, as she wondered if Jeffrey was some kind of bully who had to be feared so much. The three of them fell silent and turned when they heard a voice from the side greeting Duke Atika and pointing out that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. In front of their company was the Duke of Rhodeland, behind whom his daughter Ruby and were already comfortably installed, presumably his wife. Looking at the prince, the Duke, who appeared out of nowhere, also greeted His Majesty, and Jean replied that he was glad to meet him again. The man introduced his wife and daughter, and the woman bowed, indicating that they felt honored, and that perhaps they were late, but they wanted to greet him. Nodding and confirming his wife's words, Rudland casually said he had heard that the prince wanted to choose Edik as his negotiator. Shatton replied that, given the Duke's interracial experience, he would be more suitable than anyone else. And Aurora took a sip of wine to hide her disgust. The man laughed with contempt and said that Edik had no experience in noble circles like that. Still drinking her wine, Aurora couldn't understand who would be interested in that nonsense if all of humanity was threatened with destruction in the war. Rubiana, the lady who was shaking her head behind her father's back, clearly had a more appropriate opinion than her whole family. The blonde couldn't sit still and shook her head. She seemed to look strange and unusual, and that worried Aurora. The conversation died down when the heralds announced that everyone had to stand up because the emperor was coming. And his wife, Empress Nurtleberg, the pink-haired girl, couldn't help but think that she had never seen the empress before. But this woman, unlike her husband, seemed normal. Audrey whispered to her future husband that the prince and princess seemed to have missed the ceremony, and the blonde man muttered that they were too young. The emperor, raising his glass, declared that today they were welcoming an honored guest from the kingdom of Shiakir, adding that harmony would reign between them. Looking away, directly at Aurora with his dead and unpleasant eyes, the man muttered that he was looking forward to seeing what the ball would be like. A little later, the girl was already waltzing with her future husband and was telling Jeffrey that he danced much better than she thought. The blonde man said that all physical exercises were his strong suit, although he was inexperienced, and Audrey asked him if he was bragging about his natural gift. While spinning his beloved in a dance, the man said that someone else might have talked about this, but not her, and she confirmed that he was doing everything perfectly. Looking at the girl, who that night was unimaginably beautiful, Jeffrey said tenderly that he couldn't deny it. When the music stopped, the man leaned in and took his beloved's hand towards himself, giving her a kiss and thanking her for the dance, and she responded in the same way. Aurora blushed upon feeling his warm lips, and Atika said that he didn't dare to stop her, and that he would wait for his fiancé on the terrace. As she stepped aside, the pink-haired girl pressed her palm against her chest and thought about how she could still feel the warmth of her fiancé's hand. Prince Jean appeared next to her and told her with a smile that the girl knew how to dance, and she replied that she was willing to trust his hands. The brown-haired man smiled, running his hands over the entire image of the future duchess, who was absolutely beautiful at this party. The prince called his companion by her name, and she looked up, not really understanding the reason for so much silence and tenderness in his gaze. Taking her hands, the man asked if she could call him by his name at least that night, and Aurora clarified this request. She asked again if His Majesty really wanted them to address him by his name, and he nodded, confirming that he would like to hear it. Thinking that such a request in principle wouldn't cost her anything, the girl softly said his name. Observing such a reaction, the man smiled and replied that it was simply amazing to feel his whole soul light up with a pleasant warmth, and butterflies flying inside him. When they began to dance, the girl couldn't help but think that the prince was always very kind, but he treated her even better than the others. Audrey blushed a little and thought that it was strange for her to even think about how she could call the prince from another country by his name. Jan asked the girl what she was thinking about to look so happy, and the future duchess blushed even more deeply than before. Pursing her lips, the pink-haired girl muttered that she was happy, as if she had become his companion, and the prince asked her if she was happy that all of this would end soon. Aurora tried not to lie, but to remain polite, and replied that she agreed, saying that she was glad because she would receive a reward. While gently spinning her in his arms, the man asked in surprise if the emperor had promised the future duchess anything for all of this. He assumed it was something important, since the girl could get a reward for her good performance, and she asked him how he guessed it. The prince replied that he simply had good intuition, and then asked her to be careful anyway, because nothing was over yet. The brown-haired man asked the girl if she could promise him that, and the pink-haired girl promised to do so, stopping listening to the music and walking, intuitively. A little later, some unknown ladies told Aurora that they had never seen the Duke like that, because before meeting the girl, he seemed like an iceberg. One of them noted with a smile that the girl's two companions had disappeared, and some people were confusedly looking for the Duke or the Prince. A brunette in an elegant blue dress asked Miss Audrey what she thought about this, and she clarified exactly what they were talking about. She asked if the Duke was still the lady's lover, or if he was already thinking about fleeing to Geokir. But the pink-haired girl said that was nonsense. Ruby watched in silence as one of the ladies said with slight surprise and a smile that the Duke's girlfriend was very modest. Rubiana approached them and said that such a modest girl should be taken care of, and the brunette asked confusedly what she was talking about. The blonde replied that surely everyone would find out soon, and Aurora wondered if this lady had really decided to try to create a scandal. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman playing the role of Baroness Audrey ran towards them and yelled at the insolent girl. The future Duchess froze and opened her eyes wide when the woman started yelling. Was that really the kind of gratitude she received from the beggar? The pink-haired girl could never have expected to receive a loud slap and burning in front of all high society from her non-biological mother. Aurora's cheek hurt, but her dignity hurt even more when the ladies of the aristocratic world began to whisper. Unable to even utter a word, Audrey wondered if she was in some kind of drama or soap opera and why that had happened. The Baroness screamed that the girl had dared to covet Duke Edic and had even begun to defame the name of her own family's daughter. The prince couldn't help but hear a noise, and a girl asked if Miss Aurora hadn't said she was the biological daughter of the Audrey family. The pink-haired girl froze and bowed her head, realizing the magnitude of the disaster. Unable to even defend herself in front of others, she was thinking feverishly about how she should try to answer them, when suddenly she felt her fiancé's warm arms around her, who pulled her against him. Calling the girl by her name, Geoffrey tenderly took her face in his hands, and barely touching it, he caressed her cheek, already reddened by the blow. The blonde man seemed to be back on the battlefield, where he was about to face his enemies when he turned to face his beloved's offenders. He, not hiding his angry growl, asked what that meant, and the Audrey family seemed stunned. Looking at the powerful Duke, the woman called the Duke ethics and fell to the ground as if asking for forgiveness, then bowed her head and confirmed that they had sinned. The future newlyweds heard that this commoner was trying to deceive his lordship and threatened the family so they couldn't stop her. The Baroness claimed that they gave the man a girl without a family or name, asking for forgiveness for it. Although she is not the real bride, she introduced him to Julia Audrey, a dark burgundy-haired girl wearing a blue dress with wide puff sleeves. Still hugging his girlfriend, Geoffrey calmly refused and asked what exactly they had said about the threats. The Baron asked what they were talking about, and the blonde reminded him that they had said his dear Aurora had threatened the whole family. Itika asked if their words were really true. Then, how could a simple commoner threat an entire noble family? The man tried to explain, but the Duke interrupted him, saying that he had originally wanted to marry Aurora, and asked if they had heard the rumors. Geoffrey calmly said he wanted to marry only that girl, and asked if they considered him a fool for not being able to recognize his beloved. The Baron Audrey pulled his wife towards him and told him that they hadn't meant anything by that, while everyone around them kept whispering about everything. Duke Rutland suddenly declared that this was enough, since Duke Itika, even though he was a commoner, he should remember his current status. He stated that it didn't matter exactly what people were threatened with, but the fact that his fiancée lied about her status as a noblewoman was already a crime. Rutland added that Aurora also seemed to have blackmailed Countess Rosemont to confirm her version of her own origins. The pink-haired girl thought with fear that the woman had said everything bluntly, while Geoffrey pressed her even closer and spoke severely to the Duke. His girlfriend thought she had been too careless on her way, and that she should have prepared more responsibly for such a turn of events. Rutland said that if the mother says this is not her daughter, then their romantic love story could turn out to be just a common fairy tale. And ordinary. Taking the opportunity as best he could, the Duke suggested that this witch might have also bewitched his fiancée. As dark as the night itself, Geoffrey asked with what purpose Rutland was saying all that, and in principle, dared to even say it. The Duke replied that all that was left for Itika to do now was to hand over the criminal to them to fulfill his duty as a worthy servant of Nautilberg. Rutland narrowed his eyes and suggested that Atika was simply unable to escape the clutches of this treacherous girl. Aurora was very, very scared. She didn't even suspect that ordinary lies would be considered criminal acts that required punishment. Jeffrey was not willing to let the girl go and asked if he would be able to face the consequences if he handed her over. Knowing perfectly well her importance, the blonde man declared that if he lost the love of his life, he could renounce his title and disappear. Suddenly, Rudland said that he would like to see the Duke become a traitor, shamefully fleeing his country. Suddenly, he yelled that Atika was simply a disgrace to the nobility, and the main reason why commoners shouldn't receive titles. Upon hearing these insults, the pink-haired girl pulled away from her future husband's chest and thought about giving this Duke a good beating. Jeffrey had anticipated this and pressed his head against hers again, asking her if he really was a disgrace to the nobility. He asked her calmly what was wrong with that, reminding her that Rudland had also had to do something to be able to boast of the title in the future. The Duke froze in place because his interlocutor's question had clearly struck him, very unexpectedly and seriously, in a sensitive spot. The Emperor suddenly interrupted the argument and laughed out loud, hitting the arm of his throne like a child seeing a toy. The Empress asked His Majesty to stay calm, but the man rubbed his forehead with the palm of his hand, declaring that it was impossible to hold back because it was fun. He addressed Aurora Audrey, correcting himself immediately by saying that she was simply Aurora, and the future newlyweds looked at him with tension. All his opponents smiled when they heard that Duke Rudland was right, and if they accused her of insulting the nobility, the girl would simply be torn apart. Asking if they shouldn't follow the law, the man rested his head on his fist and asked everyone present to listen to Miss Goody Two-Shoes. The pink-haired girl looked at the Emperor with disgust, cursing mentally, and thinking that she wanted to talk about that right now. Jeffrey was the first to approach His Majesty and told him that they couldn't be 100% sure that his girlfriend wasn't of noble birth. Atika explained that she had lost her memory while she was with the Audrey family, and that they couldn't confirm or deny her story. The Baroness exclaimed that such reasons couldn't be taken into account and declared that the girl was nothing but a peasant. Turning towards the shouting Audrey, the blonde man asked coldly what evidence they had of the girl's origin. The Emperor called them again and asked Duke Edic if he hadn't investigated his own girlfriend's background before the engagement. Jeffrey turned around again, fighting the hyenas on two fronts at once, and replied that, of course, he had studied it, since it was a standard procedure for those moments. The ruler replied boredly that this proof clearly wasn't enough, and the blonde man suggested giving the girl the title immediately. He declared that he would simply marry Aurora, and she opened her eyes in surprise, dropping her lower jaw because she didn't expect this. The man also stated that he was willing to do it right then, but suddenly the prince's voice was heard breaking through the crowd and calling to the Emperor. Jean said that Miss Aurora was an important member of the delegation and that there was no rush to judge her until all the details of her background were clarified. He added that all actions taken for the good of the nation must be taken into account, and even Jeffrey kept silent, without intending to interfere with him in this salvation. Looking at the prince's face, which seemed to have acquired such a serious expression for the first time, Aurora thought she didn't expect help from him. The Emperor sighed and replied that they could leave that matter for later, since his esteemed guest from Geokyr requested it. The Audrey family listened in silence while the summer ball was celebrated, where the girl would have to prove her origins or become the Duchess of Atika. The future newlyweds were sad after everything that happened, while His Majesty repeated that he was giving them that period of time to solve the problem. The Rodland family also listened attentively to the words, that if by that time no evidence emerged, a trial would be held during the ball itself. A little later, Aurora was in the bedroom, hitting her pillow with her hands, screaming at nothing, asking what kind of harassment that was and why it was happening. She asked if it was really a crime to present oneself as a noble, but anyone could make such a scene in front of everyone without being punished. The pink-haired girl thought about how unfair and dirty this world was, but Jeffrey said calmly that he wouldn't worry so much. He added that, in his opinion, the girl was definitely of noble blood, and she murmured in response that all of this would be fine. Standing up, Aurora asked if they always did things that way, and Atika asked her what she meant. Audrey yelled angrily because all the aristocrats treated her so rudely, and the blonde man even blushed a little from such concern. The girl added that, for those people who advocate so much for class division, They don't behave in a decent or aristocratic way at all. She asked him why he was so calm when even she was angry, and the man replied that it wasn't the first time and then caressed her cheek. Jeffrey stated that she was a much more significant figure and said he wanted to do more, specifying where her moonstone necklace was. The pink-haired girl shouted in embarrassment because they didn't match her outfit, but from now on she would wear it all the time, even as a bracelet. Itika gently reassured the girl and told her he didn't want to bother her, adding that now it was time for the bride to rest a little. The blonde man gently touched the bruise on her cheek, cooling it with his skills to soothe the pain. The next day she was looking at a pile of letters on the table, wondering what they were, and her fiancé told her she could look, but that they would all be burned. Upon opening one of the envelopes, the pink-haired girl unfolded the message and realized it was a proposal, indicating that someone wanted to marry Jeffrey. The girl asked if all of that had really arrived just today, and the man replied that it had all been the result of the nobility's efforts, and of those who wanted to arrange things for their daughters. The blonde man added that now they have more important matters to attend to, the main one being the need to check the bride's status. Aurora said she had only presented fake documents, but the Duke said that wouldn't work, because they were being watched and they would definitely be caught. Sighing, the future Duchess raised her head and asked if the constant study of her past life, and forgot one had borne any fruit. Itika replied negatively and buried his face in the palms of his hands, not hiding his indignation, and thinking that now that very end would definitely come for her. Following his girlfriend's gaze, the man said he just wanted to clarify if she was sure she didn't remember anything of what had happened to her. Jeffrey asked if it was time to tell the truth, and Aurora looked at him confusedly, asking him what he meant. The Duke asked her if she would continue to pretend she had amnesia, and added that he seemed to be patient enough. Upon realizing that her lie had been exposed, Audrey said she didn't know what to say, and that if she could find out what was happening, he would already know. Itika replied that he couldn't let her lie today, and the girl asked him what solution he was considering. The pink-haired girl blushed intensely and opened her unusual eyes when she heard the man say they would have to get married. Leaning forward on the sofa, Aurora asked him if he was serious, and Jeffrey nodded and asked her why not. The Duke declared that was the only way to save her, although he could start a rebellion against the Emperor. But the girl would be against it. Audrey murmured something unintelligible, and the man asked if it was possible she simply didn't want to marry him. The pink-haired woman said that for her, marriage should be built only on true love, and means something, hinting at the emergence of affection. Jeffrey asked if it was too much to ask, since survival came first, and love had no meaning if you were dead. He pointed out that, besides everything else, if she saw him often over the course of several years, her demands towards men would increase enormously. Although the girl remained silent at these words, her facial expression openly showed dissatisfaction, and even indignation. A little later, she spent some time drinking tea and thanking the prince for defending her before the emperor himself. Holding the cup in the air, the dark-haired man replied that he didn't need thanks, and asked if they had found a solution to that problem. The girl commented nervously that, in the worst case, she would have to get married, and Jean murmured that she didn't seem to be happy about that. Unable to contain her miserable sigh, the pink-haired girl openly replied that she wouldn't want to get married just for the sake of survival. The prince opened his arms and said that marriage was a very important step, and that's why her worries were understandable, and Audrey smiled. She murmured that Jeffrey didn't care at all, but she thought about how her fiancé was always worried about her. But he didn't understand her feelings. Putting her cup on the porcelain saucer, the prince commented casually that in Geokir nobody paid attention to a person's status. He added that their history knew of cases where kings married commoners, and the pink-haired girl asked if all of that was true. The brown-haired man suggested that the girl move in with him, and even if he had to go against the emperor, it wouldn't help if she wanted it. Aurora waved her hands and hurried to say that she didn't want to be a burden to him, but Jean said that saving the girl wasn't a burden to him. Audrey blushed intensely when she heard from the man that, if she needed his help, he would always be there to help her. She tenderly thanked His Highness, and the brown-haired man went back to drinking the hot drink, declaring that he wasn't doing it out of gratitude. After a while, Angela appeared on the terrace after a preliminary knock, and apologized for the sudden intrusion. The maid informed her mistress that His Majesty was waiting for her, and she immediately stopped smiling, trying to guess what he could need. Shortly after, at the hearing, the emperor, resting his cheek on his fist, said that thanks to the future Duchess. He had a great time the day before. She bowed and said she was glad, as if she had brought joy to His Majesty, although she didn't believe so, but the man suddenly said he had news. The monarch explained that, as the girl wished, Count Barbarius would be punished. And then he asked her if she was satisfied, and Aurora clarified if that was true. The emperor replied that even Prince Ryaquira had defended the girl yesterday, which meant that he trusted her and that she had done her job well. The ruler added that Barbarius's lands would be handed over to the property, and management of Edic and the count status would be reduced to Viscount. Feeling confused, the pink-haired girl thanked His Majesty, still unable to believe that this monster had kept his word so easily. Her eyes widened when Aurora heard that, to avoid rumors and displeasure from the nobility, he withdrew the charges of cruelty. Audrey stated that there were many witnesses, but the man said that was not enough, and that these slaves had to appear in person and testify. The emperor asked the girl if she understood how the state's laws worked, and explained that he could not act against them. The pink-haired girl bowed, but only thought that if she wanted to achieve justice, she had to find even more evidence. She remembered Phronesis, and immediately planned to talk to him and her fiancé about the possibility of testifying before the emperor. The afternoon gradually descended over the palace, and the girl reflected on the fact that she had completed at least one task. And Nephthys would be happy. Later, Aurora informed everyone about the emperor's orders, and that Barbarius's territory would come under Edic's jurisdiction. She said that although not everything was completely resolved, they shouldn't worry, and the lady said that was truly a great relief. The future Duchess asked that this news be shared with everyone, since reconstruction would soon begin, and everyone would be busy with other matters. The girl said she would do it immediately, but their conversation was suddenly interrupted by a knock at the door, after which the maid apologized. Alina, who was standing with an extremely gloomy expression on her face, announced that they had guests, and Aurora stood up, asking why she looked like that. The pink-haired girl froze, with wide eyes, and felt a surge of extreme discomfort when she heard that the Audrey family and Lady Rubiana had arrived at the palace. Later, the Baroness asked if the girl really wanted them to stay there any longer, since, even though she was a peasant, she shouldn't forget etiquette. The future Duchess wondered if the woman had always been so rude, or if she had simply bumped her head. Losing all fear, the girl saw reinforcements in the form of knights behind the woman and mentally wondered if she would be able to win today. The pink-haired girl looked at them and said it made no sense to follow etiquette when greeting guests who were not invited. Sir Campbell asked why they had come, and the woman replied that he didn't need to know, and that Aurora should stop acting like a hostess and let them in. Audrey said there was nothing wrong with that, since Geoffrey himself had given her, as his fiancé, such powers, and the Baroness prepared herself to receive insults. Waving her index finger, Aurora gestured for them to look back, and indicated that they could discuss any matter of interest with her security. She stated that the local knights of the Edic house were very fond of guests, and the Baroness noticed with fear how a knife glinted at their side. Suddenly, Rubiana waved her hands, advised them not to fight with them, and raised the parchment she had in her hands, as if it could solve the problems in a jiffy. Removing the red ribbon, the blonde said they brought a message from His Majesty, and Aurora asked her what it was about. Unrolling the parchment, the Duke's daughter read the decree and said that from that moment on, Julia Audrey should also live on that estate. Ruby claimed that, even if their love story were true, there was the question of a marriage between two high society families. The blonde added that due to the deception, His Majesty ordered that the position of bride fall to the real daughter. Crossing her arms over her chest, the pink-haired girl said she understood the order, but in that case, everyone except Julia were uninvited guests. Unable to believe that someone could defend themselves so calmly, the Duke's daughter asked if the others would simply be expelled. As she turned around, Aurora lifted the hem of her dress and declared that she would let them in today, but that they shouldn't think they were lucky. Geoffrey, sitting at his desk in the Edic Guild in Rockstein, heard the news and then said he must have misheard. Wendell pressed the papers against himself and said enthusiastically that the Baroness Audrey, her daughter, and Lady Rubiana were now at the city estate. The Duke stood up and hit the table, saying that Aurora wouldn't have just let them in like that, and then asked if they had entered by force. The assistant reported that they had come with Rudland's knights, but that they had passed quietly by order of His Majesty, and the blonde man clarified what it contained. Sweating nervously, the young man said that, while the investigation into Aurora's case was ongoing. The real daughter of Audrey, Julia, would have to live on the estate. The man said it was nonsense, and the boy nodded a couple of times, saying there was a carriage waiting outside, and asked him if he could go there, taking a small box out of his vest's inner pocket and pressing it against his chest. Edic walked quickly forward, responding with consent. A little later, while having tea with the uninvited guests, the girl wondered if she could just throw them out and be done with all of that. Aurora watched the women laugh and discuss something, hoping that all that madness would end as soon as possible. Finally, they fell silent only when the blonde man entered the reception hall and said he didn't know they were expecting guests. Jeffrey demanded an explanation, and Ruby flew to him, apologized, and told him they simply hadn't had time to prepare. The daughter of the Duke of Rodland was clearly beside herself with love for that man, and was muttering words so fast that it involuntarily started to irritate him. Looking at her radiant face, Aurora wondered what the point was in helping Julia, because even if Edic married her, Ruby would be left with nothing. The man walked around her in the most indifferent way and looked at Julia, wondering if they were all going to stay there. Sitting next to his girlfriend, Jeffrey declared that they couldn't even expect him to change his previous decision. The Baroness replied that it wasn't just about choosing a bride, since for the aristocratic nobility, marriage was a true fusion of two families. The future newlyweds listened in silence to the woman's words that if they didn't accept this girl, this engagement would be a farce. The blonde man, with a tired sigh, asked the Baroness what she meant, and she replied that changing brides was something very common. Pointing with her palm to her daughter, she added that if the Duke spent more time with her, he would realize that she was much smarter and more elegant. Jeffrey clarified, if it was correct, that if he found a more beautiful and sweeter woman than her daughter, he could change his mind again. The Baroness was taken aback and asked him to repeat what he meant, and Edic said he thought that was exactly the logic he was talking about. The man said in a bored voice that he had heard her words, and then pulled out a red velvet box and said they could stay if they wanted. He quickly added that he didn't know if they would want to be there after that, and suddenly knelt down, surprising Ruby and everyone else. The pink-haired girl's eyes widened when the Duke addressed her by her name, opening the box since it was clearly an unexpected action. Showing his beloved a ring with a large sparkling diamond, the blonde man asked her with a smile if she would marry him. Rubiana, who had turned pale, asked him if he really wanted that commoner, without family or tribe, without even a name, to become his wife and duchess. She shouted that it was illegal, because any noble above the rank of viscount could not marry a commoner, neither as a first nor as a second wife. Turning gracefully, Jeffrey asked who told the girl he cared, and then added that if he didn't marry her, he wouldn't marry anyone. Looking at his future wife again, the man asked what her answer would be, and the ring, obviously expensive, began to sparkle again in the box. Aurora was annoyed by the visit of unnecessary people and worried about what was happening, because it was dangerous for each of them from the legal point of view. A little later, the girl thought that in such a scenario she simply had no other choice, and the Duke apologized for not warning her. Looking away, the man said she didn't need to worry, because he had still promised he would never fall in love, and he wouldn't break the agreement. The pink-haired girl said he was very convincing when he proposed, but despite that, she still believes him. Watching the girl's expression of disgust attentively, the Duke asked her why she was so sad, receiving the answer that it wasn't so. Stepping towards her, Jeffrey shook his head and declared that she was not well at all, and Aurora asked if he was going to console her now. The blonde man stopped, without yet taking his eyes off his beloved, who was not thrilled, and said he would do it if she wanted. Ignoring the question, the future duchess muttered that, in fact, she was going to ask him an interesting question. Looking down, the pink-haired girl felt a bright blush on her ears and cheeks. She asked if the man liked her or not. Jeffrey was stunned to hear this question and looked at the girl with eyes so wide he had never seen before. The man ruffled her hair and told her it wasn't possible that she liked him, and that it was just a game, adding that he believed she could tell the difference. Aurora lowered her hands and softly asked if all of this was just her imagination, and the man agreed. He asked wearily if it was really necessary to repeat this again, and all of Audrey's hopes, in unison, were shattered on the cold floor of the spacious room. In fact, the girl always knew that the true part of Jeffrey looked exactly like that, and most likely he would refuse, but she just wanted to ask. The pink-haired girl apologized and said he was simply doing his job so well that for a moment she believed him. Not knowing what else he could say after confessing her feelings, he simply thanked the girl calmly for the compliment. His girlfriend, still without raising her head, said that after talking to Prince Giakira, she suddenly started to imagine something incomprehensible. Jeffrey, who suddenly seemed to be more interested, asked what the man had said, and Aurora hesitated a little. She raised her head and replied that there was nothing in it that could affect the agreement, and that therefore she had no reason to worry. Edic listened in silence to his interlocutor and remained motionless as if sculpted in stone, while she muttered that she hoped he wouldn't be unfazed. She added that it would be awkward if he still fell in love with her, because in the end the man promised her he would be her faithful dog. The Duke advised her to worry about herself because her prize could vanish into thin air. And the girl said that would never happen. The pink-haired girl crossed her arms over her chest and asked if she could be free, since they had already agreed on everything. Jeffrey agreed to this and wished the girl good night as she headed to the exit, passing right by her fiancé. Already standing in the empty and spacious hallway, Aurora hit her forehead with the palm of her hand, and then caressed her face, muttering that Edic was just an idiot. The blonde man was left alone in the room and leaned his back against the wall, exhaling loudly and thinking about what was happening in his life. After a while, when Wendell asked him what was the reason for his fight with the lady, he clasped his hands and said he had ruined everything. The young man asked hesitantly how exactly, and the Duke, with a sigh, explained that he had told the girl to stay away from him. The assistant opened his eyes wide and gaped, asking what was the reason for such a strange request. And incomprehensible, the blonde man said it would be too cruel to let her get involved with his cursed fate, and that it would be wrong to court her. 2 days later, Aurora went out to the balcony, hearing the Baroness and Ruby laughing, and muttered a question about why those loud ladies were always there. Angela suggested just throwing them out, but her mistress muttered that they had come as guests of Julia, and that was no way to treat them. She added that if Jeffrey had been there, he could have solved it, but the negotiations stalled, and he went away for a while. The pink-haired girl asked if there was any answer from Phronesis, and when she received a negative answer, she asked why this hadn't happened for so long. 2 days ago, Aurora sent him a letter in which she told him everything about Viscount Barbarius, asking him if he wanted revenge. Perhaps she would have wanted to talk to Jeffrey about all of this, but after such an uncomfortable conversation, she still hadn't had the chance. Surprising herself by thinking this, she immediately thought with disgust that, besides, the man was rarely home lately. The pink-haired girl came out of her thoughts when she heard her name and stopped, and Angela, who was walking by her side, also turned at the same call. Aurora had few options as to who the unknown female voice could belong to, and turned around with a displeased expression. The future Duchess asked, who said that Julia could be so friendly with her, and the girl replied that she considered her her older sister. Immediately losing all trace of her smile, the girl asked if the real Audrey really knew everything, feeling worried about what they might think of her. Without hiding her shyness at all, the girl lowered her gaze and muttered what she had recently learned, immediately asking for forgiveness for not having defended her. Crossing her arms over her chest, the pink-haired girl said that if the girls wanted to be considered sisters, first they had to say what they wanted. Julia nodded in agreement and sighed. Then she murmured softly that she just wanted to share her thoughts. Aurora stepped a little closer and clarified what thoughts exactly were being discussed, immediately hearing from her interlocutor that she didn't agree with her mother. Angela watched the girl attentively, and her mistress was paralyzed with surprise when she heard that Audrey never wanted to marry the Duke. The redhead added that she had been sick often since childhood and had cheated death so many times that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was really sick. She said she would like to do many more things in her life, but she simply doesn't have the opportunity to do them. Aurora listened to her in silence as she said that, however selfish it might sound. Now that she finally felt a little better, she would live as she wanted. Continuing to tell her story, she revealed that she didn't want to become the Duke's wife, but that she was drawn to a completely different destiny. The redhead murmured sadly that she hadn't gone through all that to become a pawn in someone else's dishonest political games. The future Duchess clarified that she was saying that because her mother and Lady Rubiana were still here, and they wanted to ruin her life by prospering. The interlocutor murmured that the real problems could arise with Lady Rubiana due to her status, but they could try to keep her mother out. After this, the girl promised that she wouldn't interfere in other people's affairs, and even if they left her alone with the Duke, there was nothing to worry about. The pink-haired girl couldn't help but think that this girl seemed indifferent, as if she didn't care at all what was happening. Without intending to trust the girl so easily, she shared her thoughts that Julia clearly had another goal, and then asked what it was. The real daughter of the Audrey family replied suddenly and unexpectedly that since she was little she found her dream in becoming a strong knight. She added that if she could be healthy enough to ride a horse and hold a sword, she would start protecting people. Aurora, without hiding her surprise, said it was an incredible dream and that, although she didn't fully trust the girl, she wished her luck. Julia's eyes widened when she heard that she had beaten death so many times that she would surely be able to do it again. The future Duchess wished her interlocutor luck again and turned around to leave, for continuing that conversation was quite useless. After she had already started to leave, the redhead lady bowed and apologized again on behalf of the whole Audrey family. Even when Aurora disappeared around the corner, Julia didn't raise her head and muttered that she was truly sorry, as if her family had dragged the girl into this. Meanwhile, Geoffrey was sitting in the Imperial conference room, thinking that he had no idea how long he would be trapped there. Tapping his finger on the table, the man thought that his beloved would hate him for leaving her alone with those parasites. Suddenly, the Duke turned to the prince, raised his head, and asked him calmly if he was sure that his personal feelings were not involved in this matter. Smiling, the brown-haired man replied that he was only sitting there to carry out negotiations, and that he had no intention of getting between Edic and his girlfriend. The sun lit up the room, and Jean expressed his gratitude for the Duke's help, thanks to which they were able to find the refugees near Giakir. He added that if the Emperor found out about this, he would try to use them as human shields. And Geoffrey asked why they were telling him that. Shaitan said he knew that the Duke himself cared about the poor through his restaurant, and was even surprised by the fact that this was happening. Edic asked what his true goal was, and the prince replied that if another war broke out, the empire would not survive. To make it more convincing, he added that this was clear to everyone, but the blonde man asked indifferently what followed from this. Jean explained that if Joker became the last bastion, then there was hope for the empire, and Joffrey called this a very optimistic approach. The green-eyed man exhaled and shook his head slightly, and then stated that he didn't want to regret anything, and that was why he was making all those attempts. The Duke remained silent when he heard from him that if you don't try to act out of fear, life will never change for the better. The man immediately remembered Aurora's words, who said that even if in the end she didn't succeed, she would do everything possible. Geoffrey asked to be closer to the matter, and the prince proposed making Jokwar the last fortress, as well as negotiating with other races. The Duke stated that if he were in the place of other creatures, he would simply refuse to make peace, since it wasn't profitable, after hearing in response that it was better to at least try. Edic seemed to be taking an overly extreme realistic approach, so he simply sighed and rubbed his temples with his fingers, releasing all the tension. Standing up, he replied that he agreed to turn Yokir into the last bastion, but he would have to hide it from the Emperor and also think about negotiations. Having told all this, the blonde man turned around and said it was time to leave. But the prince also stood up from his seat and called him. The brown-haired man suddenly leaned forward and asked if the Duke had thought about the safety of his beloved and fiancée Aurora. Turning around at the door, Geoffrey replied that it was none of Jean's business, but reminded him that war was inevitable and that the Duke would be on the front lines. The prince said that His Majesty had already set his sights on Aurora, and therefore she might even have to seek refuge in Giakir. Taking the glasses off his face, the blonde man turned to Jean and told him that, even if he had remained silent until that moment, there was no need to cross red lines. Taking a few steps back, the man added that he followed the Emperor's orders not because he had to, but because he could. Stopping a few centimeters from his potential opponent's face, Edic urged him to pay attention to all these warnings. Meanwhile, in the mansion, the girls looked in surprise at the future Duchess, who asked them to accept gifts from her. Lady Rubiana, who was also holding a box in her hands, appeared visibly cautious, and asked what the need was. Aurora crossed her arms over her chest and sighed, saying that it would be very foolish of her to forget about gifts given as a farewell. The Baroness asked what that meant, and immediately screamed in anger when she heard the girl say that it was a hint that it was time to leave. The pink-haired girl listened, in silence, to how, during all this time, the Duke hadn't even come to greet his beloved, which meant that it was all a farce. The woman screamed that they were being kicked out to cover up the deception, but Edic's fiancée waved her hand, declaring that she didn't want to talk and was tired. She added that she asked the Baroness not to return and looked at her surprised, while Julia remained calmly silent. The girl explained that, although her daughter might be staying there, that was not a restaurant where one could arrive without an invitation and engage in small talk. The Baroness screamed again that she wouldn't leave until the Duke demanded it, because even she shouldn't listen to the words of a peasant. As if always appearing at the right and opportune moment, the blonde man said that the guest's time was up, because his fiancée's words carried weight. Walking towards them, the man apologized to Aurora and said that for various reasons. His return had been delayed a little. Looking at her fiancé, the pink-haired girl said that everything was fine, but he could have at least warned her that he would be a little late. Jeffrey put his arm around her shoulders and said that he was afraid that if he started writing a message, she would get very bored, and the girl asked him if that was the reason he was silent. Edic replied that he simply hadn't thought about it and didn't want to bother her so much, while Aurora couldn't tell if she felt guilty after the argument. She immediately remembered his indifferent and even mocking expression, as well as his words that everything that was happening between them was just a game. By carefully observing the face of her supposed husband, the pink-haired girl mentally decided that he was faking it again. They communicated with each other for a long time, with barely perceptible movements of their lips or eyebrows glances, while Ruby burned with jealousy. Unable to bear such behavior, the blonde turned on her heels and announced that she was leaving, and the Baroness called her desperately. Audrey said she was also leaving, and only Julia, with a bow, replied that she would leave them alone, and then thanked her for the gift. After a few moments, the insults, the exchange of comments, the rustling of dresses, and the sound of heels on the floor finally ceased, and they were left alone. The pink-haired girl thought about how uncomfortable everyone present was, and she removed Jeffrey's hand, asking him to stop. The Duke apologized again for leaving the girl alone, and she said everything was fine, because he always does what he wants, and she will get used to it. The blonde man felt clearly uncomfortable with so much indifference, and so he said it wasn't necessary, and that from now on he would behave better. Aurora crossed her arms and declared that it was all useless, immediately asking why anyone would bother trying a fake relationship. A blush appeared on her cheeks when Jeffrey said that, whether she liked it or not, he would change for the better for her because he wanted to. Putting the subject aside, the girl asked how the negotiations had gone, and upon learning of Neftes's positive response, she said it was a relief. The pink-haired girl looked at her boyfriend with some surprise when he asked her if she had eaten, and then asked them to have dinner together. A few weeks later, Olive Adele was full of rumors about Miss Julia Audrey, the reasons for her constant illnesses, and her love for the Duke. When the whisper reached Aurora's pink hair, she frowned with irritation and thought angrily about how long it had taken her to grow it out. Angela assumed that all those people started whispering because they recognized the lady by her rare hair color, and everyone understood that that was it. When several men were already following her, the maid advised her mistress to bleach her hair, and a playful argument occurred between them. The three strangers heard the maid ask if they should return, and the pink-haired girl reply that she had no intention of hiding. Aurora froze, and Sir Campbell and Julia turned around when they heard the strangers ask if they were right to assume that she was the Duke's fiancée. One of the group, apparently the leader, a blonde man with a green tailcoat, was walking in front of the others, and that was why he was the one who asked if the girl's name was Aurora. When they asked her which family she came from, the girl barely raised an eyebrow, simply thinking that they wanted to irritate her. She picked up the hems of her dress and addressed the young men without even bothering to ask their names, and they were clearly offended. Carefully looking at the supposed aggressors, the pink-haired girl asked insinuatingly which family they came from. Aurora asked why they thought she had to answer their questions, and the boy muttered that in noble circles it was customary to use the first name. The girl raised an eyebrow, asked if they had introduced themselves, and then followed up with the question of whether such questioning was noble. She, as if teaching some incomprehensible puppies, declared that they should clearly be ashamed of such behavior, and the young men blushed with shame. Shaking her head from side to side with disgust, the pink-haired woman said with deliberate tragedy that this was the future of the empire. A moment later, they had already stepped aside, and Aurora asked her guard what he was writing, hearing in response that he was writing down the names of the insolent ones. After a while, when they had been walking down the street for a while, Angela turned to the miss. and told her that the vandals were still there. When the girl murmured, with a smile, that they were indeed following them, the maid asked if they were luring them, hearing a positive response. The future Duchess murmured that if those insolent individuals who hurt her heart followed that dark alley, they would be punished. The white-haired young man shouted again that they would not ignore insults from the nobility, and that was why they only expected humble apologies. Aurora thought with boredom that they were very predictable, and then crossed her arms over her chest and asked what would happen if not. Pointing at them with his index finger, the blonde stranger declared that if they didn't receive an explanation, the maid would be next. Angela murmured sarcastically that she was very scared, and the pink-haired girl noticed that the insolent men were threatening her favorite maid. Squeezing a stone in his fist, the young man ordered her to shut up because she didn't dare to call the insolent ones, and then decided to challenge the girl to a duel. After Angela and her mistress began whispering about it, the nobleman ordered them to stop and tried to hit the girl but was caught. The blonde stranger gasped loudly, but didn't even have time to scream when he felt the future Duchess's tenacious fingers on his neck. The pink-haired girl threw him to the ground with sudden ease, without paying attention to the serious damage this could cause to his health. Lying on his back on the cold, dirty street tiles, the insolent man began to scream from the pain he felt in his back, and Aurora asked who would be next. None of the young men dared to run away, but none of them intended to become a punching bag. As soon as the leader managed to get up and, limping, ran after them, the three jumped back in alarm upon encountering this girl's anger. While brushing off her hands, the future Duchess wondered if they had learned their lesson, and Angela applauded in silent admiration. Sir Campbell turned, and his mistress followed him, when someone apparently unknown began calling her. Waving his hands, the peasant, a poorly dressed young man with dark blue hair, asked enthusiastically if she was really the Duke's fiancée. Upon hearing the girl's confirmation and the question of why it bothered him, the stranger suddenly smiled with joy and declared that he liked her. The pink-haired girl muttered that he must be crazy, and her companion asked her if she needed to deal with that. Later, the girl asked if this peasant had heard rumors that she was planning an engagement to take revenge on the nobility by receiving consent. The dark-haired man declared that the local children loved the lady very much, and they would be delighted with this meeting, and the future Duchess was surprised by this. She asked why the Duke hadn't said anything when he found out that his fiancée was a commoner, and then asked if the girl would be expelled. The pink-haired girl murmured with a smile that she didn't know for sure, and the young man replied that she should trust Edic because he was incredible, knowing the past from which her fiancé had managed to build a great present. Aurora asked him cautiously if he knew Geoffrey. Pressing his palm against his chest, the new acquaintance declared with delight that everyone understood that he was great, because he was a commoner and became a duke. When he added that the Duke had been taking care of them, common citizens, for a long time, the girl asked if there was help from the noble Letty, and the young man hesitated. Lightly rubbing the back of his neck, the peasant replied that they were helping, because even that help was better than nothing, and the girl frowned. The pink-haired girl remembered with confusion how all the noble women boasted of their charity when the young man said they were there. He told the children that he had returned, and two small children, a girl and a boy, immediately ran forward, shouting that Johnny had returned. The dark-haired man asked them to guess who he had brought, but the children were paralyzed with confusion, only murmuring in a low voice that this lady was very beautiful. Pointing at the future Duchess, Johnny said that this was the very Miss Aurora, and the girl said with delight that she looked like a princess. The blonde boy replied that the lady looked like a fairy, and the little commoners were immediately absorbed in their little discussion. A freckled woman with her red hair pulled back asked what that noise was, and then froze in surprise when she saw the noblewoman. The dark-haired young man seemed scared and quickly waved his hands, explaining that it was just Miss Aurora, and Pepper clarified if she was Edic's wife. The peasant woman asked the young man with sadness if he had really believed the rumors that were running everywhere, and had brought her there, and Johnny didn't know how to respond. Pepper's freckled face looked confused and disgusted when she heard that the children were happy to see Miss Aurora. Once inside, the woman said she didn't like that the nobility had to look at them like animals, and Johnny said again that the guest was just like them. The pink-haired girl apologized for the inconvenience of her arrival, and then stated that she had simply come to ask a question, and not to stare. She looked at the peasant woman and explained that she had no intention of mocking or laughing, and that she would simply leave there by asking only one question. Softening immediately a little after these sincere words, Pepper nodded and asked what question she should answer. The girl clarified why they didn't like the work of the noble ladies, since the Duke was also preparing a charity project, and she was gathering information. The redhead thought for a moment and replied that it was simple and that they didn't like them because they decided to alter the normal way of life in those slums. Explaining, Pepper said that not everyone was born here. Many became victims of their master and fled from the war to the capital. Their resettlement ended with the fact that almost all the people simply couldn't find work and automatically became peasants. Aurora listened with surprise that the nobility knew everything and continued to mock them, so as not to suddenly enrich the people of another ruler. Pepper added that because of this, food is not distributed equitably, and within the slums, divisions into groups have been created, which simply looks like a circus. The redhead stated that if they wanted to help them just out of boredom, then it would be better to refrain from doing so, and she didn't trust Duke Edic. The pink-haired girl remained silent when she heard that he was profiting from the poor people, and also constantly watched them to keep them under control. Johnny wiped the sweat that had sprung from emotion, while the woman said that they didn't need pity or pathetic crumbs, and that they weren't so easy to buy. Aurora remained silent for a moment, realizing that she wouldn't be able to convince the exhausted woman of anything, and simply murmured that she would remember this. When everyone left the house again, a boy who was playing in the yard turned around and asked if Miss Aurora was leaving so early. The boy then asked if Pepper had already told her everything, and the girl added that she was a cool magician and asked if she had demonstrated magic. The pink-haired girl asked surprised what magic meant, and Pepper shook her head, slapping her forehead and sighing loudly. Turning around, the future Duchess asked the woman if she really was a magician, and the only thing she could do was appeal to God. After hearing from Johnny that Pepper was an unregistered magician, Aurora asked if this wasn't something uncommon, and why not fix it. The girl froze and opened her eyes wide, because her interlocutor replied in a very unexpected tone that she couldn't do it because of poverty. The woman explained that many of the locals, like her, were born with a little mana. But that didn't matter. Pepper added that to use this magic, one must study it, as well as learn a special ancient language, mathematics, and other sciences. Aurora thought about how in the next war every magician would count and asked if no one knew about their magical powers. Crossing her arms over her chest, the redhead replied with a denial and murmured that she didn't even know they could be taught anything. The pink-haired girl asked why, and Pepper replied that often commoners are not allowed to be taught. And besides, if they don't work for the nobles, they don't need it. The future Duchess seriously considered how many of the empire's problems were simply ignored by those who had power and influence. While saying goodbye to the children, Aurora reflected that she hadn't fully realized the difference between the classes, for she had only known commoners among her servants. Already on the way home, the girl stopped and mentally called herself to honesty, thinking that, in fact, she wasn't interested in the lives of others either. Once on her property, the pink-haired girl was walking in a way that was not at all proper for a lady, complaining that her back and stomach hurt a lot from the long trip. With her hands on her stomach, the future Duchess sat up straight while listening to Lady Rubiana say she had been waiting for her return. The blonde, who suddenly appeared in front of her in a yellow dress and smiled, said she had been absent for a long time, even a very long time. Aurora asked tiredly if the Duke's daughter had really come when there was no one at home, and asked, offended, what that meant. Looking at her outfit, the bride Edic said her dress looked familiar to her, and added that she had exactly the same one hanging in her personal closet. Rubiana tried to justify herself by saying it was the same design, and the pink-haired girl asked her where she had bought such an outfit. She added that it consumed a lot of energy to have to constantly order a custom-made dress, and that she bought one already made, and the Duke's daughter said she wasn't obliged to say anything. Aurora asked the lady if she would tell her the truth if they became friends for a moment, and she jumped like a wounded cat. The tired girl declared that Rubiana could do whatever she wanted, and that she would go, and began to turn around to go down the stairs, clearly feeling how much irritation this man was causing her. The pink-haired girl said openly that it was time for her to go too. When the future Duchess was about to leave again, she froze when Ruby screamed that she couldn't believe she had just heard such a proposal. The blonde stated that the difference in classes was an uphill battle, and that someone of Aurora's status simply couldn't be the Duke's wife. Stopping on the stairs, the girl said calmly that in that case they didn't have to get married, and that they could just date. The Duke's daughter shouted, asking what kind of nonsense that was and what to do with Edic's pedigree, and Aurora replied that those were her fiancé's problems, but not hers. Ruby declared that the girl would be expelled soon anyway, since she had an option in Sweet Miss Julia, and then asked how long this farce would last. The pink-haired woman thanked her for her concern, and added that Jeffrey loved beautiful women with volume in the right places. Rubiana was thinking again of something to create a new round of this fight, and Aurora sighed loudly, wondering what she might hear this time. The girl said that if that was all, then the guest could leave, since she was in a hurry to attend to her womanly matters. Anne was surprised. The Duke's daughter muttered awkwardly that that should have been explained to her before, but the future Duchess ignored her and said she wasn't going to see her guest off. A little later, the girl was already lying in her bed, curled up, wondering why the cramps were so strong. Feeling the cold sweat on her face, the pink-haired girl thought that in that case, her reaction to the fight with Jeffrey was not at all surprising. A knock at the door was heard, and then the man told his fiancée that he was coming in, but she could barely lift her head from the bed to look at him. The blonde man was clearly worried as he examined the girl for injuries, and even seemed breathless as he ran here. The Duke approached her and told her he had heard about her condition, and Aurora thought it was all Angela's fault, although she asked her to keep quiet for a while. Jeffrey muttered that his fiancée looked terrible and that they should call a doctor, but she pulled away when he wanted to take her hand. She replied with a sigh of disgust that she was simply on her period, and the man seemed stunned for a few moments with a feeling of slight discomfort. The girl muttered that she was tired of the pain, and the blonde man placed his hand on her forehead, saying that happened every month, but she wasn't so tormented. The pink-haired girl began to enjoy his touch, but then blushed intensely and quietly asked him to wait. Jeffrey thought his touch had only made the situation worse and quickly withdrew his hand, but Aurora whispered that it was better to leave it. The Duke gently ran his fingers over his fiancée's forehead again, and she calmed down a little, thinking that he could help her even with something like that. The blonde man commented in a low voice that he felt he had managed to at least prevent her pain a little, and that was a very good thing. The man asked the girl how she felt, and she simply looked at him with blushed cheeks, either from the fever or from shame. Suddenly, totally unexpectedly, Aurora got up from her seat and pulled her fiancé by the wrist, exhaling loudly and asking him to come closer to her. She apologized to the man with a breathless voice and laid him down on the bed, hugging him with her arms and legs so she could finally get some rest. Jeffrey could barely keep up with the girl's mood swings, and that's why he looked as confused as a teenager. The pink-haired girl suddenly got up and asked him to open his legs, declaring that it wasn't enough, and the Duke was literally dumbfounded. When Edic finally understood the essence of the request and slightly opened his knees, Aurora collapsed on him and let out a loud sigh of relief. The blonde man could barely believe what was happening and was even more surprised by the way she commanded when she wanted something. Also hugging the girl, Jeffrey asked in a low voice if that was it, and the girl agreed. Clearly unable to control her emotions, the pink-haired girl raised her head, showing her flushed cheeks, and asked him to make peace. The Duke asked her if she agreed with this, and the girl replied with a resounding yes, and it felt so good that the pain had diminished. Aurora asked him if she could be with him when his contract ended, but only while he was single. Edic, who was simply melting at that almost feline behavior of the girl, remained silent for a good while, and then with a smile declared that it was possible. Cuddling closer to his chest, the pink-haired girl whispered that it was simply perfect. Then she closed her eyes and thanked him. A little later, when the room was completely dark, Aurora groaned, realizing that she was lying on his arm, and they both fell asleep like that. Jeffrey didn't seem to be in the most comfortable position, but he still slept soundly, immediately hugging the girl with his other arm. The girl blushed and thought that she could stay like this for now. But then, involuntarily, she was surprised, thinking that even his muscles were beautiful. She ran her fingers over them and thought that the man had obviously trained a lot and had also participated in battles and wars. The pink-haired girl froze when Edic suddenly turned to her in a soft whisper and asked her if she really liked his body. The girl quickly pulled her palms away from her fiancé and asked for forgiveness, but he just hugged her tighter and asked her why she was apologizing. Aurora timidly whispered that she had touched him without permission, although she had no secret intentions, and was simply admiring him. Holding his fiancée close to his chest, the man muttered that she could use his body however she wanted, and she asked him if he talked in his sleep. The pink-haired girl asked what would happen if she asked for something strange, and the blonde man asked what he could do. She muttered that she could ask him to cut 1,000 pieces of wood with his own hands, and the blonde man whispered with a smile that she was a liar. Allowing the girl to move away after slight resistance, the Duke gently objected and claimed that he was thinking of something completely different. After chatting for a while, they sat on the bed and answering her fiancé's question. Aurora explained that she felt that way when she was tired or nervous. Jeffrey listened to his fiancée and muttered that everything that happened, in that case, was his fault, and asked for forgiveness. The pink-haired girl said it was fine, because in the end he helped her, and the man asked her if everything would be fine with her now. The girl scratched her cheek thoughtfully with her finger and said that the pain usually lasts a day or two, and that then everything will not be so serious. She added that she was practically in a normal state, and the blonde man asked her if she really still felt pain. The Duke said he could stay with her until the pain passed, as it happened to her, but Aurora replied that the worst had already passed and that he didn't need to try so hard. Jeffrey asked, confused, if his fiancée wanted him there, and she shook her head, saying that wasn't the point. The girl reminded him that he had a scheduled meeting and that she didn't want to be a burden to him, and the man remained thoughtfully silent. Edic said that he doesn't confuse the desire to relieve someone's pain with a burden, and added that the girl's health is more important than the meeting. The pink-haired girl asked him if she should focus on the negotiations these days, and the Duke assured her that she would do whatever she wanted. Putting her hand to her chest, Aurora looked at her fiancé and quietly asked him if it was possible that, in that case, she would simply go with him. She saw the expression on his face and asked what was wrong, and the blonde man said he wasn't going to force a sick person to work. The girl asked if she could sit quietly nearby, since she was very curious to know how those negotiations were going. Jeffrey smiled a little and asked her if she was really going to sit by his side and not interfere with the development of the conversations. Aurora, who was worried about Jeffrey, smiled happily, even blushing a little in anticipation, and agreed with his words. After nodding several times in agreement, the blonde man said that in that case, he would allow his fiancée to be his personal secretary. Edic noted that all this would only be possible if she put on the ring, and the pink-haired girl looked at him surprised. The girl asked him if he meant the fake ring, and then added that she could wear it, but that she didn't understand the point. She immediately assumed that the man wanted to spread rumors, and then said that she had visited Adele, and that the engagement rumors hadn't started yet. Aurora asked with a smile if this would be the perfect opportunity to plant rumors, and Jeffrey vaguely agreed with such thoughts. Immediately remembering something, the girl muttered that Sir Campbell would give his lordship a list of names, and that it would clarify why it was necessary. The fiancé said that 3 unknown boys followed her today, and the security guard wrote down their names so they could check everything later. The blonde man's mood seemed to change immediately. He seemed much more thoughtful and serious, immediately accepting this. The next day, the future married couple met with Prince Jean at the Imperial Palace and exchanged greetings. As soon as the brown-haired man addressed Aurora simply by her name, Jeffrey protected his fiancée with his shoulder and asked him what such address meant. The doors opened before them, and when the prince asked what the Duke had in mind by bringing the girl there, he replied that she would be his secretary. Edic looked at him with sadness and turned to His Majesty, asking him what he was thinking when he had arbitrarily called his fiancée by her name. Jean claimed that he had received permission from the lady to do this, but the pink-haired girl frowned at the fact that she had only given her consent for this. One time, the blonde man hugged his fiancée and told her that they should sit down first because the girl wasn't feeling well that day, and the prince offered her a seat. Aurora hurried to reply to the men that she only had a slight cold, so there was nothing serious about what was happening. Shaitan replied that he had no idea what Edic was thinking when he brought her with him, and that she shouldn't exert herself too much, and she thanked him for that. To distract them both from that conversation, Jeffrey calmly stated that, since they were all gathered there, it was time for the negotiations to begin. The Duke recalled yesterday's discussion and asked who would assume responsibility for conducting the marriage between Giacier and Nadelberg. Having placed the documents on the table, the blonde man immediately replied calmly that they did not have any suitable candidate. And Aurora looked at him. The girl immediately took the papers to immerse herself in the context of what was happening, because before that she simply hadn't had such an opportunity. She read about the reduction in the number of enemies, the strengthening of Geokir with the help of the Etic Guild, and the marriage was supposed to be a cover. The pink-haired girl raised her head and thought that that was exactly what they were working on, because since everything needed to be hidden, Geokir would be the last bastion. While putting down the papers, the fiancé intervened in the conversation and said that she thought it was actually a pretty good method and functional. Aurora asked him if she had understood correctly that they needed that marriage to be concluded, and then everything would go like clockwork, and Jeffrey agreed. Turning to Prince Jean, the Duke's fiancé recalled his words about how no one in the kingdom cared about status, and asked about it. Shatton replied that there were no restrictions, since his delegation included both men and women, and each of them was willing to do anything for the cause. The girl nodded and continued reviewing the papers, and the engagement ring with a precious violet stone shone pleasantly on her hand. Pretending not to have noticed anything like that, such a clear sign, the prince added that he felt the same way about this matter as all his men. Jeffrey asked what their deadline was, and Jean replied that they would remain in the Empire until the summer ball, and would wait for an answer until then. The Duke clasped his hands and nodded, calmly stating that they would try to find a suitable candidate for the mission during this time. Later, in a spacious hallway, someone stopped Duke Etic, who was walking accompanied by his fiancée, who was holding his arm. The girl remembered that it was the Emperor's butler when the man said that His Majesty had prepared a small prize for the Duke. Jeffrey let out a heavy sigh because he clearly didn't like everything that was about to happen, and asked what that surprise meant. The butler said that since Lady Julia deserved a chance, she would accompany his lordship to the place designated for the meeting. The pink-haired woman clasped her hands and calmly said that she had to go there, and the man stroked Aurora's back with the palm of his hand, looking at her. Jeffrey remained silent when he heard that the Emperor's orders could not be contradicted, declaring that he was not at all worried about him and Julia. The blonde man muttered hesitantly that it wasn't necessary to do that, but the girl said she felt fine, and that they had been together all day. Gently pulling his strong hand with her tenacious fingers, the pink-haired girl said with a smile that, among other things, she trusted her fiancé. Suddenly, leaving a kiss on his hand, Aurora asked the man to bring something tasty, and then wished dear Jeffrey a good day. A little later, already in the mansion's courtyard, the future Duchess got out of the carriage and saw another woman in front of her, thinking she didn't recognize her. The girl stopped in surprise when a happy Phronesis suddenly appeared from the vehicle, dressed like an aristocrat. When the elf approached the girl and left a soft kiss on the back of her hand, the pink-haired girl noticed that he had learned etiquette well. Feeling proud, Aurora declared that practice makes perfect, and if he had said he was of noble birth, she would have believed him without hesitation. Phronesis held up a tablet on which he had written that he had worked hard for the pride of his mistress, and she even applauded how much his writing had improved. The future Duchess asked him if he wanted to come inside and rest a little after the trip, but Angela, who had come out of the mansion, suddenly called her. The maid whispered in her mistress's ear that the Rutland girl had visited them again, and Aurora only sighed loudly in response, tired of such visits. After observing the guest, the girl advised him to spend some time in the guest room while she dealt with the uninvited guest. Looking into his pleading eyes, the pink-haired girl said that wouldn't help him, because it was still very dangerous to show the elf to anyone. Upon finding her uninvited guest, Aurora said that Julia wasn't there, and then asked why the Duke's daughter had come. The blonde turned around and said that the Duke's fiancée, even though she was a commoner, should know that guests are not greeted that way at all. The future Duchess said she didn't understand why she had to remain polite in response to insolence, and added that it was time for Ruby to leave. Rubiana replied that she was worried that someone jealous might ruin her friend's date, so she went to follow her. The pink-haired girl asked if the girl was talking about herself, and when she got angry, she asked if it wasn't Lady Rodland who was blinded by jealousy. Leaning forward, the blonde shouted that she had tried to remain sweet since she was the Duke's fiancée, but she had crossed the line. Aurora stroked her chin, wondering how a girl could survive in the cruel world of nobility if such simple things made her angry. Ruby shouted that she didn't dare, but the pink-haired girl suggested that she simply tell Jeffrey about her crush instead of separating them from Julia. blushing intensely upon realizing that her plan had been discovered. Rubiana shouted that she had no intention of doing that, and that she was only trying to help her poor friend. The future Duchess remembered that she currently communicates with the same Rubiana Rutland, who always spreads unfounded rumors. Aurora said calmly that she knew the girl was trying to do all this to prevent Jeffrey's wedding from taking place. When Ruby asked what that meant, the Duke's fiancé replied that everyone knew that Edic was crazy about her, so they were trying to fix it. The blonde froze and trembled when she heard that she was most likely facing a loveless marriage, and that she was trying to leave the man in the same position. Aurora added that the girl might even hope to become one day at least the Duke's secret lover, and shouted that she was wrong. The Duke's daughter seemed unable to find a single excuse to explain why she was doing everything that way, and simply muttered. The pink-haired girl stated that in such a case, one must act accordingly, instead of just saying words and proving their case. She pointed with her finger towards the exit and declared that Ruby had to leave, tired of enduring sudden visits and insolent ones from unwanted guests. Shortly after, the Duke's daughter indeed left. The girl was sitting in her carriage, which was heading towards the imperial palace. The blonde looked down and swallowed her tears, repeating over and over in her head her rival's true words about how she wanted to act. Blushing with shame, Rubiana muttered that she would never be a mistress, and that girl didn't even dare to throw such insults at her. Looking out the window, Lady Rodland suddenly noticed a familiar silhouette there that immediately shouted and demanded that the carriage stop. Ruby called Julia by her name as she hurriedly got out of the vehicle, and Audrey turned to look at her. Holding the hem of her dress, she asked what the girl was doing there and where the Duke was, and the red-haired girl calmly replied that he had gone home. The blonde asked why everything happened so fast, and her interlocutor replied with a sigh that she simply had nothing to talk about. Rubiana asked again if Audrey had done what she was advised to do, and then reminded her that she looked much more beautiful when she smiled. Interrupting the endless attacks and questions, the red-haired woman interrupted her interlocutor and asked her if she really was her doll. Rudolent blushed with shame and said that she had been given many opportunities, for which she was grateful. Julia replied that thanks to her efforts, her family was able to move to the capital and meet the Duke himself, but there was one thing. Audrey stated that she could no longer act according to her orders, and explained that she was simply not that type of person. The young woman added that she was tired of pretending to be someone she wasn't, because even with those elegant outfits, she was still a simple lady from the suburbs. Nodding toward her reflection in one of the windows, the red-haired woman stated that Lady Rubiana was trying to earn the trust of her new acquaintance. The blonde blushed when she heard the girl say that she could not become like Rudlin, and that she didn't even want to do anything to achieve it. She asked her quietly but firmly to stop, and Ruby felt genuine desperation as she tried to dissuade Audrey. But even her tongue didn't obey her. Rubiana said that she was only trying to free Duke Edic from Aurora, so that only the worthy Julia would remain by his side. Standing in front of the lady, who was trying to convey a proper view of the picture, the blonde wondered if she had always been an empty shell. While she lamented and seemed to try to go over her whole life, Julia turned to Duke Geoffrey, who was standing outside the window. A few hours ago, the man said he heard Audrey apologize to Aurora, and the girl muttered that they were eavesdropping on them. The Duke stated that his fiancée might have believed it, but she certainly wasn't the type of person who trusts common words after so much pettiness. The man asked her if she would be willing to demonstrate her honesty to earn his trust, and Julia asked him what she was talking about. Crossing his arms over his chest, the blonde man declared that if the girl agreed to marry the man he indicated to her, she would be forgiven forever. Geoffrey added that he knew Aurora had gone through many difficulties in Audrey's family, and she only asked who she should marry. The Duke stated that he only needed to know that the man was from Geockir, and that, if she accepted, she would be forced to cut ties with Audrey's family. When he added that the consequences of refusing could be even more serious, the red-haired woman looked up and asked if it was a threat. The girl thought that now that she knew that the Duke and Geockir were connected in some way, her life would be in their hands. After thinking about it for a few moments, Julia said she agreed, and the man said it was indeed the right decision. Leaning forward, Geoffrey said he had to make her believe in that intention, and Audrey asked him how. The blonde man asked to keep Lady Rubiana Rudland away from Aurora, because he couldn't allow her to torment his beloved any longer. Edic left only after seeing with his own eyes how the young woman had managed to carry out his order. A little later, Wendell asked if Julia had ruined his lordship's mood. But he replied that that was not the case at all. He remained silent, still remembering Audrey's reaction when he asked her to keep Rubiana away from his fiancé so she would no longer torment her with her presence. Then the man froze in surprise when he heard that the girl was happy, that the Duke really loved Aurora. And that was evident. Thinking that he certainly didn't love her, the blonde man asked his assistant where his fiancé was now. After having heard about the tea room and phrenesis, turning around, Geoffrey asked in surprise if the elf was really there now. And the man replied that he had arrived at the estate today. A little later, the girl murmured that he could have sent a letter, and then she knocked on the door and opened it, immediately bumping into her boyfriend. Later, during dessert, Aurora asked how his date with Julia had gone, and immediately after asked where they had gone. The blonde man replied that it wasn't a date at all, but rather that Prince Jean had recommended the place to him. And Audrey asked him how he knew the ideal place. The girl murmured that Julia had recently come of age, and the Duke asked her what she thought they had been doing that night. The pink-haired girl suddenly stood up and asked him to be careful with his words, covering Phrenesis's ears with her hands and explaining that they had an innocent soul here. The Duke sighed and asked his fiancée if she knew about the lifespan of elves, and she looked at him confused. Geoffrey asked the elder not to be shy and say how old he was, and the elf wrote on a piece of paper that the same applied to him. The blonde man whispered that he acted according to his age and took good care of her, and Phrenesis lied so that the girl would take care of him. Resting his hands on the table, the man declared that he was the owner of that mansion, and that he could send the elf back in a matter of seconds. The pink-haired girl asked confusedly what they were whispering, and then turned to her guest and asked him if he felt okay. While Phrenesis pressed her shoulder, Aurora asked if her fiancé had used magic on him, and Geoffrey replied that there was no need. She said she wanted to discuss it anyway, and asked if His Majesty remembered that he had recently met with the Emperor. The girl received her fiancé's consent, and said that at that moment, the conversation also turned towards the Count's fate. That is, Viscount Barbarius. The pink-haired girl explained that if they wanted to accuse him of all the terrible crimes, Phrenesis would have to testify personally. Aurora said she would like to clarify the elf's opinion on this matter and ask her fiancé if he should appear before the Emperor. The elf wrote on a piece of paper that he would do this so that the man would answer for his sins, and the Duke claimed that he could kill the Viscount for a quicker solution. Phrenesis wrote that death could wait, but until then he had to suffer, and Aurora noted that his vocabulary was extensive and cruel. The girl asked her fiancé if Phrenesis should pass, and the blonde man replied that if Roland Barbarius interrupted the connection, then yes. The Duke immediately rushed to warn that in the opposite situation, the Emperor would simply use Roland to get to the elves. The pink-haired girl leaned forward to ask how to break the bond between elf and master, and Geoffrey replied that the slavery had to be reversed. The man said that during the process they drink the fairies' tears, then their blood, while the elf screams, and one must silence the owner, smear the blood on his neck, and wash it with tears. Aurora listened with wide eyes and horror to what exactly Barbarius had to do with these creatures, to be able to bind them to him. She suggested breaking the bond in secret so that when presenting the slavery bond as evidence, someone might want to take advantage of it. Edic nodded his head and asked if they had any other evidence besides the one that was dangerous. The fiancé thought immediately for a moment, then winked at her fiancé and asked him not to worry about it, crossing her arms over her chest. She turned her head, reminding them that they had the powerful Phrenesis on their side, and the elf pointed at himself with surprise, not knowing what to do. That same night, Roland walked through the dark hallways, and the long-drunk wine flowed from a tilted glass. Suffering from having become a Viscount, despite his not-so-healthy state, the blonde man turned to the panoramic window when a familiar green color appeared through it. He screamed in surprise when he saw Phrenesis in front of him, and another man who was acting as a guard for the Edic family. Sir Campbell declared that he would tie him up and got to work immediately, paying no attention to any resistance the Viscount might offer. Having finished and covered the blonde man's mouth with a rag, the man asked if such silence would be appropriate, and then asked which of them would make him cry. The future Edic family requested a public trial from the Emperor and received consent to carry out such a process. The ruler most likely simply agreed to it, because he was dying to see the legendary and extremely unusual elf. Aurora murmured that she thought she wouldn't be nervous, but she couldn't help it, and Jeffrey said calmly that everything would be fine. She immediately nodded towards the Emperor and asked him if it wasn't funny that he was the judge, and what would happen if he himself committed a crime. The pink-haired girl asked her fiancé if he agreed that that was quite strange, and Edic urged his fiancé to be more careful. A man in an interesting dark purple robe stood up and declared that from that moment on the trial of Viscount Barbarius would begin. He also read that this man was accused of abusing his power over the elves and of frequently pursuing noble ladies. The court official added that the Viscount was also allegedly guilty of neglecting his people and not fulfilling his duties as a lord. As the trial progressed, Aurora couldn't help but yawn, covering her mouth with her hand, and mentally remembering that, for her all that was just a brief rehearsal. It seemed that many people were interested in being there and listening to the defense and the prosecution, because Roland's vile behavior had destroyed many couples. The girl asked in a low voice if Count Hergert was the prosecutor, and Jeffrey turned to her and whispered to her why the girl needed to know that. The blonde man asked her if she really liked that man, since she simply couldn't take her eyes off him, hearing as an answer that she was simply bored. Edic said that the mere sight of the girl didn't bore him, and Aurora replied that their engagement was temporary, and that she needed to look at other people. It seemed that these words, apparently said as a joke, were not appreciated by the man, who immediately frowned slightly and remained silent, ending the dialogue. By then the division of parties in court had ended, and all versions had been heard, and all that was left was to ask what Roland himself would say. At that moment, the attention of the future ducal couple was completely focused on the man, whose testimony was supposed to be the most interesting part. The pink-haired girl smiled smugly when she heard the ex-count admit that he was guilty of absolutely all charges. The Emperor, like most of the nobles present, looked at the ex-count with absolute surprise and incomprehension. The Edic ducal family was not surprised because shortly before, the pink-haired one had devised a plan to help the powerful Phrynesis. She then explained that after breaking the connection, they would take control of Roland's mind and force him to confess everything in court. The girl looked at the guys and asked if this would really be irrefutable proof of the accused's guilt. The court official, equally surprised, asked if the Viscount really accepted the charges in their entirety, and he stood up from his seat, nodding again. The blonde man stated that with the help of Phrynesis he bewitched and raped women, and that he never cared about his people. The court official stood up and asked if the witness Phrynesis confirmed what he had said, and the elf nodded, saying yes. He stated, without any accent, that Roland Barbarius had committed all these mentioned crimes while he was his slave the whole time. At the same time, the girl admired how well he spoke and how fast they grew, and asked how that bastard tried to silence her gentle boy. Echoing her words, the blonde man crossed his arms over his chest and declared that he did not remember adopting the elf. And Aurora asked him why he considered himself the father. Jeffrey asked who would assume the role then, and the pink-haired woman looked around the courtroom, murmuring that she hadn't decided yet. The court official reported that the evidence was accepted, and that Viscount Roland had not only caused chaos among the nobility, but had also participated in slavery. Illegal. Barbarius himself turned to his majesty, and shouting, demanded that the emperor give a fair verdict. While he looked at him in shock, upon hearing he was guilty, the blonde man tried to cover his mouth with his own hand, unable to understand what he had just done. Roland Barbarius was stripped of his title and spent the next 50 years in prison, and he screamed when the verdict was announced. Resting his chin on his fist, His Majesty the Emperor ordered the seizure of all the Viscount's possessions, adding that he wished for his disappearance. Aurora asked her fiancé in a low voice why the punishment was so severe, since she expected him to be imprisoned for a much shorter period. The Duke replied in a low voice that the Emperor himself had just expressed his wish for him to disappear, and the girl looked at him with incomprehension. Jeffrey explained that these were terrible crimes and that not everything had gone as planned, since His Majesty clearly did not expect a confession. The pink-haired girl murmured something, clasping her hands, and the man said that everything went as she expected, so things were going well. As Roland Barbarius was taken out of the courtroom with his hands tied, the future married couple exchanged congratulations on the end of the trial. Once on the street, Aurora called Phrynesis, and he suddenly pounced on the future Duchess with a big hug, leaving her frozen. The elf thanked the girl for what she had done, because if it weren't for her, he would still be a slave, and everyone would make fun of him. As Jeffrey walked towards them, the pink-haired girl awkwardly asked him not to worry, because the terrible past would never happen again. Breaking the embrace, Eddic moved the girl behind him and asked the elf how he dared to hug his fiancée without asking him. Aurora asked her fiancé to stop, because a happy event had just occurred, and the hug reaction was normal. The blonde man's expression became even gloomier when the girl calmly reminded him that he didn't have to pretend so much all the time. Their conversation was interrupted when a court official shouted to Duke Eddic to wait, and ran towards them. After apologizing, the dark-haired man put his hand to his chest and said he didn't want to interfere, and the man turned around and greeted Count Hergert. Jeffrey straightened his shoulders and turned to him, asking what had happened, and the man suddenly said he wanted to thank him. The brown-eyed man bowed his head and murmured that his beloved had also become a victim of Count Barbarius, but that he couldn't do anything about it. The three of them heard with surprise that only thanks to their joint efforts, this criminal was punished, and he was very grateful to them. Aurora blushed when the blonde one shook his head and claimed that it was not his fault at all, but the work of his fiancée. The man said he didn't know this and bowed to the girl, thanking her, but the pink-haired girl said it wasn't worth it, immediately asking how his beloved was. Having stood up, the count replied that after everything that happened, the girl had left him out of shame, but that now he planned to get his beloved back. When the future Duchess said that everything would turn out fine, the man thanked her again and added that he appreciated that attitude. A few days after the trial, everything began to return to normal. There was no progress regarding the heroine's identity, but some things changed. Out of boredom, Sir Campbell began teaching her the art of fencing, and Julia joined this hobby. The man said that today they would move away from the basics, and when the pink-haired girl asked what they would do, he asked the girls to repeat after him. Looking forward, Aurora wondered if this wouldn't be a great breakthrough for them, since they had only been practicing for a couple of days. Skillfully brandishing a sharp, long sword, Campbell held the hilt of the weapon and seemed to be completely focused on his task. Julia was delighted, but the future Duchess was only thinking about the fact that she would never be able to repeat such a professional level of fencing. After a few minutes of demonstration, the blonde man asked if it was difficult, and the girl said she had already forgotten half of what he had shown her. The guard suggested that the lady simply try to perform a similar exercise, not necessarily perfectly. Taking a step forward with her sword, the pink-haired girl murmured that she would do it, but that the two of them should not laugh at her efforts. Aurora stood up, closed her eyes, and held her breath, trying to recreate in her mind exactly how her teacher had moved. She repeated the first move, moving her leg to the side and swinging her sword, striking immediately the air from top to bottom and cutting the invisible space around her. The girl managed to repeat almost exactly Sir Campbell's smooth movements and finally stopped and exhaled. Both observers applauded. The man murmured that it was excellent, and Julia said with a smile that it was simply charming. The pink-haired girl murmured evasively that she wasn't that good, but the guard replied and mentioned that she had real talent. Campbell explained that she had just performed a technique that beginners learn after mastering the basics, and the future Duchess clarified what he was talking about. The guard added that it takes most people months to learn a move, but she was able to perform the full posture at once. The blonde man said that her receptiveness to training, her posture and her movements were professional, and she could even receive a knight's certificate. The man said that since the two girls were at completely different levels, it would be better for him to give private lessons to Miss Julia without a master. Addressing the lady, he instructed her to continue practicing this move and posture, and added that she could say if she had any questions. While continuing to train alone, the pink-haired girl thought that, since war was inevitable, this talent would help her. She barely had time to think that she could protect herself when suddenly, Prince Jean appeared in front of her, smiling and calm as always. Turning, Aurora asked him since when he had been there, and the young man approached, answering that since everyone applauded her. While sheathed her sword, the girl said he could have made some sound, and the brown-haired man replied that he enjoyed being a spectator of that type of fencing. The future Duchess tried to downplay it timidly, saying that she was just a beginner, but Jean handed her a handkerchief, declaring that Audrey was talented. Wiping the sweat from her face, Aurora suggested that they continue their conversation in the living room. But before that, she clearly needed to cool off in the shower after her training. The prince nodded and said it wouldn't be hard for him to wait, and the duke's fiancée nodded, and then hurried off so as not to make him wait. A little later, Julia noted the guest greeted Jean of Giaquar, and the man nodded, and said he was happy to see the young lady. The prince murmured that he didn't even know the girls were so close to each other, and the redhead hesitated a little, saying not so much. The brown-haired man stated with surprise that that was strange, since he and his adoptive sister even shared the same interests, such as chivalry. Julia said that she was the one who wanted to learn to handle the sword, but the future duchess was so kind that she helped her with her training. The prince shook his head, smiled, and said tenderly that that was understandable, and that, in addition to everything else, she really resembled Aurora. Jean said he was trying to do everything possible to help Miss Aurora, expressing confidence that Audrey wanted the same thing, since she owed her something after everything that had happened. The redhead agreed that the girl was very kind and deserved the best, and the prince replied that he would be very happy if they thought so. The duke stepped forward and asked if he could ask a favor, because he feared the duke might not be able to protect her from the emperor. The brown-haired man immediately asked if the future newlyweds were even close, and Julia murmured something, looking at the man confusedly. The girl thought for a moment and then said that they were just a normal couple, but despite the occasional fights, they still cared about each other. The redhead nodded when the prince asked again if they were arguing, and seemed even a little more interested than before. Nodding several times, the brown-haired man thanked the girl for the information she had given him, and turned to leave. He stopped after a few steps and asked Julia if she could please not tell Miss Aurora about this little conversation. The redhead wanted to object when she suddenly heard the prince ask if the duke had resolved the matter of his marriage with someone from Yokir. Jean casually reminded the girl that as soon as she left Nautilberg, they would see each other much more often. Audrey murmured that she knew what he meant by that and understood everything, remaining alone in the training field after the man left. When Jean was already sitting in the reception room and drinking tea, the future duchess's voice was heard from the side, asking how long the prince had been waiting. Thinking that she hadn't even had time to dry her hair, the girl apologized for making him wait. Shaitan replied that everything was fine, adding that, besides, he had come uninvited. So Edic's fiancé certainly didn't need to apologize. Aurora looked up and asked why the prince had come, and he replied that he simply wanted to give her a gift as an apology. The pink-haired girl echoed his words, immediately asking him in surprise what gift the man wanted to give her as an apology. Jean explained that since he had a lot of work to do in the empire, and he chose a girl to accompany him, she had many more problems. When the brown-haired man pointed to the side, she followed his gaze and grabbed the huge piles of gifts, murmuring awkwardly that there were too many. The prince clarified that he would also like to ask a favor of the duke's fiancée. So the gifts were also a payment, and she clarified what the matter was. The pink-haired girl was surprised when she heard from the man that a masquerade ball would soon be held in Rockstein, that she really shouldn't miss. Having replied that she agreed, the brown-haired man stated that he would like to visit it, and then asked if the girl could go there with him. Blushing slightly, Aurora crossed her arms over her chest and thought about how clever that way of approaching a simple invitation to a dance was. The girl asked him if he had heard it wasn't the best place, and the prince replied that he had heard rumors it wasn't that bad. After thinking a bit, the pink-haired girl replied that she would also like to attend this event, and Jean asked if she was sure. The duke's fiancée agreed and added that she was just wondering where else she could accompany the prince while she was there. Aurora also thanked him for the offer of the masquerade and the gifts he brought, and the man clasped his hands, saying that he was very happy. Jean immediately added that he would send the girl the tickets, which, in fact, he had already ordered, since the masquerade would be held in 2 days. After asking the girl not to worry about her outfit and accessories for the event, the prince pointed to the boxes and said that he had also prepared them. When the pink-haired girl said, with a smile, that he had really prepared everything, the brown-haired man agreed, saying that he was simply awaiting her consent. The prince's sharp eye noticed something, and he asked her with a smile why she wasn't wearing her engagement ring today, and she covered her hand with her own. Aurora replied that it was simply very important and that she was afraid of losing it. And the prince asked if the duke had made an official proposal. She said that it was so, thinking that all this was necessary purely formally to present it in front of everyone, and that there was no need to talk about it. When the prince remained silent and simply started to smile, the pink-haired girl felt uncomfortable and wondered why he was so quiet. The future Duchess clasped her hands and looked surprised at the brown-haired man when he asked her if she had accepted Geoffrey's proposal. Jean reminded her that he had already said that Duke Etik was not the only option and that the girl didn't have to deal with his status. The man looked at her and suggested that Aurora simply needed a new, free life in another kingdom. The pink-haired girl asked him what he meant by that, and the prince said openly that he could promise a better future. She froze when she heard him ask why she should become a duchess in Nautilberg if she could become queen immediately. The girl called out to Prince Jean to stop this conversation, and no one knew that this whole conversation was overheard by Duke Etik. The man remembered how they watched the ball marking the arrival of the Geokir delegation, and he involuntarily thought that they were compatible with each other. Then, he also became a listener to the conversations about how the prince never stopped smiling while dancing with Miss Aurora, and to the speculations about whether she would leave for Geokir. It also pained his heart when he heard the girl's words about how, for her, marriage must be built on true love, and not on those plans. He remembered how he himself had told her that everything was just a simulation, and had asked her if she couldn't distinguish between acting and reality. Clenching his fists and walking back, the blonde man thought with annoyance that he had promised himself to let her go when the time came. Catching up to him, Wendell asked if his lordship was going to meet Miss Aurora, reminding him that the hall was on the other side. The aide looked surprised at the knight when he asked him to forget about this visit and to take care of preparing the carriage. The assistant asked the lord in confusion where he was heading, receiving the answer that he needed to buy a mask for her. Meanwhile, Aurora sat and thought that she was aware of Prince Jean's affection, but she certainly didn't expect such frankness in his words. After thinking for a while, the pink-haired girl said that she was not going to leave Geoffrey, and the man asked her why. The girl's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing from her interlocutor that, in the end, there was no love between them. Jean stated with certainty that Etik was incapable of loving anyone, and from that, it followed that an agreement had simply been reached between the couple. The man added that he wouldn't say anything more for now, so as not to receive hatred, but that if something changed, he would gladly accept her into his arms. When the brown-haired man stood up and headed for the exit, the pink-haired woman called out to the prince and declared that she would not accompany him outside today. Hearing the door close, the girl pressed her palm against her forehead and wondered where the man could have obtained information about the agreements. Aurora wondered with displeasure why he had said that Duke Etik was incapable of loving. And with such certainty, looking at the gifts, the girl thought she needed to find everything out, so she would keep all these things a secret from Geoffrey for now. 2 days later, when the day of the masquerade arrived, the pink-haired girl continued unpacking the boxes, asking if he had really given her so many. Looking at the black necklace, Angela asked what kind of necklace it was, and the Duke's fiancée clicked her tongue and said it was a necklace. The maid asked the lady if she would wear it, and she put the jewelry on the table, murmuring that definitely not today. The other maids took out a box of wigs and explained that, since the lady had a unique hair color, she would need to wear one. Aurora took a long, black wig and murmured that she had chosen that one, whispering that it reminded her of the old days. In the evening, the masquerade ball had already begun. Noble guests were arriving there in their carriages, and the building itself was lit with bright lights. And shimmering, the aristocrats were already chatting and trying to get to know each other behind interesting outfits, masks, and unusual hairstyles. Aurora's eyes were recognizable, despite the long black wig and the elegant mask covering half her face. So the prince recognized her. Jean said that the hair color suited her very well, and he didn't even recognize the lady at first. And she noted, with a smile, that the disguise had worked. The girl grabbed the hem of her purple dress and set out to get to the heart of the matter, immediately receiving the consent of her companion, who was dressed in white. At the same time, the Duke was watching them, also hiding his hair with a red wig, and his face with a gray mask with rabbit ears. Watching the aristocrats flirting, the prince noted that this event seemed different from the masquerade he was used to. Aurora asked him if he wanted to hold these types of events in Geokir, and the man replied that he didn't know, but that it was really progressive. John murmured that, apparently, the nobility wasn't that decent, and the girl explained that children of strict parents flocked to such evenings. Thinking that dancing never hurt anyone, the future duchess looked at her companion and asked him why they shouldn't have a little fun too. The man in the black shirt with a red vest asked them to wait and then moved his hand among their companions, separating them slightly. A familiar voice declared that according to the rules of this ball, each of the partners arriving together must have fun without their other half. The prince, who clearly didn't expect such a turn of events, asked what that statement meant while the girl remained silent, waiting for the result. Hugging the girl, the gray-eyed man declared that, according to the rules, it didn't matter at all what their relationship between them was, and they had to separate. He advised Jean to go have fun somewhere else, and another young man, wearing a white mask and blonde hair, asked him to follow him. The brown-haired man followed him obediently, trying to clarify along the way what all those rules meant. Just like Aurora, who remained in unexpected company, the rabbit repeated that those were the rules and apologized, and his gray eyes shone with cunning. And the girl mentally called him by his name. The future Duchess said she didn't care about the rules and that she would simply follow her companion. But her new companion said it wouldn't be easy. She wanted to ask what he meant, but she suddenly found herself in someone else's arms, because the unknown girl almost knocked her over and apologized briefly. Aurora looked at the crowd and couldn't understand where so many people had come from, realizing that she had lost sight of Prince Jean. The rabbit leaned over the girl and asked her not to be sad, and then added that at this ball one must rejoice at the most unexpected things. He said they could have fun alone, and the girl thought he wanted to trick Prince Jean and find out where he had obtained the information about the contract. She waved her hand in denial and asked him to leave her alone and not bother her. And the man asked her if this wasn't fate and then offered to dance. Aurora turned, looked at him, then apologized and said in no uncertain terms that she didn't like rabbits. Taking a step forward, she declared that she would never in her life take his hand, and therefore, the man needed to find another partner for the night. After 10 steps, the future Duchess looked back and thought about how good it was that the rabbit had left her alone, and then set finding the prince as her goal. Realizing that there were too many people there, Aurora wondered if it wouldn't be better to wait by the carriage. Missing out on all this fun, the girl turned around when a man's voice greeted her with good evening, and stopped, still holding the skirt of her dress. Geoffrey, with his face covered by an elegant black mask, appeared out of nowhere, and asked if he could invite the lady to dance. Immediately placing her hand in the man's palm, Aurora asked if he knew her, and the blonde man evasively handed her something, smiling. Leaning over her and placing a soft kiss on the back of her gloved hand, he told her that black suited her well too. The girl looked away, wondering if he had followed her or if he had simply been in the right place at the right time. While his fiancée was already dancing, Geoffrey caressed her back with his hand and asked her if the girl liked men like him. Calmly maintaining her smooth movements, Aurora declared that it was a very stupid question and personal, and the blonde man replied that he didn't think so. She asked him what he would do if she didn't suit his tastes, and the man said calmly that he would decide to give up. The girl asked what would happen if the answer were the other way around, and Edic replied that he would then consider those words as permission to continue with his attempts. Leaning her back, the blonde man asked what she would say to his desire to become her lover, and she murmured that he needed to take off his mask. The Duke said that, of course, he was willing to do so, immediately adding with a smile that appearance was important, but not so much as to decide. Unable to bear it, Aurora asked why the fiancé had come there, and he answered her question with another question, asking her what her reason could be. He said with a smile that he was looking for love without obligations, and his fiancé asked him to stop the nonsense, and said that it seemed like a breach of contract. The girl remembered that when they made it, they promised not to fall in love with each other, but now it seems to her that he wants more. When Geoffrey unexpectedly said yes, and she was left with her jaw dropped, the man told his dear Aurora that she had won. The blonde man declared that he belonged to the girl from head to toe, and that he was ready to become her most devoted dog in reality. Geoffrey brushed his nose against hers, rubbing his nose against her soft skin before smiling at the heat radiating from her skin, and telling her that he loved her. After a while, the carriage was already moving along the pavement back to the mansion, although most of the city's inhabitants were already sleeping soundly. Aurora leaned forward, carefully took the expensive mask, and took it off Edic's face without hurting him. He seemed truly lost and surprised, while she whispered that it was really him. Looking closely at her fiancé's face, blushing, the girl asked how the man knew she would be there, and the Duke replied calmly that he had overheard her conversation with Prince Jean. Aurora asked him if he had been eavesdropping, and Edic replied that it was completely accidental, although it was still very rude of him. She couldn't understand if it was just her imagination that her fiancé was looking at her, or if everything could be due only to her unusual wig. Crossing her arms over her chest, the girl asked him sarcastically why he was looking at her like that, and if he couldn't look away, but Jeffrey agreed. The fiancé couldn't help but blush intensely, wondering if the man had really gone crazy. And the blonde man immediately asked her if she thought he was crazy. When she nodded, the Duke shook his head and declared that now, on the contrary, he saw much more clearly than ever and took out some kind of package. The man handed her a paper bag, asking her to take it, and his fiancée obediently accepted the unknown object with evident interest. Opening the package, she began to take out the papers and asked in a low voice what they were, wondering if he had forgotten about common matters. Aurora saw the deeds to the house, the mines, and his share of the Edic Guild in front of her, murmuring that this was her reward for the contract. The girl asked him why he was giving it to her, pointing out that it was more than what was in the contract, and the man replied that he had added everything she might like. Jeffrey breathed deeply and asked his fiancée not to go to Geokir, because deep down he was really afraid that that was possible. The blonde man seemed to look so serious and even vulnerable for the first time when he quietly begged the girl to stay by his side. The man stated calmly that if she wanted a title, land, or money, even if she wanted the entire empire, he could easily give her everything. Aurora realized that he apparently hadn't heard her answer to Prince Jean's question about whether she would become a possible queen of Geokir if she went with him, while the girl reflected on the fact that Joffrey also hadn't heard Jean's words about her contract. Edic leaned forward and asked if that wasn't enough. Stopping him and his questioning words, the fiancé exhaled and asked if he really believed that she could be won over only with those things. The Duke remained silent when asked if he had forgotten his promise to become her most devoted dog if he fell in love. While diligently putting all the papers in the bag, Aurora declared that she didn't want any of the riches offered, but only him. Jeffrey dropped to one knee on the floor of the carriage, declaring that he would do it with pleasure, and the girl covered her mouth with her hand, embarrassed. Blushing, she took her hand away from her face, wondering how far the man would be willing to go, and then asked him to bark for her. When the Duke looked at his fiancée with incomprehension and surprise, she asked him if he hadn't promised to do everything she could wish for. Jeffrey himself didn't expect that she could forget about dignity so much, and asked her if she would stay with him if he fulfilled such a wish. The girl thought about how surprised he was and decided that it was time to stop such jokes, when she suddenly heard a soft bark. She choked on air and leaned forward in surprise, and the Duke brought his hand to his lips and declared that he had no intention of repeating it. Aurora, delighted by how much her fiancé was attracted to her, declared that dogs don't really bark like that, and that he should try harder. When the man understood the joke and frowned slightly, the girl hurried to declare that one could sulk as much as one wanted. A promise was a promise. The man warned that this was the last time and suddenly began to bark like a dog, while his fiancé blushed with joy and surprise when the girl said that she didn't even know there were dogs running around there, and laughed. Jeffrey buried his face on her knees. Unable to find a place for himself out of shame, the blonde man howled quietly at Aurora, but he also couldn't help but laugh while the carriage kept moving forward. After a while, the pink-haired girl shouted that it was incredible and that she had been able to get revenge, and the maid said it sounded like a pervert. Aurora immediately turned around, asking fearfully when Angela had entered, and calmly asked why the lady was surprised. The maid explained that she had entered before the future. Duchess began waving her arms and making strange noises, and the girl answered what needed to be said. Angela asked if something good had happened, then looked at the lady and asked if Duke Edic had confessed his feelings to her. The pink-haired girl remained silent and only smiled smugly, and the maid crossed her arms over her chest and asked if this had happened. When the maid asked her if she accepted her fiancé's feelings, Aurora said that she liked it when handsome men courted her. Angela noted that she didn't like the Duke as a candidate for a partner for the girl, because he had tormented her a lot and she clearly deserved better. The Duke's fiancé agreed, but then declared that they were each other's salvation, and asked if it wasn't fate or something like that. Angela replied that if this whole story ends happily, where they are healthy and married happy, then maybe yes. The maid said that she was simply afraid that the lady would marry the wrong man, and spend many unhappy days in that marriage. She remembered that if Lady Aurora wanted to remain close to Edic, the only way out was marriage. Otherwise, the Emperor would intervene. Calming down a little, the pink-haired girl thought she was so happy that she even forgot about the prospect of being torn apart. Some time later, Jeffrey handed the girl a piece of paper, asking her to read it carefully, and only then sign it. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise when she saw the marriage contract that had replaced the old agreement in front of her. She asked if it wasn't a regular marriage, but a marriage of convenience, and if it was worth accepting those conditions before getting married. Jeffrey examined the girl and then said that even if she didn't like it, she would only agree to marry him to survive. The blonde man added that only in that case would the Emperor leave her alone, and that, besides, she would hate a real marriage, and Aurora remained silent. Edic added that he knows he can be a jerk sometimes, and added that he also knows that she might only like his appearance. The pink-haired girl blushed intensely when she heard the last words, and wondered why he was so sure of his own irresistibility. The Duke stated that the marriage wouldn't be real for her, but not for him either, and in case she wanted to end it, this document would give her the opportunity to leave. The man said that, regarding the terms of the agreement, she for her part could add everything she wanted to see. Surprised by such words, Aurora said she thought he didn't want her to leave, and Jeffrey confirmed that that was true. The blonde man understood her concerns and stated that the agreement granted her freedom of choice, and that he didn't want to become a chain for the girl at all. Blushing, the girl murmured that she had never thought her fiancé could be so caring, and even devoted to someone. Edic remained silent for a few moments. Then he joined his fingers and said that he hadn't suspected such qualities either until he met her. After thinking a bit, the pink-haired girl asked him if he remembered those moments when he said he had no reason to trust her. The Duke was a little surprised when the girl clarified the question, recalling his words about how she first had to prove her intentions. Aurora stated that everything that was happening was very unexpected, and that's why she also wanted him to prove the seriousness of all his new intentions. The man was a little nervous to hear that he would have to undergo a test, similar to the one he had given her in that restaurant. Hearing silence as an answer, the pink-haired girl asked him if he would accept that condition, and the Duke objected, saying he was grateful for the opportunity. Blushing again, the girl said that that attitude was very appropriate, warning him that the test wouldn't be easy, and that it would be better to prepare. Smilingly accepting the rules of this new game, the blonde man smiled mockingly with the corner of his lips, and declared that he wouldn't have accepted anything else. The man added that that was one of the many qualities for which he loved her, and Aurora felt a wave of embarrassment and said she would prepare a contract. Without listening to the words about not rushing, the pink-haired girl turned around and said that they needed to finish this and that it would be better if they slept separately. Jeffrey asked excitedly if it was only necessary today, and the girl murmured mysteriously that she would think about it. She said she would let him know when she decided on that topic, and the blonde man looked at his fiancée confusedly, being a little in shock. The next morning, he asked if she had slept at all, and she told him not to worry, that she had been thinking a lot that night. In the evening, Angela calmly proposed stretching a rope between the rooftops and asking the Duke to walk on it, or jump from the roof. With her hands on her hips, the pink-haired woman announced that the man would have to pass 3 tests to determine if he was fit to be her husband. Pleased by how cheerful she was as she delivered all these speeches, the blonde man smiled. He looked at his fiancée and asked her to continue. Raising her index finger, Aurora said that the first test would be about the domestic skill that a husband must have. Edic asked her why he needed to cook, and she said that a time might come when they wouldn't have servants, and perhaps no one to cook. Already in the courtyard, near the fire, the pink-haired woman said that her husband should have such skills, and Jeffrey said he understood. Leaning over her and causing the girl to blush, the Duke asked her if she had already prepared a menu for her chef. After a while, the man was skillfully tossing the steak in the pan to flip it, and it seemed like he had done this many times before. The Duke stood in front of the stove in a white apron and handled the cutlery, and the food as if he were an authentic chef. Throughout this whole time, the pink-haired girl watched her fiancé with incomprehension, not understanding at all why he was so good at this. Edic said that if she wanted she could wait outside, and the girl replied that she wouldn't leave, because otherwise she might ask for help. The man chuckled, asking her if she really thought so, and then suggested that she at least sit in the kitchen to rest. Aurora said that if anyone saw him now, they would definitely mistake him for a chef. And Jeffrey said he would take that as a compliment. After having placed all the prepared food on a plate, the blonde man turned around and walked forward, expressing the hope that the bride would like everything. Placing a plate with cooked steaks, sauce, and vegetables on the table, the Duke said that, in addition to this, they would have dessert today. Taking a fork and a knife, the pink-haired girl thought about why it looked so appetizing. And then she began to cut the finished meat. After chewing the first bite, Aurora even blushed a little and thought that the prepared dish was not just good, but magical. The girl tried to maintain a calm expression on her face, and Jeffrey sat opposite her and asked her if he had succeeded. When the bride whispered that it was appropriate, the blonde man smiled smugly, noting that he was very glad she liked it. The pink-haired woman explained that the second test would be an arranged interview to prove the sincerity of all his new intentions. Aurora said that normally in these cases, people meet with their relatives and friends, but today only he would meet with her loved ones. Upon the fiancé's clarification, the young woman said that, of course, she was talking about Audrey. But since she had no family, he would talk to her close friends. The blonde man repeated her words about close friends and was left a little pensive because he could barely remember those people in the bride's life. Soon, she took him to the garden, where a tea party was being held in the gazebo, and suggested that these guys didn't need an introduction. Jeffrey said he had guessed about the maid, but didn't understand why the elf was there. But the pink-haired one replied that Phronesis was practically a member of the family. The elf was clearly displeased and seemed to want to take a little revenge on the Duke for the way he had behaved towards him since their meeting. Under his gaze, Edic ordered him not to dare touch his bride, and Phronesis replied calmly that he couldn't force him. While sitting down, Aurora said that until time ran out, they could ask the Duke all the questions they wanted, and that he had to answer them truthfully. Turning the hourglass over, the Duke's bride declared that Angela was first in line, and the girl accepted, taking a break from her sweets. While accompanying everything with tea, the maid asked what kind of bread Miss Aurora hated, and Jeffrey said it was raisin bread. When asked what colors suit a bride well, the man said dark gray, pink, dark blue, and light violet. Looking at Edic's face, Aurora wondered if he was also a professional stylist, because she herself didn't know. In response to Angela's question about the bride's aggressors, the man said he would deal with them quietly, and the girl asked him if he would kill them behind her back. The man immediately shook his head and said that the investigation didn't at all mean that it was a murder, and that he would definitely spare their lives. Angela crossed her arms and murmured that he had gotten away with it, then said she was finished, and that it was Phronesis's turn. The elf clearly seemed to be in a very serious mood, since he was trying not only to conduct an interrogation, but also to defend the savior's interests. He asked him if the Duke had lied to the lady, and he replied that probably yes, immediately promising that he would try not to in the future. Aurora blushed when she heard that the main reason Jeffrey wanted to marry her was that he loved the girl. Suddenly, Phronesis asked the man if he knew what love was, and then asked him to define what that love meant to him. The blonde man looked up and asked for a little time to think, and then replied that he was willing to sacrifice his life for her. The man declared that that was his devotion and his love, and the pink-haired girl blushed. Unable to contain her emotions, Jeffrey put his hands together and then interlaced his fingers, looking at Phronesis to see if he found the answer to that question sufficient. The elf remained silent for a moment, because he was clearly not thrilled that that man was capable of loving his savior. Aurora perked up and realized that time had run out because the sand had stopped falling, and then she asked what their verdict was. Angela murmured that she thought the Duke was suitable because he knew his bride much better than she thought, and the elf also nodded. A little later, the blonde man apologized for having succeeded so easily, since the girl had been thinking about those tests all night. The pink-haired girl asked not to rub salt in the wound, and then added that she was sure the third test would be really very difficult. Jeffrey asked what the mission was, and the girl, with a conspiratorial air, said that he was forbidden from doing certain things until their wedding day. Smiling, Aurora put her hands behind her back and said that from now on he was not allowed to annoy her or make her cry with his actions. The Duke's bride looked at him and seemed very happy when she added that this was his last and difficult test. The girl walked forward again and added that she had saved the most interesting part, and perhaps the most difficult for last. The blonde man listened attentively, saying that it wasn't easy, but that he would have to do it if he really wanted to be her true husband. Edik asked if he could at least continue being a fake husband if he couldn't do it. And Aurora asked if that would suit him. Upon hearing a negative response, the pink-haired girl stated that if the man couldn't deal with that, then after his contract ended, she would leave there. Jeffrey asked her if that meant that if he succeeded, the girl would never abandon him, and she replied that she would think about it. Suddenly, Edik laughed cheerfully, and the girl frowned a little, not understanding what was funny, because she was absolutely serious. It was Aurora's turn to be surprised, and she opened her astonished eyes when the man suddenly said that he also had a proposal. The Duke offered to set the deadline forever, and the girl crossed her arms over her chest. She raised her hand and asked him if he could handle it. The man said that, of course, he could handle it, since for him that was the most important point of the agreement, and he seemed very calm and confident. Aurora murmured that that was his way of keeping her close, and the blonde man hoped she understood his desperation. The pink-haired woman stated that, in that case, she was not going to hold back and therefore, the groom needed to prepare properly for this. Unable to contain his smile, Jeffrey turned slightly and covered his mouth with his hand, surprising the girl with such behavior and gesture. When the bride began to hug him, the blonde man asked her what had happened, and Aurora said that she wanted to see him smile. The Duke immediately blushed like a teenager and took his hand off his face, clearly pleased with these words, which he took as a compliment. Suddenly, interlacing their fingers and squeezing her fragile palm with his huge hand, Edik said that her smile was much more beautiful. The man asked her if it would be too cheeky if he allowed himself to kiss her, and Aurora whispered that she would allow him a light kiss. Jeffrey gently touched the lips of her forehead, making butterflies flutter in her stomach. When he pulled away, the pink-haired girl said it was funny, because at the engagement banquet, he acted in a completely different way. Pressing his nose against her cheek, the man murmured that if it were up to her, he would have already changed his vows, and the girl didn't think they would care. Without hiding the blush on his cheeks, Edik said that he too was surprised to be moved by such common wedding vows. Leaning again towards his beloved bride, the blonde man declared that now, when giving his vows, he would make some mistake due to his feelings. The man smiled and whispered softly in her ear that he was so in love with Aurora that even a light kiss could become much stronger. Gently caressing her shiny pink hair, Jeffrey murmured softly that he would do something like that again due to his emotions. Hugging him, Aurora said she felt that was already happening, and the blonde man replied that then he would make another mistake again. She asked him if he remembered he had promised not to lie, and the Duke said he could ignore that little lie. And then he kissed her sensually. When Edik pulled away and kissed her again on the cheek, breathing hard in her ear, and tickling her with his breath, Aurora laughed and smiled silently. A little later, a maid from the mansion carried a platter with a plate and cutlery to present it all to the lady. Stopping in the hallway, the Duke asked if this was intended for his bride, and the maid nodded, agreeing with his grace. The blonde man declared that he would give it to her himself and took the tray, and the maid hastened to nod and accept her boss's order. Soon Jeffrey was already knocking on the bedroom door, holding a tray in one hand, and she, upon hearing the knock, said that the guest could enter. The maid, who hurried past him, realized with surprise bordering on shock that the famous Duke was smiling. Upon seeing the groom, the pink-haired girl asked him why he was bringing her breakfast, and Jeffrey replied that he was waiting outside to intercept the maid. The maid overheard part of the conversation between the future newlyweds about whether they should sleep in the same room again to refresh their feelings a little. Later, the maids commented on how the Duke had been hovering around their mistress like a puppy lately, and they couldn't get used to the changes. The brunette said that his lordship was simply madly in love, and the other maid replied that it was unexpected because they had never been so sweet before. The black-haired girl shared rumors that yesterday she heard that the Duke demanded that expensive things be taken to the estate. The maid began to ask with delight if the wedding would really arrive soon, and the blonde one replied that it was possible. Besides, the ball was approaching. One of the maids wondered why his lordship had suddenly become so clingy, and the dark-haired one suggested thinking about it. She asked if they shouldn't have become closer, since the wedding was so close, since the man in particular should want intimacy. The dark-haired woman raised her index finger in a sign of knowledge and said that the lady might be pregnant, and Angela asked her who she was talking about. The maids immediately raised their heads in fear and separated from one another, declaring immediately that the time had come to do some business. and that it was time for them to leave. Angela crossed her arms over the balcony railing and sighed thoughtfully, but she thought she would have been the first to find out about such a situation. She murmured that soon all kinds of rumors would spread throughout the capital, and Phrynesis, who had also heard this conversation, walked away. A little later, the elf opened the doors to the blonde duke's office and called him by his name. Not with simple words, but with a shout. Phrynesis shouted that he had allowed the man to undergo the test because he thought his savior might be in grave danger. Geoffrey looked up from his papers and affairs, examined the unexpected guest, and then asked what he was talking about. The elf stated that he did not approve of his marriage, but the blonde man replied calmly that he didn't need approval, and ordered him to explain why he had come. The duke asked what was wrong with him, and Phrynesis shouted that the man shouldn't even think about tying her to him, and that she wouldn't be happy with him. He ordered that the girl be freed once she had played her part. Otherwise, she would discover what kind of blood really flows through Edic's veins. Breaking the fountain pen with a strong squeeze, Geoffrey said that he had already warned him, stating that his fiancée might like him, but he didn't. The elf said that after marriage people want to have children, and then asked how the man was going to reject Aurora in that case. When Phrynesis asked if the duke wanted his beloved to get pregnant, he remained silent, looking at him calmly. The elf clenched his fists and ordered him to come to his senses. Then he added coldly that his child would suffer the same fate as the duke. Edic listened in silence while the uninvited guest, who irritated him more and more, said he had no right to hurt Aurora. Rising from his seat, the blonde man declared that the elf, despite his words of concern, had his own hidden motives and wanted to take her with him. Phrynesis shouted that that was nonsense, but Geoffrey insisted that the elf only wanted to seduce the girl if he left her alone. The elf frowned when he heard from the duke that he could do whatever he wanted, but the fact that Aurora would never love him would never change. Edic approached him, looked at him menacingly, and calmly declared that the elf now needed to leave. Away from his office, just 1 week before the summer ball, the future spouses were already spending time together drinking tea on the terrace. After putting a few ice cubes in her tea, the blonde man asked if she wanted more, and the girl nodded, asking for double. Leaning back in her chair, the pink-haired girl declared that the sun was incredibly hot, and the duke offered her a drink to cool off. While drinking her tea, Aurora asked him if he had read the amended marriage contract, and after receiving his consent, she asked if he had signed it. Geoffrey said he wanted to discuss one thing, and the girl asked him if he didn't like her perfectly executed prenuptial agreement. The duke pointed out that there was no clause regarding physical contact, and the bride replied that it said it was allowed due to the other person's pain. The blonde man nodded a couple of times, and then said calmly that he was much more worried about the exceptions to this clause of the agreement. Aurora said she simply thought it was obvious, and then added that she simply made the final decision on the subject. The girl added that if the groom had any complaints, he could contact her, and the duke smiled gently, saying he understood everything. Edic took a fountain pen and declared that in that case he would sign everything, immediately leaving his own signature where it was required. Taking the paper from his hands, the blonde one thought that this would really happen and that soon she would become a real wife. Remembering another question, Geoffrey asked if they would sleep in different rooms again, and the pink-haired girl accepted immediately. The duke moved his chair away from the table and asked if he could at least move it a little closer. Blushing even more than before, the girl hugged the marriage contract and declared that, of course, he could do it. Why not? When the groom approached the bride, Aurora said that soon it would get so hot that they wouldn't even be able to go out onto that terrace. Geoffrey suggested that in that case, he could calm her even now, and the girl moved the cup away from her face. Asking how, tenderly taking her hand, the man reminded her that that is exactly how it works, and the pink-haired girl smiled at how good and fresh it felt. Aurora asked if Edic was trying to flirt, and the blonde man smiled, and murmured that he was glad she noticed. Immediately changing the subject, the girl suggested being a little more serious and asked him if he was some kind of wizard. The man explained that he was more of a magic swordsman, and the bride looked at him, wondering if anyone else knew. Gently playing with her fingers, the duke said that everyone knew he could imbue his sword with magic, and that was all they needed to know. Aurora said that her fiancé is always on the front line, currently working at the last bastion, but the idiot nobles don't appreciate him. The blonde man said it didn't matter at all, gently pressed her hand against his lips, and then declared that he only needed her. Withdrawing her hand, the pink-haired girl asked with embarrassment if he was trying to seduce her again, and the man asked if it was obvious. The girl suggested that he even made his ears turn red with magic to look cute, and Jeffrey stated that he wasn't omnipotent at all. Eddick asked her if she thought he was cute, and Aurora blushed intensely before turning around and declaring that his actions were not cute at all. The man said that she was still blushing and couldn't even look him in the eye, and the bride continued drinking her tea in silence. When the Duke suddenly rose from his seat without warning, the pink-haired girl looked up and asked him where he was going. The blonde man replied calmly that he needed to apply for a marriage certificate at the palace, since it was a complicated procedure that would take time. Jeffrey quickly added that if they signed everything and sent it today, they would have time to receive the certificate just before the summer ball. Aurora thought that if she had been more stubborn, they would have missed the deadline and that fish-eyed monster hadn't even warned her. Eddick leaned over her so close that their noses touched, and the girl asked him what he wanted, and the man asked her if she wanted to kiss him goodbye. The blushing bride made a gesture with her hand and said that she wouldn't do that, and that he should just leave. And the Duke said that he was very sorry. Leaving his beloved boiling with embarrassment, the blonde man declared that in that case he would come back for dinner, and hurried out of the terrace. While drinking iced tea in an attempt to calm down, Aurora told herself that she should compose herself because she had almost kissed him. A little later, sitting on the sofa and glancing through a book, the pink-haired girl smiled and looked up when she saw Julia walking nearby. Aurora greeted Audrey and the redhead bowed, apologizing for bothering her. The future Duchess asked the girl if she wanted to read in the library and then encouraged her not to be shy and to come in too. Eddick's bride looked at her adoptive sister when she passed and noticed that she seemed a little nervous. Taking a break from reading, the pink-haired girl asked if the girl came here often and seemed a little scared. Aurora commented that that meant often and then asked if she really didn't have permission to come here and apologized again. The girl replied that everything was fine, especially because Jeffrey hadn't said anything, so she had nothing against it, and she could go anywhere except to her rooms. When she added that she could appeal to her words if necessary, Julia blushed at such kindness and thanked the future Duchess. Leaning a little forward, Audrey asked the girl if she had read about other races, and only then did Aurora remember the book. Holding the incalculable horrors of the races in her hands, the pink-haired girl said that, when she became Duchess, she would have to participate in guild affairs. Sitting next to her, the redhead clapped and congratulated her interlocutor on her imminent marriage. Listening to a soft thank you from her, Julia noted that this book wasn't so simple, and Aurora looked confusedly at the title and the cover, wondering what was wrong with it. Audrey said she found it full of prejudices and that the author is human, so his opinions might seem too extreme. The future Duchess asked her if she had read many books about other races, and she replied that there was nothing else to do when one was bedridden. Setting aside the dangerous publication, the pink-haired girl murmured that she could teach her in that case, and Audrey timidly asked if she was sure. Confirming her words, Aurora stated that this could help her a lot in her future development in the field of interracial interaction. Afterwards, they read that there was no consensus on werewolves, as if it hadn't been decided if they could take form during the full moon or at will. The Duke's bride thought that she had never seen Julia so delighted. It seemed as if she hadn't had anyone to talk to for a long time. Setting the book aside a little to steer the conversation away from werewolves, the pink-haired girl said that Audrey was a very cultured woman. She admitted that, when her family was in decline due to the war, she began to study books more out of hatred than a desire to learn. The girl said that the more she learned about other races, the more her hatred faded, because the war against humans was the only way to ensure survival. The redhead said that their number is much greater than that of humans, but because of people, they are forced to hide far away in the north. Aurora confirmed that there was sense in her words, and Audrey enthusiastically covered her mouth with her hands, saying as if she knew the Duke's bride would understand her. Julia murmured that if she had told anyone else, they would have easily accused her of being a spy and a half-breed. The pink-haired girl asked if people have children with other races, and the girl confirmed that this is true, but no race recognizes the children and life is difficult for them. Aurora suggested that things were even more difficult for them now, and Audrey agreed, adding that it was especially difficult for representatives of the demonic race. Using her human knowledge from her past life, the future Duchess guessed that demons must be evil. Julia said that they were worse than evil, simply evil itself, and Aurora agreed, because even such an impartial lady said so. The redhead said that there were rumors that the war was caused by demons, but in reality, they didn't participate in it. She explained that demons feed on sadness, suffering, chaos, and the pink-haired girl thought that demons seemed to be the same in all worlds. Leaning forward, the future Duchess asked what she could find out about angels, and Audrey asked again what they were talking about. Aurora replied that these were the so-called divine beings, and then she remembered her maid, and said that was the name of her servant. When Julia reacted with surprise, the future Duchess thought it was strange that they had no idea what angels were. Trying to explain to her new friend who angels are, the pink-haired girl said that they are not representatives of another race, but God's messengers. Audrey repeated the words thoughtfully and rubbed her lips with her fingers, thinking that she had never seen anything like that in books. Julia said thoughtfully that she had heard of God's messengers, but they were all humans, and they certainly couldn't be called angels. In the afternoon, someone called Duke Edic and told him that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and the man turned around as soon as he heard this. The aristocrat asked if the Duke was busy, and if so, perhaps they could all have a cup of tea with him. Geoffrey sighed loudly and thought that was probably why he hated the imperial palace, and then said he was busy. The nobleman, approaching him, learned this and guessed that Lord Edic had come to receive a marriage certificate, and agreed. The man said with open mockery that the Duke was very kind because he decided to ignore his bride's flaws. The blonde man immediately became colder, asked if he was talking about the flaws of his Aurora, and murmured that he was referring to her class. Geoffrey asked wearily if they couldn't understand why he was marrying that girl, and the aristocrat replied that he hadn't tried to understand it. Edic told them to leave before he got angry, and warned them that this would be the last time they insulted his future Duchess. After saying goodbye to his undesirable interlocutors, the man headed to the carriage, mentally trying to calm down after such mockery. Pressing the palm of his hand against his forehead, the Duke realized that the reason for his condition was probably the fact that a whole month had passed since his last attack. The blonde man sat in the carriage and thought that he had forgotten to take his special substance to improve his condition. He needed to return. When the carriage started moving, the man calmed down, thinking that he would have a way to ask for permission to enter his bride's room. Aurora looked towards the laundry room and, in response to Angela's surprised question, said that she had looked for her everywhere and then asked if she was busy. The maid replied that some of the servants had gone on vacation and therefore were a little short-staffed, and asked if the lady needed anything. While Angela carried the laundry basket, the pink-haired girl walked beside her and thought about how, when it came to talking, she didn't know where to start. The maid asked her lady openly what she wanted to ask, and the Duke's bride was startled, asking how she understood it. Angela murmured something that made it clear that the future Duchess was worried about something trivial, and asked, offended, why she was like that. Deciding to put aside her worries, the pink-haired girl asked where her name came from, and the maid looked at her. She murmured that her name didn't mean anything special, and Aurora asked her suspiciously if she really believed that. The maid asked, confused, if that meant anything at all, and the girl murmured that no, but that she was interested. Following the maid, the lady asked who had given her that name, since it was unusual, and asked uncomprehendingly why it was important. The pink-haired girl said it was important to her, but she couldn't say why, and then asked if she knew about the existence of angels. After a brief silence, Angela asked if the lady was referring to the delegates from Freyard, and the future Duchess immediately perked up and asked her again. Upon opening the laundry basket lid, the maid asked if the lady meant that she was a representative of Freyard. Aurora asked what was wrong, and the maid declared that she had no intention of becoming religious, and then asked her lady to preach elsewhere. Clenching her fists, the pink-haired girl declared that she wasn't religious at all, and Angela began to hang her clothes, justifying herself by saying that she didn't believe it. Upon noticing that same necklace, which rather looked like a collar, in the closet, the girl said that the lady was busy preparing for the ball, and not with religion. Aurora stated that they hadn't made it official yet, and the maid took out the necklace, asking if she would save it for the right moment. The future Duchess ordered her to stop sniffing and then added that, on top of everything else, she couldn't give it to her fiancé. The maid stubbornly extended her hand towards her lady and declared that she had one. So for such an occasion, such a necklace would be ideal as a gift. The pink-haired girl murmured irritably that Angela should stop and snatched the jewelry from her hands so as not to give her any reason to laugh. Suddenly, Jeffrey appeared behind her, leaning over his bride and asking her gently if that gift was prepared for him. Aurora turned around, blushing intensely, and asked when exactly he had arrived, and the maid murmured that she was asking for forgiveness before leaving. Edic replied that he had arrived a short while ago, and that he was asking if the girl wanted to put the necklace on him when she backed away. The Duke, smiling, could not help, however, the blush on his cheeks, and declared that that interesting thing was very similar to his neck. Upon looking at the necklace, the girl asked him if he really wanted it, and the man asked her why he should refuse the gift. Touching the notch above the collarbone with his finger, the blonde man announced with a smile that he was waiting, urging the bride to go ahead with her hesitating expression. When the pink-haired girl had already lifted the decoration, Jeffrey added that there was no need to be shy, and she only blushed even more in front of him. Touching her fiancé's strong neck with her cold fingers, Aurora breathed loudly, trying to concentrate on the clasp. The girl noticed he was hot, and then asked if he had a fever, and Edic confirmed it. Saying she was right, the Duke whispered that, by chance, that moment had come again, and the pink-haired girl asked why he thought he was happy about it. Enjoying her beloved's touch and her soft hands manipulations, the man whispered that he was really happy. Aurora asked him to stop joking, threatening to strangle him with that thing, and the blonde man replied that then he would be obedient. Blushing even more than before, the future Duchess remained silent, and after a few moments clicked the clasp, declaring that everything was ready. Taking a step to the side, the man looked at himself in the mirror, examined the ambiguous decoration on his neck, and then said that he liked it. The pink-haired girl murmured that she couldn't deny that the jewelry suited him very well, and Jeffrey said that he was happy with all of that. Edic was immediately distracted from admiring his beloved's gift and looked at it with interest, listening to him, taking some papers in his hands and lifting them to the girl's face height. The blonde man asked if they would formalize everything officially. The girl thought mentally that as soon as they submitted the papers to the palace, Jeffrey would really become her true husband. The Duke said that much of the document was written in elaborate legal language, with the main page at the end, and signed it. The pink-haired girl nodded and began to check the papers to find that last page, and not waste time reading. She trusted her fiancé so much that she simply signed the document in the right place, leaving her now familiar signature with a fountain pen. Leaving the papers and the pen on the table, Aurora tried to hide her excitement, and said that now everything was really ready. Jeffrey said that since her safety was more important, they would marry on paper first, and then they would start planning the ceremony. The pink-haired girl said with surprise that she thought they would have the ceremony immediately, but the Duke said that such an event happens once in a lifetime. Upon hearing the bride's silence, the man asked her if she was thinking about multiple marriages, and she hastened to say that, of course, no. Aurora crossed her arms over her chest and thought for a moment. Then suddenly, she asked her fiancé if she would be his second wife. The girl explained that, according to Lady Rodland, that was the only thing she could count on with her status, and Jeffrey replied that it wasn't like that. The blonde man said that for his achievements, the emperor promised to grant one of his wishes, and that thanks to that she would reach her goal. In response to the bride's question, Edic said that taking advantage of this opportunity to decide the most important question in life is not a waste of a wish. The pink-haired girl asked him why he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to simply save and forgive the girl. Smiling slightly, the Duke shook his head and said that his bride still underestimated Emperor Nurtleberg due to his appearance. The man explained that if Edic had asked for clemency for the girl, the emperor would have refused because it simply wouldn't be fun for him. Aurora murmured that that was a very stupid excuse, asking immediately what to do if His Majesty didn't allow her to be taken as his official wife. Jeffrey took the paper bag, put the documents inside, and declared that if His Majesty valued his life, he wouldn't dare refuse this request. The Duke replied that he would commit treason if necessary, and then said he would give the documents to Wendell to take to the palace. Looking at her future husband, the girl thought that she hadn't planned on giving him the necklace, but it suited him perfectly. Upon surprising herself by thinking this, the pink-haired girl began to develop it in silence, reaching the conclusion that, in principle, everything suits this man. Turning around, Jeffrey noticed her attentive gaze and asked his bride gently if she was okay. Receiving her consent, Edic said that he would always wear it, and when Aurora objected that such sacrifices were not necessary, the Duke replied that it was his wedding gift. The blonde woman asked him if he really believed that it was just a wedding gift, and the Duke asked her if he was wrong. In order not to provoke awkward situations in the future, the girl felt uncomfortable, but admitted that the necklace was a gift from Prince Jean for the masquerade. Feeling panicked by the expression on his face after these words, Aurora offered to take it off, and the man replied that it was not necessary. Jeffrey said that he wanted the prince to see it, and that he couldn't wait to see the expression on his face after realizing the situation. As if he had heard the Duke's wish, after the knock, a maid looked inside and said that she had to disturb the gentleman. Bowing, the woman said that Prince Jean of Geosir had arrived because he wished to have a conversation with the future Duchess. A little later, already sitting in the great reception hall, the brown-haired man said that he didn't expect to find the future newlyweds together. Bringing his cup to his lips, the prince turned to Duke Edic and told him that he and Miss Aurora needed to discuss some matters that he considered personal. Jeffrey asked if the prince thought his hidden intentions were not yet clear to anyone, and the girl looked away in silence, wondering what had happened, suddenly changing the topic of conversation in a completely unexpected direction. Jean drew attention to the Duke's neck and noted that it was an unusual decoration. The blonde man replied with a smile that his wife had given it to him and prayed silently that the prince hadn't chosen it personally and didn't recognize it now. The man confirmed that he had intentions and asked if their marriage was real, and the girl murmured that they had separated quickly. Deciding not to be too cautious about it any longer, the pink-haired girl said calmly that they had sent the documents to the palace and that they would be registered soon. Jim asked if that meant that the girl was refusing his offer, and she said that, in any case, she was grateful for his concern. Looking at His Highness, Aurora turned to him and confirmed openly that she was indeed rejecting his proposal. As she had said before, biting her lip to not say anything unnecessary, the man murmured that he understood everything and stopped for a moment to regain his composure. Rising from his seat, Jean apologized for such an unexpected visit and added that there was no need to see him off while the girl was a little sad. He noted that, unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to attend the wedding, but that he would stay until the Emperor forgave Aurora. Already leaving the mansion, the brown-haired man clenched his fists and thought about why that answer hurt so much. Although it was rather expected, the man walked forward and didn't hide his despondent state, rejected by the one whom he had been truly in love with for some time. He stopped when he saw an elf standing in front of him, who greeted His Majesty, Prince Yokir, without an accent and was a little surprised. The green-haired creature introduced himself as Phronesis, and it seemed the prince was very interested in him. Remembering that Aurora had been taking care of this creature, in particular for a long time, Jean said that he was happy to meet him. Phronesis asked if he also liked the Duke's wife, and the brown-haired man replied that it was not customary for people to ask those kinds of questions at the first meeting. The green-haired man said that he cared little for human decency, and that he only cared about Miss Aurora's happiness in the future. The prince stopped for a moment and even went silent when he heard him ask if he didn't feel the same way. Shortly after, the girl asked her husband if it hurt, and he replied that, compared to those harsh tortures, the pain was bearable. Jeffrey apologized for bothering her, and Aurora advised him to thank heaven for being able to stay with him. Edic, whose forehead was covered in cold sweat, whispered that he was very grateful not only to them, but also to the lady herself for being in his life. The man took her fragile palms between his and whispered that even such a light touch and insignificant brought relief. The pink-haired woman looked thoughtfully at her husband when he asked her what she thought a single kiss could achieve. Leaning slightly towards him, Aurora nodded, but warned him that there would only be one kiss, and he said that it was an act of mercy on her part. They melted into a gentle kiss, both blushing and feeling butterflies fluttering inside. Enchanted by such a soft touch, the girl thought that they were already almost married, and that therefore it would be possible to take a step further towards getting closer, and laid the Duke on the bed. Jeffrey asked her to stop, and the pink-haired girl asked him what was wrong, because he says stop, but his face shows something completely different. Aurora smiled while looking at his worried face and asked him if he wanted to preserve his precious virginity until marriage. Edic hastened to reply that he hadn't thought about it at all, but the problem was that today they simply couldn't do it if they listened to the question of why. Without trying to free himself, the blonde man looked her up and down and with a mischievous smile on his face, declared to her that he was afraid of losing control. After thinking for a moment, the pink-haired girl asked thoughtfully if it wouldn't be better if they became even closer to each other. Suddenly grabbing the girl with his arms, the blonde man asked his wife to stop acting foolish, saying that it was time to go to bed. Aurora raised her head and declared that it was the right time and mood, and the blonde man asked her to stop seducing him. Having accepted, the Duchess lowered her head onto his chest and, listening to his heartbeat, asked him if he liked the kiss. Jeffrey murmured that he thought she was going to drive him crazy, and the pink-haired girl whispered that he had controlled his temper well back then. Without stopping looking at her beautiful face and hugging her with peculiarity, the man explained that he had to do that for her safety. The man whispered that his desires would never threaten her safety, and Aurora whispered that her hands didn't obey their master. Feeling her husband's warm and strong palms on her hips, she blushed intensely and asked him to wait, resting her hands on his shoulders. The Duke whispered that it was fine if she enjoyed it, and then said that he would take her embarrassed silence as consent. The next day, Julia packed all her things in a suitcase, thinking that after the summer ball, Aurora and Jeffrey would officially announce their marriage. The redhead tried to contain a sigh when remembering that next her marriage to someone from Geokir would be announced, whom she didn't even know. She thought with regret that, thanks to Aurora, her stay there had become quite comfortable. She was freer than at home and had learned to handle the sword. The girl remembered the classes where it became clear that she had absolutely no talent for the knightly arts. But it was fun. Upon noticing a book on her dresser, Audrey was distracted from her thoughts and decided that her mother should return them to their place in the library. She pressed the book against her chest and entered the library to perform these actions, looking at the surrounding space to which she had become accustomed. Upon looking back, Julia wondered with interest where those steps led, because she had never been in that room, and could only guess. The redhead remembered Aurora's words about being able to go wherever she wanted, except to her rooms with Jeffrey, and if anything happened, she could pass on her words. Audrey took a step forward and whispered that, after all, that was her last day there, and then climbed the steps, looking around. The girl asked for forgiveness in a low voice, and then pushed the heavy wooden door in front of which she stood, and froze in surprise at the entrance. That night, while trying on a dress, Aurora heard from the maids that her belly was not yet visible, and that it was wonderful that the dress still fit her. The pink-haired girl looked at the maids with displeasure and asked if they were trying to say that she had gained weight, and the girls immediately objected. Both hurriedly waved their hands. One girl said they didn't mean it, and the other replied that they simply thought she was pregnant. The girl, blushing, asked what they were talking about, and Angela, who was modestly behind, said that rumors were circulating throughout the empire about her pregnancy. Turning around, she shouted in horror, asking where those rumors came from, and how it all started, since there was no reason for them. A little later, already dressed in her red and black dress, the pink-haired girl rubbed her forehead with her hand, murmuring that this was simply madness. The Duchess was distracted from her feelings and thoughts. She stopped and turned around when she heard a familiar voice calling her by name. She and Phronesis met, and when he praised her outfit, the pink-haired girl said with a smile that it was for a meeting with the Emperor. The fairy seemed annoyed and even too unhappy when he asked his savior if she was going to the palace with the Duke. Aurora blushed and said it was true, because the papers for their marriage had been accepted, and she would officially become the Duchess of Edic, and Jeffrey would be her husband. Seeing his saddened face, the girl thought that she needed to push him away somehow to get rid of that infatuation. She smiled and expressed hope that now he would call her Duchess Edic, and Phronesis clenched his fingers on the fence. While the fairy pondered her words and looked down with great sadness, Aurora said she knew it was strange, but that he would get used to it. The pink-haired girl was really worried about the strong reaction of the creature she had saved to such changes in her personal life. Deciding to change the subject, she asked if he had heard about the rumors, and when the fairy asked which ones, the girl said it was about her pregnancy. Phronesis blushed when hearing that they were not planning anything like that for now, and that it was better not to believe such rumors from the maids, and so on. Immediately becoming much more cheerful, the green-haired man said he understood everything, and the girl smiled, thinking that somehow she had lifted his spirits. Grabbing the hem of her lush red dress with her slender fingers, Aurora said with a smile that they would meet later, and hurried to leave. A little later, the newlyweds, already at the imperial palace, discussed that Julia would come accompanied by the person who would play the role of her husband. The Duchess thought she was surprised by the news that it would be Audrey who would connect the two countries, and that it was a bit strange. Geoffrey said that Giassera treated foreigners well, and that Julia would be even better off there. And the pink-haired girl said that Audrey was intelligent and could handle it. She thought with emotion that it felt like she was marrying off her younger sister. And suddenly, the red-haired girl called her. Aurora turned surprised towards the girl and asked why she had come alone, when she should have been accompanied by people from Giacier. Audrey hurried to declare that it didn't matter at that moment, and then leaned forward and declared that the Duke and Duchess had to leave immediately. The pink-haired girl asked her confused what she meant, and Julia literally screamed in panic that they had to hurry. It became clear that they wouldn't have time to do anything when the herald announced the arrival of His Majesty, the Emperor, to the ball. And the girls turned around. Edic apologized to his interlocutor and promised that they could talk later. Although perhaps he would have liked to stay with her, the Emperor declared that they were about to hear surprising news from Duke Edic and his bride, asking if her origins had been discovered. Handing the sealed packet of documents to the servant, the blonde man stated calmly that they would like to show it to the Emperor. The servant ran to the balcony where the monarch was, and the ruler snatched the envelope from his hands, ordering it to be delivered as quickly as possible. Seeing the official marriage certificate in front of him, the man murmured that this meant the girl's origin was still not clear. Geoffrey replied that it was very true and added that, therefore, he wished for the Emperor to fulfill the wish that had been promised to him. The ruler seemed clearly disgusted and a little surprised, asking with obvious contempt what was going on. Pressing the girl against himself, Edic declared that he was asking for permission to take Aurora as his legitimate wife, and that was his only wish. His Majesty clicked his tongue with irritation and then declared that it was very boring, but he deigned to inform them that it should be as they wished. The blonde man said that now his wife, a noblewoman, could not be judged for a crime against the nobility, and the monarch replied that he himself knew that. He immediately added that, despite everything, he had heard something interesting about Duke Edic, and Aurora wondered if there had always been many knights here. It seemed like there were more warriors than other people, who were not wearing festive attire, but armor and cloaks, and this caused a bad feeling. Duke Rutland smiled when he heard that everyone knew that in the Empire, the marriage between two people was considered legal. While tearing up the marriage certificate, the Emperor smiled and asked if he had understood correctly that Duke Edic was half demon. The newlyweds were in the middle of the hall, embracing, preparing to hear what awaited them after these words. Aurora thought that now the Emperor himself was trying to change race. The pink-haired woman approached her husband and asked him to forget those words. The girl froze and felt everything inside her go cold after realizing that Geoffrey had no intention of denying the accusations. Blushing from excitement and unable to bear her lover's silence, the Duchess shouted that it was a conspiracy because her husband was a national hero. When she added that without his efforts the human race would have already gone extinct, the Emperor asked her if she was playing the role of wife. Turning to his servants, His Majesty ordered them to bring the prepared holy water as quickly as possible. And Aurora froze. The ruler claimed that the holy water was full of endless prayers, and that the demon would die immediately after drinking it, and offered to test the theory. The servant brought him the glass, and the Emperor declared that if Edic was who he claimed to be, there would be no problem. Smiling like a madman, the man added that if his assumption turned out to be wrong, he would apologize and even reward the Duke. The girl turned to His Majesty, and when Geoffrey called her by name, she took a few steps forward and asked him to be quiet. The pink-haired girl asked how they would prove the harmlessness of the holy water, since envious people could try to poison and destroy the Duke. Ignoring the shouts of Duke Rutland, Aurora asked again to test the holy water, and the Emperor said it was annoying. The monarch gestured with his index finger towards his servant and ordered him to drink a little water to show everyone that it was safe. And he accepted. The ducal family of Edic watched with a frown how the servant fearlessly took a few sips from the glass. The servant asked if she was satisfied, but the pink-haired girl continued to frown and worried that it might be poisoned. The Emperor, bored, declared that he was still waiting for the result of this situation and asked them to drink everything quickly and prove the truth to everyone else. Aurora tried again, frantically, to find a reason to object and grabbed the glass to put it somewhere far away. Suddenly and silently, Geoffrey snatched the glass from her hands and drank the holy water in one gulp. while his new wife barely had time to say a word. Aurora's beautiful eyes widened with horror and surprise when her husband, suddenly and violently, coughed up blood. The blonde man covered his face with the back of his hand, and the girl shouted excitedly that the water was really poisoned. Spitting blood and laughing hoarsely and silently, Geoffrey suddenly laughed and calmly. Without fear, he called the emperor a cursed bastard. Edic added that he knew that one day his essence would be revealed, thanks to this man. While Aurora looked at him with confusion, the guests at the ball screamed in horror and began to run in different directions, telling those around them that the Duke was a demon. Paralyzed in place, the pink-haired girl remembered Julia's words about how they say all demons, even the strongest ones, look human. Then she raised her index finger with a knowing look and said that representatives of this race could be distinguished only by one characteristic. Looking at Geoffrey now, she remembered that they had red eyes, eyes the color of blood, something that couldn't exist in humans. The girl realized that while he was suffering from his curse, he seemed to turn into a different person, and was capable of causing harm if not for the chains. Precisely because of this, Edic could be so confident in himself and not even be afraid of the emperor, whom he considered an obstacle to any problem. Aurora did not move from her place and simply remained in the middle of the chaos, trying to figure out how to put everything together in her head. And calm down. The emperor rested his hands on the railing and shouted with irritation, ordering everyone to be quiet, to calm down and return to their places. Geoffrey wiped his blood when he heard the ruler ask if the aristocrats were really going to let the fall of the Duke pass. Directing the knights towards them with a wave of his hand, His Majesty added that all the weapons were soaked in holy water, and not even a half-breed would survive. The blonde man hugged Aurora, asked her if the emperor really believed he could be defeated by such a farce, and then replied that he would rather destroy the empire. Unable to hide his fear, the ruler shouted that the Duke, despite all his threats, could only bark loudly, but definitely not bite. He also offered to see how the demon would handle the great sacred relic and ordered the net to be dropped on the Duke. And a roar was heard. Aurora called her husband and tried to lift the net so it wouldn't come into contact with Geoffrey and hurt him. The man shouted that she didn't have to protect him and that she could simply run away. But the pink-haired girl only hugged him tighter. Ignoring the way his skin burned from contact with the net, Edic began to move it away from his wife's head, asking her if she was afraid. The blonde man didn't seem to care at all what was happening to his own body, and said that she was shaking and even stuttering. He continued pulling the net, and remembered that his wife had found information about demons, and probably remembered what terrible and cruel creatures they were. Pushing him to the ground and picking up the net herself, the pink-haired girl declared him an idiot, and asked him if he wanted to hurt her. Geoffrey put his hands on the ground and said that of course not, and the girl asked him why she would be afraid of the fact that he turned out to be a demon. All red with emotion, the girl declared that she would go nowhere, repeating, like so many other times, that she had no intention of leaving. She added that he shouldn't even think about giving up, and the Duke seemed to get serious at her slightly dissatisfied voice. Aurora asked him not to forget that her last test was by his side, as if casually reminding him that she had never cried before. Geoffrey repeated the words and began to rise, and when the girl moved, he assured her that everything was fine. Having easily broken the net, the blonde man declared that these bastards only knew one part of him, and his wife watched in surprise. Looking at the emperor, Edic said that he decided to do this, thinking that he was half demon, half human, and that it was cute. Grabbing his wife by the shoulder, the man calmly declared that he was not a man at all, but a dragon, and therefore such trifles would not stop him. Feeling the ground shaking under his feet, the emperor, horrified, ordered them not to lie. Because these two sworn enemies could not have a child, the blonde man claimed that he seemed unique, and then added that both parties were surprised by his appearance. Looking at the ruler, but not his own, all stained with blood, Geoffrey straightened his shoulders and asked if the human emperor would control him. The monarch shouted that the Duke was guilty of posing as a man, and then ordered him to leave his empire immediately. When he added that that insolent commoner would remain there and be punished, Edic asked him if he wanted to harm his Aurora. Geoffrey said that if there was a threat to his wife, he would rather kill everyone here and live happily with her without any problems. Both turned in surprise when an unknown young man came running into the room, claiming that he could prove the lady's origin. Pressing his hand against his chest, the boy with bright pink hair and matching eyes declared that he was Aurora's cousin. Jeffrey whispered a question about whether she remembered him, and the pink-haired girl also replied that not really. But the young man seemed very familiar to her. The stranger approached them and called her his dear cousin Aurora, asking if she really didn't recognize him. And the girl's eyes widened. Leaning towards her, the young man covered his mouth with his hand and with a fox-like smile, asked her if work was going well, calling her Miss Laura. The Duchess Edic could do nothing more than freeze in front of the boy, blinking stupidly when she realized that that was her boss.